Chapter 556, Peak Duel 1. Brother Worryless, your Xianyuan family's disciples are really not bad. Lan Yuntian, the patriarch of the Lan family, said loudly. There had not been any geniuses in the Xianyuan family for all these years, but they had actually given up on the competition this time. Now, a person from the Xianyuan family said that the super genius on the stage was trash. How could he not be angry? At the same time, the other family heads were also furious and wanted an explanation. This young man from the Xianyuan family actually called all the super geniuses trash in front of the world and definitely wouldn't let him have a good life. I said that they are trash. Are you not convinced? I originally thought that the 4 great clans were nothing impressive, but it turns out that they are just a bunch of clowns. I can only say that you are ignorant. In front of me, you are just unsightly ants. Li Lingtian looked coldly at the family heads of the 4 great families. His expression was calm and composed as if he was talking about something very normal. In the end, his gaze shifted to the arena. Wherever his gaze passed, the 7 martial emperor powerhouses felt an inexplicable tremble. Good, you have guts. Come up if you have the ability. Let's see how you climb down. Dwyla's whole body was emitting a shocking aura. How could he tolerate being called trash? Geniuses had the pride of a genius. They could not care less about anything else as they glared at Li Lingtian with a cold and provocative gaze. At the same time, their eyes swept across Tang Jinji and the others. Ignorant, Li Lingtian stood up with a calm expression on his face. Tang Jinji stood up as well and helped Li Lingtian tidy up his clothes. Her actions were an insult to the 7 powerhouses in the arena. This was because even if Li Lingtian were to make a move, his clothes would not be messed up at all. Furthermore, his appearance made countless proud sons of heaven jealous. Tang Jinji was like a gentle wife, the complete opposite of the icy beauty from before. Big brother Lingtian, you're too bored. Don't lower yourself to the level of trash. Xianyuan Yingying was also extremely mischievous. She naturally wouldn't let go of such a fun thing. Seeing Tang Qingwei like this, how could she not add fuel to the fire? For a moment, the atmosphere in the square was extremely strange. Di's face began to twist as he glared at Li Lingtian as if he wanted to eat him alive. However, at that moment, Li Lingshan's figure flashed strangely and his body disappeared. Bang! With a muffled sound, Di's body was thrown up in an arc. A mouthful of blood scattered in the air. He was blown 100 meters away. Li Lingshan's vanished figure reappeared on the corridor. He was floating in the air with a faint smile on his face. He looked at Di, who was thrown into the air as if he was an ant. Whoosh! There was an uproar in the arena. Hundreds of thousands of warriors did not witness Li Lingshan's attack. The corridor was 1,000 meters away from the arena. When Li Lingshan's figure disappeared, Di was already sent flying. Such speed and strength was something that even the 7th Heaven Martial Emperor Di, a super genius, could not react to. The number 1 at the 7th Heaven Martial Emperor realm had already reached the peak of the 9th Heaven. Even an expert at the peak of the 9th Heaven might not be a match for Di. Even so, Di was easily sent flying by Li Lingtian. If Li Lingtian were to kill him, would Di still be alive? This thought appeared in the minds of countless martial artists. I said that you were a bunch of trash, and you are still not convinced. Trash isn't scary. What's scary is that trash is thick-skinned, and ignorant. I'm a natural moat that you will never be able to cross. Li Lingtian spoke calmly as his entire body exuded an aura that looked down on the world. At this moment, the mighty martial emperor's pressure was unleashed, and a terrifying pressure was infused into the air. His entire being was one with the world. The 3rd Heaven Martial Emperor realm had shocking means and aura. Countless super experts were shocked. The 4 family heads were all shocked. All these years, the Xianyuan family had not had any outstanding geniuses. But why was this 3rd Heaven Martial Emperor so powerful? In front of this powerful aura, all the martial artists felt a shocking sense of oppression. He forcefully stopped in the air and spat out another mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with anger. He was completely caught off guard by Li Lingxian's attack earlier. In his mind, Li Lingtian had launched a sneak attack. Otherwise, with his level 7 cultivation base and astounding skills, even a level 9 powerhouse would not be his match. Li Lingtian would never be able to defeat him. Damn it! Dyl's face contorted as a shocking aura emanated from him. The aura of a 7th Heaven Martial Emperor was accompanied by Li Lingxian's destruction, shocking countless 9th Heaven Martial Emperors. After he released his chi power, the other 6 super geniuses quickly retreated and used their shields to resist De's shocking power. Hegemonic chi of heaven and earth. It was unknown who cried out in surprise, and instantly, countless experts were shocked. Hegemonic QJ of heaven and earth. Isn't this the legendary heaven-grade cultivation technique? I didn't expect DE to practice a heaven-level cultivation method. No wonder he's so powerful. For a time, countless super powerhouses were shocked because this hegemonic chi of heaven and earth art was a heaven-rank cultivation art. Cultivation techniques were different from skills. Skills could be created by countless people. Although heaven-grade divine powers were rare among experts below the Supreme Realm, Martial Emperors and Supreme Realm experts used heaven-grade divine powers. However, heaven-grade cultivation techniques were definitely extremely rare. Even if there were 1,000 heaven-grade divine powers, it was not necessarily possible to encounter a heaven-grade cultivation technique. A good cultivation technique could bring heaven-defying cultivation to an expert. The cultivation speed was extremely fast, and it was extremely powerful. The stronger the cultivation technique, the faster the cultivation speed, and the more true essence, the stronger the power. Even among the 4 great families, there were very few heaven-level cultivation techniques. It was naturally shocking that DE cultivated the hegemonic QJ of heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. In the air, the destructive aura continuously tore through the space. The aura was terrifying. Countless martial artists quickly retreated, not daring to get too close to the arena. Every warrior looked shocked and terrified. They were afraid of DE's power. What a terrifying hegemonic QJ of the heaven and earth art. Even a 9th Heaven Martial Monarch Realm expert might not be a match for him. The few super 9th Heaven powerhouses were shocked, as they could not help but look at Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian was lucky to have ambushed DE earlier. If DE had unleashed the hegemonic chi of heaven and earth, Li Lingtian would not have been able to send DE flying, and he would have been the one defeated. The 6 super geniuses also retreated. They did not dare to stay in the ring. Their expressions changed constantly. It turned out that DE had been hiding. All of a sudden, countless warriors were shocked by DE's power. Trash! Trash! Li Lingtian looked at DE's imposing manner. He was curious, but he was not shocked. It was just a heaven-level cultivation technique. Compared to his cannon, it was like a cloud in earth. Even if he was given a heaven-grade cultivation technique, he would not even look at it. Not to mention a heaven-grade cultivation technique, he would not even bother to cultivate the Saint-Demon Quintessence. He had all the holy books on him, so he naturally looked down on a heaven-grade cultivation technique. His indifferent voice was in stark contrast to DE's powerful aura. As soon as he finished speaking, he attracted countless looks of contempt and regret. Everyone thought that Li Lingtian was ignorant and that ignorance would bring death. They had already regarded Li Lingtian as one of the 4. However, all the experts were puzzled and shocked. Li Lingtian walked toward the arena step by step in the air. With every step he took, he exuded a shocking aura. His aura continued to rise, but Li Lingxian's expression remained calm, and he did not seem to mind. The terrifying aura came from the heaven and earth reincarnation technique and the will of the 5 elements. The heaven and earth reincarnation technique itself was an existence that fused with any attribute of heaven and earth. The will of the 5 elements was the 5 elements that maintained the existence of heaven and earth. They were all natural attributes. With Li Lingxian's current cultivation base, There was no need for him to use dragon energy and the holy demon's quintessence. He did not even need to use the devouring light. Competing with him in terms of aura and divine sense was completely asking for a beating. Under the astonished gazes of hundreds of thousands of warriors, Li Lingtian had already arrived above the arena. His shocking aura tore through the space, but the space was instantly closed in front of his aura. The 5 elements of heaven and earth. 5 elements perfection. It's the 5 elements paragon. The 5 elements with the will of the great path. What a terrifying aura. Countless supreme martial emperors had already seen Li Lingtian's aura and were shocked to the point of exclaiming, what kind of existence was the 5 elements perfection? It was heaven-defying, truly heaven-defying. There had never been an expert with the 5 elements perfection in the Tiana Zone. Even in the divine martial continent, no one had ever heard of a 5 elements perfection expert. Even if he possessed the 5 elements, he would not be able to cultivate it. However, the young man in front of him had actually reached the 3rd heaven martial emperor realm, and he was even at the completion of the 5 elements. What was a genius? What was a monster? In front of this young man, everything was trash. In front of this young man, no one dared to call themselves geniuses. No wonder this young man said that the 7 super geniuses were a bunch of trash. It turned out to be so. Putting everything else aside, just the 5 elements perfection was an existence that was rarely seen in the divine martial continent for hundreds of thousands of years. Shocked, still shocked. Even if countless low-level warriors did not know the power of 5 elements perfection, they knew what it meant to possess the 5 elements. It was definitely heaven-defying. Moreover, judging from Li Lingtian's aura, he was not any weaker than De. In fact, he was even more terrifying. Boom! At that moment, Li Lingtian's aura burst forth like an attack that crashed into De. Similarly, De's cultivation was at the 7th heaven, but his strength had already reached the peak of the 9th heaven of the martial emperor realm. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was invincible under the martial saint realm. Li Lingtian was shocked when he displayed the 5 elements perfection, but he was not confused. A shocking aura crashed into Li Lingtian. The 2 terrifying auras collided fiercely, producing a destructive explosion. The materialization of the aura was even more terrifying than the attack. Only a heaven-defying genius could achieve such a substantial aura. Now, 2 martial emperor geniuses had achieved it. Chapter 557. A strong suppression. The battle of aura could not be faked at all. It was impossible to have any treasures to defend. Only true aura could determine the victor. It was either defeat or victory. The 2 auras collided, and De only felt a wave of destructive power coming at him. This kind of imposing attack was all-pervasive and directly destroyed the minds of experts. De was thrown out like a kite with a broken string, but his aura did not disappear. Li Lingtian's body was hurtling forward as his destructive aura formed a halo. De's entire body was suppressed by Li Lingtian's aura as he quickly retreated. Get lost. Li Lingtian lost interest when he saw De's expression. He unleashed all his aura and pressed it down on De. Boom! Bang! With a muffled sound, the destructive aura smashed De to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Li Lingtian spun around and stood in the air above the arena. He stood proudly between heaven and earth like a god of war as his aura emanated from his body. Hegemonic chi of heaven and earth. Trash. Take out your strongest skill, or you'll regret it later. Let's go together. Li Lingtian looked at De on the ground with disdain. A genius was only a genius when he was strong. A fallen genius was no different from a good fur. The dozen or so super geniuses were all at the 6th or 7th firmament martial emperor realm. Such a formation was only meant to deal with Li Lingtian. Between heaven and earth, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. All the martial artists retreated quickly. There was no one within 100 miles of the center of the square. The destructive wind and force wreaked havoc, and the space trembled continuously. In the face of the destructive attacks of more than 10 martial monarch realm experts, even the world felt like it was trembling. Li Lingtian hovered in the midst of the destructive aura with his hands behind his back and his eyes slightly closed. His face was filled with calmness and composure. Right now, he completely displayed the demeanor of a powerhouse and a grandmaster. He felt inferior when he saw countless ninth heaven martial emperors. Hundreds of thousands of martial artists were filled with admiration and admiration. This was a true expert. He could still be so calm when facing more than 10 experts whose cultivation was countless times stronger than him. The 5 elements combine into one, and heaven and earth are balanced. I'll show you how powerful this world is. Li Lingtian opened his mouth and spoke indifferently, ignoring the dozen or so devastating attacks. Li Lingtian extended his arms out in front of him as a terrifying aura emanated from his body. His aura was one with the heaven and earth. The 5 elements will of the great path circulated, and the true dragon body barrier circulated. The destructive heaven and earth reincarnation art circulated the 5 elements will of the great path, and in an instant, 99 5-colored spiritual pearls appeared. 99 5-colored spiritual pearls within a radius of 100 meters revolved around Li Lingtian, forming a formation. The heaven and earth spirit chi surged toward Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian was already in the midst of a storm of attacks and destruction. However, as the 99 5-colored spirit pearls continued to spin, a dull thud echoed in the sky. Li Lingshan's 10 fingers flew as his eyes snapped open. His long hair danced in the wind, and he looked extremely elegant. 9 God, stars shun. For voices that sounded like dragon roars rang out. Every word carried supreme majesty. The voice seemed to come from the heavens. Instantly, the 5-colored spiritual pearl beside Li Lingtian turned into a stream of light, and a colorful halo appeared. Countless attacks bombarded the light circle. However, the destructive attacks of more than 10 super genius martial monarch realm experts disappeared on the light circle. It was completely like a clay ox entering the sea. What a terrifying 9 heavenly stars. Almighty technique. How is that possible? That's impossible. How can a martial monarch realm expert control an almighty's technique? How can there still be almighty techniques in this world? On the long corridor and in the plaza, countless martial emperors exclaimed as they stared blankly at the 9 heavenly stars in front of Li Lingtian. Looking at the terrifying 9 stars in the sky, it was as if it was an independent world. In front of the stars and the 9 skies, even the martial emperor powerhouses felt insignificant. They were like a grain of sand in the vast ocean. The hundreds of thousands of warriors in the plaza were completely stunned by Li Lingshan's 9 heavenly stars. They had no idea what was going on in their minds, let alone what Li Lingshan's 9 heavenly stars was. Explode. Ripping the heavens. Freeze the world. Peerless saber intent. Mad God slash. Undesirable finger. The dozen or so super geniuses were shocked beyond words when they saw their destructive attacks being resolved by the other party's light circle. For a moment, they felt true fear. He also used his trump card, his eyes filled with terror. There's no point in struggling. It's futile. Li Lingshan's entire being was like a god standing high above the masses. He had the aura of a god descending upon the world. In a flash, 100-meter-wide halo crashed down on the dozen or so martial emperor geniuses, completely blocking the dozen or so destructive attacks. Such a method shocked countless experts. The air was extremely quiet, as if it had fallen silent. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen attacks bombarded the circle of light. Chapter 558, The Elegance of That Sword 1. Chapter 558, The Elegance of That Sword 1. Boom. With a shocking explosion, the originally quiet space was broken. A dozen devastating attacks bombarded Li Lingshan's 9 skies star. The stars in the 9 skies trembled as if they were about to shatter. Blood trickled down the corner of Li Lingshan's mouth as his face turned pale. After all, His opponent was not just one martial monarch realm expert, but more than 10 super geniuses at the 6th or 7th heaven of the martial monarch realm. The skills they used were also forbidden. No matter how powerful Li Lingxian's 9 heavenly stars was, it was impossible for him to withstand so many attacks without breaking a sweat. Furthermore, Li Lingxian's cultivation base was too low, and he did not have control over the 9 heavenly stars. It could be considered as a force display. Bang! Bang! At that moment, more than 10 attacks disappeared into the 9 heaven stars. Li Lingtian cast a spell with both hands. A terrifying force appeared between heaven and earth as a dozen martial emperor powerhouses were captured by Li Lingtian. Immediately after, the halo of the 9 heavenly stars spread out explosively, and more than 10 martial emperor powerhouses fell off the arena. The 99 5-colored spiritual pearls kept spinning and gradually stopped. With a single grab, the 99 5-colored spiritual pearls vanished and transformed into a stream of light that entered Li Lingxian's dantian. Whoosh! After a short period of silence, the entire square was in an uproar. He defeated all the martial monarch realm experts by himself, and even used an earth-shattering skill. The powerhouses on the corridor were also shocked beyond words. There was nothing that could describe Li Lingxian's strength. A 3rd heaven martial emperor challenging a group of heroes and controlling the 9 stars in the sky. What kind of concept was this? Who else is not convinced? Come up here. Li Lingtian floated in the air and wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth with one hand. He then looked around. Wherever his gaze passed, all the experts lowered their heads. As soon as he finished speaking, no one dared to make a sound anymore. They were afraid that they would be killed if they made a sound. Countless young ladies looked at Li Lingtian excitedly. Countless proud sons of heaven felt ashamed at this moment. Compared to this young man before them, they were nothing. No wonder there were so many beauties following him. This was a true expert. On the long corridor, Tang Qingwei and the others were extremely excited. Their little faces were filled with happiness and sweetness because the person on the stage was their man, a powerful man. There was no beauty who did not love a hero. Li Lingtian was a true powerhouse who looked down on the world. Xianyuan Wuyo and Xianyuan Tianming looked extremely satisfied, but they were shocked. They had never seen Li Lingxian's true strength, but now that they had witnessed it, it was beyond their imagination. Although Li Lingtian had only used one move, it was enough to defeat all the geniuses. The geniuses paled in comparison to Li Lingtian. They no longer had the halo of being geniuses. In front of Li Lingtian, they were not qualified to be called geniuses. Di Tian and Gong Sun Haoming could only smile bitterly in their hearts. Just a disciple from the Xianyuan clan alone was able to sweep away all the supreme geniuses in Tiana City. Did the Xianyuan clan really not have any geniuses? Then what was this young man? Not a genius, definitely not a genius, because he was a monster. Big brother Ling Tian is too handsome. Xianyuan Yingying was extremely happy. Her small face was flushed with excitement as she shouted in a delicate voice. Instantly, everyone shifted their attention to Xianyuan Yingying and the others. However, when they thought of Li Lingxian's terrifying strength, they did not dare to show any profane expressions. However, these peerless beauties were too stunning. Only such a peerless beauty could match such a shocking demon. You're courting death. Just as all the powerhouses were mesmerized by Xianyuan Yingying and the other ladies, Li Lingtian shouted softly. His voice was like a dragon's roar to the heavens. All the warriors stared coldly at the void and saw a huge handprint appear in the air. The handprint moved along the trajectory of heaven and earth as it slammed toward Li Lingtian. Martial Saint. All the super experts were shocked when they saw the handprint in the void and felt the aura that only martial saints could have. What kind of existence was a martial saint powerhouse? They were known as invincible existences. At this moment, it was shocking that a martial saint powerhouse would risk offending the Xianyuan family to kill Li Lingtian. Indeed, it was imaginable that Li Lingtian was only at the 3rd firmament martial emperor realm. yet he had defeated all the martial emperor powerhouses in one move. His strength was terrifying, and more importantly, Li Lingshan's talent. If he grew up, no one would be able to suppress him. Now that he took the risk to kill him and solve the future trouble, it was worth it even if he had to pay too much. The palm print pressed down like the might of the heavens, giving people an irresistible power that made people lose the slightest consciousness of resisting. Countless experts trembled as if the Grim Reaper had descended. The strongest among those present was only a 9th-level martial emperor. The appearance of a destructive attack from a martial saint was naturally frightening. At that moment, everyone felt sorry for Li Lingtian. No matter how heaven-defying he was no match for a warrior sage powerhouse who had once tried to kill him. Naturally, they did not expect that Li Lingtian had not only met a martial saint, but he had also killed a martial saint powerhouse. The palm print in the air was extremely fast, and it reached Li Lingshan's control in an instant. The palm print was 100 meters wide, and wherever it passed, the space shattered. While everyone was shocked and afraid, they were worried about Li Lingtian. Only a few people noticed the change in Li Lingshan's expression. Although Tang Qingwei and the rest were worried, they knew Li Lingshan's strength. He had killed a martial saint in the demonic tower. Naturally, Li Lingtian would not be in any danger with the current martial saint. Xianyuan Wuyo and Xianyuan Tianming had been worried for Li Lingtian for the past 2 days. After all, he was a martial saint powerhouse. However, he was relieved when he thought of the few elders hiding in the shadows. The 4th or 5th firmament martial saint realm elders would not let Li Lingtian get hurt. Di Tian smiled bitterly as he looked at Li Lingtian. Apart from him, there were many powerhouses who were looking at Li Lingtian. They wanted to know if Li Lingtian had a way to withstand the martial saint's destructive attack. However, when they saw Li Lingshan's expression, they were confused and speechless. The corner of Li Lingshan's mouth twitched as a look of disdain appeared on his face. His eyes revealed traces of killing intent. This kind of performance made countless experts feel that it was difficult to understand. Could it be that this young man did not take the martial saint's attack seriously? After this thought appeared, these experts also found it unbelievable. This thought was too ridiculous. However, they were so shocked by Li Lingshan's actions that their eyeballs nearly fell out of their sockets. All the martial artists were attracted by a shocking aura. Li Lingtian stood on the arena and unleashed his metal will of the way. A shocking sword will spread out, and his entire being was like a sharp sword standing proudly between heaven and earth. I'm speechless. They're all trash and trash. Metal will, Li Lingtian said coldly with a helpless look on his face. There was even more contempt. The terrifying will of the great path of gold was unleashed, and the space was torn apart by the destructive power of the will of the great path. He reached out with one hand, and a stream of light appeared between his eyebrows. A 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. The long sword was translucent, but it emitted a shocking pressure. It was the pressure of a supreme saint weapon. The appearance of this pressure made countless experts tremble in shock. Heaven's sword unity. With the appearance of the Tianyu sword, Li Lingshan's body flashed, and he charged toward the palm print. The long sword in his hand burst out a 100-meter-long sword beam. The shocking sword will transformed into sword force, and Li Lingshan's figure disappeared as well. He was completely integrated into the sword beam and had achieved the state of combining heaven and sword. The shocking sword light shook the minds of hundreds of thousands of martial artists. The terror of the sword light exceeded their imagination. The entire process seemed to take a long time, but it happened in the blink of an eye. The shocking sword light was like a destructive heavenly might in the sky as it ruthlessly slashed down on the palm print. Kacha-boom! Boom! Ah! The space shattered like a mirror being broken into pieces. The sword light ruthlessly slashed onto the palm print, emitting a cracking sound. Then, the space within 100 meters of the sword beam shattered inch by inch. A blood-curdling scream rang out in the sky. A thin old man appeared in the air, but the moment he appeared, he was destroyed by the sword light and turned into dust, disappearing from the world. The sky shook and the earth trembled. As the sword radiance vanished, Li Lingshan's figure appeared once again. He hovered steadily above the arena as he looked at the Tianyu sword in his hand with a serious expression and nodded in satisfaction. Yes, he's still too weak. Li Lingtian stared at the void as he spoke coldly. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the Tianyu sword transformed into a stream of light and entered his glabella. Tianhe Plaza was silent as hundreds of thousands of warriors stared blankly at Li Lingtian. This young man had defeated all the martial emperor super geniuses with one move and destroyed a martial saint powerhouse who had ambushed him with the earth-shattering Heaven Sword Unity. That move, 9 stars in the sky, shocked the minds of countless experts. That move, Heaven Sword Unity, stunned the eyes of hundreds of thousands of martial artists. Tianhe's sacred city is too quiet. You are all geniuses. Tianhe's sacred city needs you to flourish because I am not in the same world as you. There is no need for you to look for trouble. However, some people who are restless better behave themselves. Because in my eyes, you're just a clown. This genius competition ends here. We'll continue in 10 years. I am a young master of the Xianyuan family. If you're not satisfied, you can come to me openly. I welcome you. But if you want to play dirty, I prefer it. Li Lingtian glanced at the hundreds of thousands of warriors. Wherever his gaze passed, all the warriors lowered their heads. In front of him, a genius was still a genius, and trash was still trash. Because he was not a genius, he was a monster. The voice was indifferent. No one dared to have the slightest objection. In the end, his gaze landed on Di Tian and Gong Sun Haoming. His gaze was as though it was corporeal, but he quickly shifted his gaze. With his divine soul vision, he could see the strangeness in each of their expressions. He didn't want to name them now and just gave them a chance. If they didn't repent, anyone of the Xianyuan family members could wipe out the 4 great families. Chapter 559, The Distant Xianzhou 1. Chapter 559, The Distant Xianzhou 1. Being stared at, Di Tian and Gong Sun Haoming's hearts trembled. It was as though they had been seen through. He was afraid. A martial saint was destroyed with a single sword strike. What else could he use to fight with the Xianyuan family? The Xianyuan family had never brought out a genius, and everyone thought that the Xianyuan family had declined. But now, someone casually pulled out a person and beat all the geniuses like dogs. Even a martial saint powerhouse was destroyed, and he still wanted to compete with the Xianyuan family for the world. It was simply a joke. Countless geniuses had been thoroughly defeated. A genius was still a genius, but he was not in the same world as Li Lingtian. This was a blow to him. Li Lingtian did not care about that. In a flash, he returned to the corridor. Grandfather, Lingtian will go back first. He bowed to Xianyuan Tianming and flew toward the Heavenly River Temple with Tang Qingyue and the others. His elegant figure was embraced by 11 beautiful girls, making people envious. Countless low-level martial artists worshipped him to the extreme. This was a strong person, a true strong person. Li Lingtian, Tang Qingyue, and the others sat down to rest after they returned to the Divine Moon Palace. After all, he had used up a lot of energy to cast the 9 heaven stars, and his meridians had been damaged. He needed to recuperate, but this time he didn't need the help of Shun Mei, and the others. Tianhe Saint City was in an uproar. Xianyuan Lingtian of the Xianyuan family was the young master of the Xianyuan family. It was a world-shaking and peerless move. It defeated a genius with one move and shocked the world with one sword. There is also that peerless beauty who was the topic of discussion among countless experts. For a moment, the entire Heavenly River Sacred City was talking about Xianyuan Lingtian and his wife. Without a doubt, Xianyuan Lingtian had become the most powerful monster in Tianhe's Sacred City, a chasm that countless super geniuses could never cross. The 4 great clans had truly quieted down. Li Lingxian's appearance had made them realize the true might of the Xianyuan family. It was something that they could not surpass. In Tianhe's Sacred City, everyone was curious about who that martial saint powerhouse was and why he would kill the genius of the Xianyuan family in Tianhe's Sacred City. Only the Di family understood that they had suffered unspeakably. Also, Gongsun, how the Gongsun family knew that the martial saint was from the D family. Brat, your 9 heaven stars and heavenly sword fusion was too brilliant. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful technique. Xinyuan Tianming and a few elders gathered in the main hall of the Heavenly River Temple. Li Ling Tian, Tang Qingyue, and the rest were naturally there as well. Xinyuan Tianming was extremely excited. It was as if the person on the stage today was him. That domineering and powerful aura made people's blood boil. It was just luck, just luck. Ever since Li Ling Tian was tricked by Xinyuan Tianming, he had not been kind to the old man. This wasn't to say that he didn't respect Xinyuan Tianming, but that the two of them spoke more naturally. They didn't care about anything else at all and said whatever they had to say without any restraint. Xinyuan Tianming felt much more relaxed. Did you see through the identity of the martial saint who was killed? Xinyuan Tianming pondered for a moment before shifting the topic to the ma'am topic. Although the Xinyuan family wasn't afraid of the 4 great families, since someone dared to target the Xinyuan family, they had to be punished. Although Li Ling Tian did not pursue the matter, anyone who dared to offend the Xinyuan family would definitely suffer in the future. The people of the D family are also using the hegemonic qi of heaven and earth. Li Ling Tian did not hesitate to reveal the warrior sage powerhouse's identity. The warrior sage had a mask that could hide his face, but it could not conceal his cultivation base and aura. It was impossible to hide one's identity among experts unless one changed their aura like Li Ling Tian did. However, how many people in this world could do it? Even those who cultivated both magic and martial arts might not be as easy as him. One had to know that the cultivation techniques he cultivated were the holy scriptures of the same race. Even if others wanted to doubt him, they would not believe their own thoughts. After all, the pure aura could not be changed just like that. If Li Ling Tian were to change his aura and turn into a demon, he would definitely become a powerful demon, a true demon powerhouse. If he used dragon energy, he would become a true Dragon Clan powerhouse. By using the heaven and earth reincarnation technique and the 5 elements will of the way, one would be a true human expert. As long as he did not change his aura in front of others, no one would suspect his identity. Otherwise, the 9 demon venerable would not have recognized him in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Li Ling Tian sensed a familiar aura when he executed the Sky Sword Unity to kill the martial saint. It was D.E.'s aura. In other words, this martial saint powerhouse cultivated the hegemonic qi of heaven and earth. A heaven-grade cultivation technique would not be passed on to outsiders. Naturally, this person was also a super expert of the D family. A mere D family dares to have designs on the Xinyuan family. They really don't know their limits. Xinyuan Tianming scoffed coldly. He did not doubt Li Lingshan's judgment at all. It was a sign of his trust in a powerhouse. Grandpa, after we cultivate for a period of time, we will go out to strengthen our strength. This time, we might not be able to come back. Grandpa, don't worry. Li Ling Tian suggested, so that he would not have to inform Xinyuan Tianming when he was about to leave. And it's a good thing to go out and gain experience. This old man believes in your steadiness and strength. All right, I just happened to have something for you to do. I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door. Xinyuan Tianming was stunned for a moment before his face lit up with excitement. The other elders laughed as well. Li Ling Tian immediately felt that he had been tricked. He was sure to be tricked again. Besides, it was definitely not easy to be tricked this time. All the outer sect elders knew that, but he didn't know that he was really tricked by Xinyuan Tianming every time. What is it? Li Ling Tian glanced at Xinyuan Tianming warily. Even if he knew that he wouldn't do anything about the Xinyuan family, he still had to be on guard against Xinyuan Tianming, that old fox, in case he was tricked and laughed at. Is the old man that scary? It's about the southern Xian continent. The southern Xian continent is a world of countries. There are a total of the martial arts empire, 36 kingdoms, and 3,000 countries. Among the 3,000 countries, one of them is the Qing Xian kingdom, which belongs to the Xinyuan family. However, this power is getting weaker and weaker. The pressure we are facing is increasing. A secret letter has been sent from below asking if we should give up the Qing Xin kingdom to preserve our strength. Although the Qing Xin kingdom is only 3,000 kingdoms, it is still the size of the Azure continent. It is even more powerful than the Azure continent. Therefore, we don't want to give up. I wanted to send an elder there, but it's useless for an elder to stay there. Instead, ITLL exhaust our forces here. If you want to go there to train, that place is not bad. It's definitely beyond your imagination. Xinyuan Timing's smile disappeared as he spoke seriously. He had a deep understanding of the Xianzhou continent. The extent of its power was not much different from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Although the Tianhe zone used to be the center of the 4 continents, it was only a special place and not very powerful. It was just like Hidden Dragon Island and Green Island. After the incident, the Tianhe zone became useless and completely faded out of the eyes of the experts. Furthermore, countless years ago, the Black Continent was one of the strongest in the divine martial continent. It was not something the Azure continent could compare to. That place was the true heaven and land of the strong. Even if the Xinyuan family was placed in the Black Continent, it would be useless, let alone an elder. However, Li Lingxin's existence was more useful than an elder. First of all, Li Lingtian was lucky, talented, and had a strong style of handling matters. The main reason was that Li Lingxin's future was more promising than any of the elders, and he was the best candidate. Grandpa really knows me well. After I settle some things, he'll go to the Black Continent to take a look. Li Lingtian was overjoyed. The more powerful a place was, the more he yearned for it. Although he was powerful, he knew his limits. Only through the experience of blood and fire could he truly become powerful. Okay, but there's basically no one who can help you in Xinzhou. You can only rely on your own efforts. Even with your Wargod, it would take decades to get to the Black Continent from here. Also, the sea area is unpredictable. Even a martial saint wouldn't dare to cross it easily. More importantly, the Xian continent is one of the 2 independent continents of the divine martial continent. There is no teleportation formation, so you can only fly. The Xinyuan family can only contact the Xian state once every few years, and we have to pay a bloody price. It can also be said that the Xinyuan family and the Xian state have basically broken off their connection because it has been too long. I remember that before the Qing Xin kingdom was established, there were a total of 8 martial saint elders who went there. However, only 3 of them managed to reach the Xian continent. You'll have to figure out how to get there yourself. If you can't, don't go to Xinzhou. Xinyuan Tianming said earnestly. Although he wanted Li Lingtian to go to the Mystic Continent for training, it was too difficult for him to do so. He would not have let Li Lingtian take the risk if he was not completely confident. This isn't too difficult, but Lingtian wants to know if the green mystic fruit has the core of the world-crossing array. Li Lingtian was shocked as well. It was extremely difficult for Cangzhou to go to Xinzhou. However, he would have to fly for decades. He would rather die than do so. Not only would it waste time, but the sea realm was also filled with dangers. If he was not careful, he would die in the sea realm. Moreover, if he was allowed to fly in the sea for decades, he might as well kill him. Thinking of the world-crossing grand array, if there was an array core, it was not impossible for him to cross the world once. You want to cross over? No, this won't do. This old man won't agree to it. Xinyuan Tianming shook his head like a rattle drum, and his eyes revealed a look of fear as if he had thought of something terrifying. He could still accept flying over, but he would not agree to flying across worlds. Looking at Xinyuan Timing's condition, Li Lingtian was extremely curious. What could make Xinyuan Tianming so afraid? Chapter 560. Before leaving, Grandpa, are you saying that an ancient mighty figure has activated the heaven-locking array in the Black Continent and that we can't cross worlds? One Huangfu Yuyin looked at Xinyuan Timing's expression and was extremely shocked. In terms of cultivation base, she was no match for Li Lingtian. However, she was also a martial saint powerhouse in the past. Moreover, she was a martial saint from Super Family. One of the 10 martial saints of the Divine Continent had crossed over from the Divine Continent to the Green Continent. In the big families, they naturally had a wide range of knowledge and experience. They had also read a little about some ancient secrets of the Black Continent in ancient books. Now, that Xinyuan Tianming mentioned the Black Continent, he also thought of how terrifying the Black Continent was. She was Li Lingxin's wife and Xinyuan Yingying's good sister. Naturally, she had to address Xinyuan Tianming as her grandfather. It was natural and not pretentious at all. I forgot about you, little girl. That's right. Other places are still all right. Even the Divine Continent has ancient restrictions, but there are people who can break them. However, the Mystic Continent has always been the most mysterious place in the Divine Martial Continent. The ancient Almighty had set up a heaven-locking array in the Black Continent. It's impossible for a real heaven-locking array to cross worlds. If I forcefully cross over, they'll be courting death. When Xinyuan Tianming heard Huangfu Yuyin's words, he was startled. He immediately remembered Huangfu Yuyin's identity. In the past, this little girl was one of the 10 martial saints of the Divine Continent. Although the 10 great martial saints were a little exaggerated, they were still the most outstanding martial saint geniuses of that generation, or perhaps that decade. As the proud daughter of a super family in the Divine Continent, she naturally knew a lot. Grandfather, have you forgotten that Ling Tian is also a Saint Array Master apart from being a Saint Alchemist? Ling Tian knows a thing or two about formations in the world, even if it's an ancient forbidden formation. Even if there's a heaven-locking formation, I have a way to break it. Li Ling Tian chuckled with a calm expression on his face. He had never been afraid of anyone when it came to formations. As long as Qing Xian or Xian Continent had the core of the formation, he would be able to cross over. I'm getting old and muddle-headed. I forgot about this matter. However, you have to be careful. In this world, many things cannot be solved by strength. I won't say anything more. I'll think of a way to contact them and have them activate the core of the formation. I'll inform you when the time comes. Xinyuan Tianming was shocked when he heard Li Lingxin's words. He was so concerned that he forgot about Li Lingxin's identity as a Holy Array Master. If he really was a Sacred Array Master, he would naturally have some confidence in creating a cross-realm array and crossing over. However, he still gave Li Lingtian a few instructions, as it was his habit and responsibility as an elder. Ling Tian understands. Li Lingtian nodded respectfully. He knew that Xinyuan Tianming was concerned about them, or else he would not have reminded him like that. You guys can go back. You're not used to this place. Are you going to bring them all? Xinyuan Tianming waved his hand to signal Li Lingtian to leave. A young man like Li Lingtian was not used to such an occasion. In the end, his gaze fell on Tang Qingwei and the other women. He looked at Li Lingtian with a questioning gaze. Yes, Ling Tian will take his leave first. Li Lingtian nodded in reply before he led Tang Qingwei and the others out of the hall. However, Xinyuan Tianming instructed Li Lingtian to bring Xinyuan Yingying along before they left. Naturally, Li Lingtian could not refuse. Furthermore, he had been satisfied with Xinyuan Yingying over the past few days. Having such a beautiful woman by his side was indeed a kind and pleasing thing. The group of beautiful women were talking happily as they surrounded Li Lingtian. Back at the Divine Moon Palace, Li Lingtian began to make plans. Since he was going to the Mystic Continent, he had to make some arrangements first. Back when he was in Green Continent, he had come to Green Continent by accident. However, this time, he was prepared to go to Black Continent, so it was naturally easier. However, in a powerful place like the Black Continent, it was natural to think of a way to survive. He could no longer be as high profile as he was now and attract everyone's attention. In the Azure Continent and the Azure Continent, no matter how high profile he was, he would not have any powerful enemies. However, it was different in the Black Continent. Naturally, Tang Qingwei and the rest were focused on their cultivation. They cultivated during the day and accompanied Li Lingtian at night. From time to time, she would follow Li Lingtian to Sky River Holy City to shop for daily necessities, clothes, and items for the wilderness. When Li Lingtian heard about Xianzhou, he had already made up his mind. He had already made some plans on how to develop in the Xian continent. However, He had not expected that the Xin continent would be a place of great change for him. It was also a turning point that would decide the fate of the divine martial continent. As the days passed, Li Lingshan's cultivation base had also reached the peak perfection of level 3. Tang Qingyue and the others' cultivation levels also increased rapidly. As time passed, they were all filled with anticipation as they waited to go to Xinzhou. On this day, Xinyuan Timing's message finally arrived. The core of the array in the Xian continent's Qing Xin country had been activated, but it was in the depths of the sea, so no one knew about it. Li Lingtian was relieved when he received the news. As long as the array core existed, he would have a way to cross over. After receiving the news, Li Lingtian bid farewell to his parents before leaving Tianhe's sacred city with Tang Qingyue and the others. Li Lingtian brought Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two along with him, as well as Longden. Needless to say, Huang Fuyin and the rest had left with Li Lingtian, while the rest of their relatives remained in Tianhe's sacred city. Voila! It feels so good to be out. At the edge of the heavenly river holy city, Xinyuan Yingying came out of the divine dragon ring and waved her little hands. She looked very cute and happy. Li Lingtian looked at Xinyuan Yingying with a faint smile on his face. This little girl was always so happy, but that was only after they had gotten to know each other. After leaving the Heavenly River Temple, Li Lingtian disguised himself to hide his aura and flew quickly to the edge of the sea. He only called Tang Qingyue and the others out when he arrived at this remote place. Yingying, you look so happy every time I come out. Could it be because of someone? Huang Fuyin smiled sweetly as she looked at Xinyuan Yingying with an ambiguous gaze. Naturally, they knew about Li Lingtian and Xinyuan Yingying. There was no secret between them and Li Lingtian. They also liked Xinyuan Yingying very much. Now was a good time to tease her. Yeah, I followed Big Brother Lingtian out. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come out. Grandpa said that the outside world is too dangerous. Besides, with Sister Yin around, Yingying won't be bored anymore. Xinyuan Yingying was stunned for a moment, and her face immediately turned red. However, she soon realized that Huang Fuyin and the others were teasing her, so she immediately calmed down and said it directly. There was nothing to be shy about. She had always clung to Li Lingtian. If it were not for him, she would not have come out. This was her personality. She would not hide anything and would say whatever she wanted. She was very similar to Tang Zimeng and the others. They had been together with Huang Fuyin and the rest for a long time, and they had become very close. It was common for them to joke around. Apart from the fact that Huang Fuyin and the rest were together with Li Lingtian, they basically shared everything else. However, when Xinyuan Yingying was curious, Huang Fuyin didn't mind mentioning it, causing Xinyuan Yingying's face to turn red. A young girl of 18 or 19 years of age was in the prime of her youth. Naturally, she was curious and afraid of such things. Let's go. Let's get on the spaceship first so that we won't be noticed by others. Li Lingtian watched as the girls huddled together and chattered nonstop. He walked up to them with a faint smile on his face. He extended his arms to hug Tang Qingyue and Huang Fuyin as he shouted at the girls. After saying that, he flew towards the flying ship in the sky. Long had already summoned the flying ship and was waiting in the air. This time, there were only him and Marshal Saint Ming Luo. On the other hand, Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two were cultivating with the Tier 5 and 6 Peerless pills that Li Lingtian gave them. For Marshal Saint, a Tier 5 or 6 pill would not be of much use. However, the pill refined by Li Lingtian was no exception. A peerless-grade medicinal pill, refined from precious materials. Its power was absolutely even more powerful than an ordinary 7th-grade medicinal pill. Naturally, cultivating with such a pill would be extremely powerful. Moreover, Li Lingtian would give them a level 7 pill every month to cultivate. This way, their cultivation base could be improved rapidly. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the Heavenly Demon King had reached the 2nd firmament of the Martial Saint realm, while Marshal Saint Yin Hao had reached the peak 1st firmament of the Martial Saint realm. The three of them were delighted to submit. Not only was Li Lingshan's cultivation base heaven-defying, but his innate skills were also heaven-defying. With the four of them as guards, there was naturally no need to worry about any trouble. However, Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two had suppressed their cultivation to the first heaven of the martial emperor realm. Even so, they were still impressive existences. After all, this was a martial emperor, not a martial arts grandmaster or martial emperor. Longda was still at the peak of Tier 7, Level 5, and was not far from breaking through. With Li Lingshan's cultivation base, no one would be able to discern his cultivation base as long as he did not make a move. In this way, the identity of Commander Long was even more obvious. As for Huangfu Yuyin and the others, it was normal for them to be martial emperors. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of air being torn apart rang out, and all the girls flew onto the spaceship. Although this spaceship wasn't as powerful as the Wargod, it was still very powerful. It had 2 floors. Li Lingtian and the rest stayed on the top floor, while Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other 3 stayed below. Li Lingtian began to arrange the 4 guards after they arrived on the spaceship. During this period of time, Ming Luo and Yun Hao will be responsible for safety. Longda, Tian Yao, you two enter the Divine Dragon Ring to cultivate. Try to improve your cultivation before you leave. Let's go to the Azure Continent's Lingyun City first. After Li Lingtian brought Huangfu Yuyin and the others to the 2nd floor, he went down alone and began to make arrangements for the next step. Although he did not need to care about these things, Long Da's cultivation had already reached the peak. Naturally, he had to make a breakthrough. Moreover, Marshal Saint Yun Hao was more familiar with the Azure Continent, and there weren't many dangers. Chapter 561. Returning to Spirituality City 1. This subordinate will obey. Marshal Saint Ming Luo was not displeased by the way Li Lingtian addressed him. On the contrary, she was delighted. He now understood that even if he was a martial saint, it would only take Li Lingtian a blink an eye to wipe him out. These are the 4 Tier 7 Heavenly Yao pills that I refined the day before yesterday. They should be able to increase your cultivation. Li Lingtian tossed the 2 jade bottles to Longda and the Heavenly Demon King. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he activated the Divine Dragon Ring, and the 2 of them vanished before re-entering the Divine Dragon Ring. Apart from the mysterious dragon chi of the 3,000 worlds, the Divine Dragon Ring was extremely large. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and Marshal Saint Yun Hao were unmoved when they saw the Tier 7 pills that Li Lingtian gave Longda and Heavenly Demon King. They knew that Li Lingtian would not give them less than they deserved. With a super alchemy saint by their side, even if they did not want to raise their cultivation, it was not up to them. After following Li Lingtian, they had learned something that a warrior would never know. Pills could improve one's cultivation, but could also kill a warrior. No martial artist could know the time when a martial artist used medicinal pills, as well as the matters that needed to be taken note of when using medicinal pills. After Li Lingtian told them, they understood. Pills had to be used at critical places and times. Otherwise, not only would they not be able to increase cultivation, but they would also be harmful to a martial artist's future cultivation. After Li Lingtian returned to the 2nd floor, he lay down on the deck chair outside the spaceship and watched Huangfu Yuyin and the others chat. The 11 girls were chattering away, and they looked extremely happy. The happiest ones were Little White, Xianyuan Yingying, and Ji. The 3 of them spent the most time together. Together with Xiao Xiao and the others, they had a great time. At that moment, Shunmei came to Li Lingshan's side and brought a small stool over to sit beside him. She leaned against Li Lingshan's body, and the lazy look on her face caused Li Lingtian to be in a trance. Her delicate figure was faintly discernible under the veil. Her snow-white, smooth skin had a youthful glow, and a faint scent wafted into Li Lingshan's nose. 1/3 of her proud and firm chest was exposed, causing Li Lingshan's eyes to widen. Naturally, Shunmei knew the look in Li Lingshan's eyes. Not only did she not feel shy when he looked at her like that, she was even happy and proud. After all, everything belonged to Li Lingtian, so she was not afraid of him looking at her. The more Li Lingtian behaved like this, the more it showed that Li Lingtian liked her charm. Husband, shall we return to the queen's palace for a few days? Shun Mayer looked at Li Lingtian with her beautiful eyes. Her eyes were filled with lust and charm, giving off a peerless charm. No matter the occasion, Shun Mayer always had a charm that Li Lingtian was intoxicated with. This charm did not need to be deliberately put on as it would appear naturally. Shun Mayer did not know why, but perhaps it was due to the body of charm. Of course, we're going to Spirituality City this time. Did you miss Her Highness the Queen? Li Lingtian reached out and placed his palm on Shun Mayer's back. He gently stroked her back and looked at her tenderly. This was his first woman, and he had a special feeling about her. Although it wasn't his first love, it was still his first time with Shun Mayer. Yes, I do. Shun Mayer's face lit up with joy as she gave a soft before gently leaning her head on Li Lingshan's chest. In front of her man, there was nothing to hide. As the other girls watched Li Lingtian and Shun Mayer together, they naturally did not disturb them. They understood that even though Li Lingtian was by their side every day, he rarely wanted to be alone with them. Naturally, they had to leave such opportunities to Shun Mayer and Li Lingtian. Besides, warriors had more time to cultivate. If there were only one or two girls by Li Lingshan's side, he was destined to be lonely. Now, that Li Lingtian had 5 wives. He had someone to keep him company at all times. Xinyuan Ying and Little Bai, Ge, and the others could also chat with Li Lingtian. The flying ship flew quickly above the sea, with 2 martial saints guarding it. Even if it encountered a hurricane, they could deal with it. Martial saints did not care about things that a martial supreme could not resolve. Moreover, a martial saint powerhouse was very sensitive to the world. If there was any real danger, they would naturally warn Li Lingtian in advance. Sister Yuyin, you guys continue. I'm going back to rest. I'm feeling a little tired. Huangfu Yuyin and the others chatted for a long time before Xinyuan Ying stood up and went back to rest. On the spaceship, there was nothing else to do. Only a few girls gathered together to chat or cultivate. It's getting late. Let's go back and rest. Li Lingtian looked at the sky. The sky was gradually darkening. Above the sea breeze at night was fierce. If he was not careful, he would be eroded by the sea breeze. Although he wouldn't fall sick, he still felt uncomfortable after the sea breeze eroded him. Moreover, the sea breeze at night was very strong. The girls were all wearing light muslin and could not catch a cold. Yes. Shun Mayer nodded obediently before leaving Li Lingshan's chest. She stood up and held Li Lingshan's hand. The other girls returned to their rooms to cultivate. Huangfu Yin came to Li Lingshan's side and held his arm with Shun Mayer. The 3 of them returned to the room in the spaceship, and the 2 women began to tidy up the room. With a wave of his hand, Li Lingtian cast a restriction around the room to prevent Little White and Xinyuan Ying from barging in. After she was done, Huangfu Yin's jade-like hands moved around Li Lingshan's body. She removed his clothes and placed them neatly on the cabinet at the side. Li Lingtian took the opportunity to lie down on the spacious bed. Shun Mayer and Huangfu Yin removed their veils, leaving only a tube top and a pair of tights on their bodies. Their perfect bodies were revealed to Li Lingtian. The 2 ladies lay on Li Lingshan's left and right, their bodies clinging tightly to him. The 3 of them did not do anything. Although they liked Li Lingtian, they did not indulge in lust. They were satisfied as long as they were in Li Lingshan's arms. Moreover, it was not safe in the sea. If they encountered a hurricane or danger, their vigilance would be lowered. Soon, the 3 of them fell asleep. The sea was vast and boundless. The flying ship flew for a full 20 days before leaving the sea and arriving at the edge of East River City. They did not stay in East River City. Li Lingtian still had feelings for the place he used to live in, but he could not stay there anymore. When they reached the shore, the flying ship did not stop and continued to fly in the direction of Spirituality City. However, Li Lingtian stopped his spaceship after coming to the Azure Continent. After all, he had been on the spaceship for a long time and was still not used to it. After living in a city for a month, they finally began their long flight. In 4 months, Spirituality City was in sight. Finally, The flying ship landed 100 miles away from Spirituality City. I'm finally back. Shun Mayer was overjoyed as she planted a kiss on Li Lingshan's cheek with her rosy lips. Even if she was a girl who had to get married and was now with her beloved, she was still excited to return to her mother's house. Is this Sister Mayer's home? Xianyuan Yingying knew that Shun Mayer was from Spirit City, but she didn't know who it was, so she thought that she hadn't arrived there yet. Yes, this is Spirituality City, Shun Mayer said happily, her face glowing with excitement. This kind of excitement was a kind of nostalgia. Then let's hurry up and leave. Sister Mayer is already at the Queen's Palace, Huang Fuyin said with a smile. She was from the Divine Continent and was currently hundreds of millions of miles away from the Divine Continent. Naturally, she wouldn't be able to return to the Divine Continent for the time being. However, when Li Lingtian became stronger, he would naturally go to the Divine Continent. By then, his family would also become stronger because of Li Lingshan's strength. It must be like this. I used to be like this too. All right, Sister Mayer, do you feel afraid of being close to your hometown? Tang Qingyu's face cracked into a smile. It was a smile that only appeared in front of her sisters and Li Lingtian. No one else had ever seen her smile before. Of course, I haven't been back for a long time. Shun Mayer and Tang Qingwei held hands as she spoke in a coquettish voice. These sisters were even closer than best friends. There was no privacy between them because they shared a beloved man. Then let's hurry. Tang Zimeng and Xianyuan Yingying held Li Lingshan's hand and dragged him forward. Li Lingtian looked at Tang Zimeng and Xianyuan Yingying. These two girls would never grow up. They would always be mischievous and lively. However, the group quickly flew towards Spirituality City. Although they didn't use a flying ship, their speed was still very fast. The distance of 100 miles was covered in less than half an hour. Looking at the tall city walls, the Spirit Rhyme City was prosperous. Countless martial artists came in and out. Countless warriors were stunned when they saw Li Lingshan's group. The man was elegant and graceful, and the girls were all peerless. Any one of them was an unparalleled existence in the world, but now there were several of them together, which gave people a visual impact. At that moment, more than 20 patrol members of the city gate stopped Li Lingtian and the others. Although Li Lingtian and the others were not ordinary people, the safety of Spirit Rhyme City was still a must. Sir, you need a token to enter Spirituality City. A martial arts grandmaster's team leader said politely. After all, a martial arts grandmaster like him could not afford to offend people like Li Lingtian. These people, even those super large families, might not be able to see them. Every one of them was a proud son of heaven. Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian did not have a token, but his name alone was enough. In the Azure Continent, even if one did not know his master's name, one would not be unaware of Li Lingshan's reputation. Li Lingtian, Saint Alchemist Ling Tian. So it's young noble Ling Tian. I'm also from the Azure Continent. Young noble Ling Tian, please come in. When the patrol leader heard Li Lingshan's name, he was instantly shocked. Li Lingshan's reputation was so great that it was known to everyone in Green Province and the Azure Continent. His name was like a supreme token. Chapter 562. Welcome, 1. Li Lingtian glanced at the patrol leader and nodded. In the end, he was dragged into the city by Tang Zimeng and Xianyuan Yingying. Li Lingtian had long gotten used to the envious gazes of countless warriors. Tang Qingwei and the others were naturally the same. This was a kind of capital. If he grew ugly, naturally no one would look at him. The group of people walked directly towards the Queen's palace, leaving behind countless discussions. So many peerless beauties. Any one of them is a 1 in 10,000 existence. If I had such a wife, even death would be worth it. I think I've seen that man before. Yes, I've seen him before. That's right. He's young noble Ling Tian. Young Master Ling Tian. The one who used the Wargod to wipe out the House of Storms, right? No wonder there are so many beautiful women following him. Only such an expert is worthy of those beautiful women. Beauties and powerhouses would always be the center of attention. Li Lingtian, Tang Qingwei, and the others were undoubtedly a gathering of powerhouses and beauties. Each of them was a peerless beauty, while Li Lingtian was elegant and graceful with heaven-defying strength. Some of the discussions were completely ignored, because in this world, no matter how powerful you were, you couldn't control the mouths of others. Soon, the news of Li Lingtian's return to Lingyun City spread like wildfire. Countless Green Province warriors came to greet him. In Lingyun City, tens of thousands of warriors came from Azure Continent and were brought here by Li Lingtian. There were also countless warriors who had escaped to Azure Continent after Li Lingtian helped them fend off the demons. Gradually, countless Azure Continent warriors gathered in Spirit Rhyme City. The warriors knew that Li Lingtian was heading to the Queen's Palace and were waiting at the main avenue with excitement on their faces. Even though they did not speak to Li Lingtian, they were able to show their gratitude and respect for him. In an instant, the main road leading to the Queen's Palace was filled with countless genius martial artists, but the middle of the road was unobstructed. Young noble Lingtian. Young noble Lingtian. Waves of cheers rang out. Even if the martial artists in Lingyun City were not from Green Island, they were still cheering. As Li Lingtian had once resisted the assault of the House of Storms and saved Spirituality City, his status in Spirituality City was equivalent to that of the Queen. The warriors of Green Island were naturally grateful and excited. Immediately, cheers resounded throughout the world. In an instant, Li Lingtian's popularity reached its peak. Xianyuan Yingying and Tang Zimeng were proud of Li Lingtian's popularity. In this place, Li Lingtian was like the ruler of a dynasty. In fact, it was beyond the fear of the ruler of a dynasty. Instead, these warriors respected him from the bottom of their hearts. The girls were also extremely happy, and their little faces were filled with happiness. Li Lingtian nodded with a smile on his face. Although he didn't need to greet these people because of his status, he wasn't someone who would put on airs. If they respected him, he would return the favor. After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian and the others arrived before the plaque of the Queen's Palace. When they arrived, countless powerhouses from the Queen's Palace were already waiting in front of the signboard. Even the Queen had come, but this time, the Queen was not Shunyu, but the new Queen, Li Yingyu. Welcome, young noble Lingtian, to the Queen's Palace. Junior sister Mei, welcome home. Li Yingwe saluted Li Lingtian. Although she was the Queen's Majesty, she was of the same generation as Li Lingtian and the others. She also knew how powerful Li Lingtian was. Her Majesty, the Queen, was nothing more than a word in front of Li Lingtian. He was also extremely grateful to Li Lingtian and Shun Mei. Then, he greeted Tang Qingwei and the others. He was extremely surprised. He had only seen them from afar before, but now that he saw them up close, he was shocked. There really were such beautiful girls in the world. Previously, he thought that Shun Mei was the most beautiful and charming girl in the divine martial continent. However, he did not expect all the girls around Li Lingtian to be so beautiful. After greeting them, Li Yingwe led Li Lingtian and the others into the Queen's Palace. Shun Yu and Shun Tianzhou had already abdicated and were living a life they had never enjoyed before. After chatting for an hour in the main hall, Li Yingwe finally instructed someone to bring Li Lingtian and the others to rest. Naturally, Shun Mei had been staying here all this while. The place where they rested was also where she lived. After settling down, Li Lingtian brought Shun Mei and the others to Shun Ye's place. Lingtian greets your Majesty and Uncle Shun. When Li Lingtian saw Shun Tianzhou and Shun Yu, he forgot how to address them. However, after he addressed them, he realized that he should change his address. Mother, Father. When Shun Mei saw Shun Yu and Shun Tianzhou, she was overjoyed and her eyes reddened. She threw herself into Shun Ye's arms. Now that Shun Yu was not a queen, but a mother, she naturally did not have any scruples. Greetings, Uncle and Auntie. Tang Qingwei and the others also came forward to greet him, looking extremely respectful. Shun Mei's family was also their family. Husband, are you still not going to change your mind? Shun Mei snuggled in Shun Ye's arms as she looked at Li Lingtian with a pout. Lingtian greets mother and father. Li Lingtian did not hesitate to change his tone naturally. He bowed to Shun Yu and Shun Tianzhou once again. Tang Qingwei, Huang Fu Yuyin, and the others also bowed and greeted him. In the end, they all sat in the pavilion and chatted happily. Soon, Tang Qingwei and the others got to know Shun Yu better. Shun Yu didn't have the queen's aura like before. Now, he was just an ordinary parent, so they were naturally closer. Yeah, you guys still call us uncle and aunt? Shun Yu looked at Xianyuan Yingying, Little White, and Ji Yi and said in confusion, Mother, this is my husband's younger sister, Ji Yi, the princess of the fairy clan. This is my husband's sister, Xiao Bai, the dragon clan Xiao Longnu. This is my husband's sister, Xianyuan Yingying. She is the princess of the Xianyuan clan and the princess of Tiana Sacred City. Shun Mei and the others laughed, then introduced Ji Yi and the other two. They knew that Shun Yu had mistaken Ji Yi and the other two for Li Lingshan's women. Although Ji Yi and Little White had met Shun Yu before, he didn't know their identities. Now that he heard Shun Mei Er's introduction, he was extremely shocked. The identities of these three people were all incomparably powerful. None of them could be provoked. He admired Li Lingtian even more. Apart from Shun Mei he had so many peerless beauties by his side and three powerful sisters. It seemed like the three girls had a close relationship with Li Lingtian. One was the Dragon Clan, one was the Elf Clan, and one was the Xianyuan clan. Which one of them was not an ancient clan? Why did you come back this time? Only Shun Tianzhou and Li Lingshan's men were present at this place. The other women were naturally chatting away. The two of them were naturally chatting at the side. We plan to stay here for a while before leaving for the Black Continent to train. It just so happens that there's an array corps in front of Lingyun City. Ling Tian plans to cross over to the Black Continent. Li Lingtian did not hide anything after hearing Shun Tianz's words. He told them about their trip to the Mystic Continent, but did not say what they were going there for. Shun Tianzhou was Shun Mei Er's father, so he naturally had to respect him. Xianzhou, the Black Continent is not the Azure Continent or the Azure Continent. You must be careful when you go there. Shun Tianz's expression changed several times as he looked at Li Lingtian seriously. This expression was the same as Xianyuan Timing's, but Xianyuan Timing's was because of the matter of crossing over, while Shun Tianz's expression changed because of the power of Xianzhou. Ling Tian knows. Li Lingtian nodded. His heart was filled with warmth. He was satisfied with his family's concern for him in the divine martial continent. I'm from the Black Continent. I only know a little about the power of the Black Continent. Oh, right, I brought this token with me when I left the Black Continent. Maybe you can use it in the future. As Shun Tianzhou spoke, he passed the token to Li Lingtian. Rather than calling it a token, it was more like a jade pendant. Moreover, this jade pendant was obviously a girl's item. Li Lingtian was stunned. Was Shun Tianzhou not afraid of Shun Yu finding out that he had a girl's item on him? Shun Tianzhou was not Li Lingtian. She had a few wives. Other men would have higher status the stronger they were. It was normal for them to have 3 or 4 wives. However, it was impossible for Shun Tianzhou because he was the queen's man. Don't worry, your mother won't say anything. This was a personal item of a friend of mine. It was said that this was his daughter's jade pendant. They lost contact, but that friend of mine also died on the way to the Azure Continent. All these years, I've been in the Azure Continent and haven't returned to the Black Continent, so this matter hasn't been resolved. Shun Tianzhou smiled. Although he envied other men having multiple wives, he didn't. Outsiders knew that the queen's husband was a puppet, but only he knew how loving they were. Seeing how worried Li Lingtian was for him, he was extremely satisfied. He was quite fond of this son-in-law of his. If Lingtian were to encounter her, how would he explain it to her? Li Lingtian looked at the jade pendant. It was obvious that the pendant had a restriction on it. Although he was a holy array master, he would not do such despicable things. Without the owner's permission, he would not open the pendant. You only need to say a few words. Blood-drinking heaven's favorite maniac. Heaven's favorite snow-drinking maniac. Shun Tianzhou said lightly, his face serious. Li Lingtian was puzzled when he heard those 2 sentences. It should be said that those 2 sentences were a spell or some kind of code. However, He did not say anything. Some things could only be pretended to be ignorant. In any case, it was not easy to find a person in the vast sea of people in Xinzhou. It would be easy to find an expert or a famous figure, but it would be like finding a needle in a haystack if you were to find an unknown figure. There is still a target to find a needle in a haystack, but finding an unknown target in the vast sea of people was too difficult, even harder than ascending to the heavens. P.S. October 3rd to October 6th, all channels. On the afternoon of October 6th, 20 chapters will be released. If the monthly votes and recommendation votes are good, 20 chapters will be released in a row. After that, there will be 4 to 5 chapters updated every day. Let's see if everyone is enthusiastic enough to add more chapters. Chapter 563, Crossing Worlds 1. The few of them chatted for a long time before Li Lingtian and the others returned to their own quarters. Spirituality City was the Queen Palace's headquarters and one of the 3 super forces in the Azure Continent. However, the strongest of the 3 superpowers, House of Storms, had been wiped out by Li Lingtian, leaving only the Queen's Palace and the Windy Moon Palace. The Wind Moon Palace's Wind Spirit Prince was Li Lingtian's brother. Naturally, the Wind Moon Palace would not oppose the Queen's Palace. More importantly, Li Lingtian was standing in the Queen's Palace. As long as Li Lingtian was around, no one in the Azure Continent would dare to provoke the Queen's Palace. Shun Mei'er was from this place, so she was very familiar with the city. Naturally, she brought Tang Qingwei and the others to play while Li Lingtian was studying the transboundary formation thousands of miles away from Spirituality City. Originally, with his array Dao techniques, the world-crossing Grand Array was very easy. Moreover, he had used the cross-realm formation before. After his cultivation reached the martial monarch realm, his array Dao skills had also improved. It should be said that cross-realm was even easier. However, he did not dare to be careless. This time, he was going to the Xian continent hundreds of millions of miles away. Not only was it far away, but there was also a heaven-locking array on the other side. It was a heaven-locking array cast by an ancient mighty figure. If he was not careful, he would experience space-time disorder halfway through the world crossing. At that time, he would not even know how he died. Therefore, Li Lingtian had Tang Qingwei and the others tag along with Shun Mei'er while Longde was in charge of protecting her. Longde and the Heavenly Demon King had been focused in the Divine Dragon Ring for half a year. Due to Longde's dragon energy and the 7th grade Heavenly Demon Pill, his cultivation had reached level 7. The Heavenly Demon King had also raised his cultivation to the peak of the 2nd firmament of the Martial Saint Realm. He was only a step away from the 3rd firmament of the Martial Saint Realm. However, it was not that simple to enter the 3rd heaven. But even so, it was beyond his imagination. According to the cultivation speed of the monster race, it would take him 50 years to reach the peak of the 2nd sky of the Martial Saint Realm from the peak of the 1st sky of the Martial Saint Realm. Usually, he wouldn't be able to make a breakthrough in his entire life. She did not expect to achieve a breakthrough after following Li Lingtian for less than a year. Their cultivation base had improved, and their abilities had also soared. Now, one of them was protecting Li Lingtian, while the other was protecting Tang Qingwei and the others. As for Martial Saint Yin Hao and Martial Saint Ming Luo, they were also cultivating peacefully. Li Lingtian looked at the center of the array before him and cast the divine array diagram. He quickly cast countless array formations within 100 miles to secure the area. After everything was done, the Heavenly Demon King stood guard outside, while Li Lingtian entered the array formation alone. He began to study the world crossing formation. This time, he had to set up the world crossing formation. Not only did he have to do a lot of things here, but he also had to understand the landing point on the other side. Just like that, after half a month, Li Lingtian was finally relieved. Then, he walked out of the array formation and got the Queen's Palace to send experts to guard this place. The Heaven Demon Monarch was also hiding here. Li Lingtian was worried that someone would destroy the array core, but he was prepared for this. With his array Dao, even martial emperors and martial saints could not easily destroy the array he had cast. After leaving the array, Li Lingtian returned to the queen's palace to rest. He had not been with his wife for half a month, so he had to spend some time with her. After Tang Zimeng accompanied Li Lingtian to take a bath, she returned to her room. Li Lingshan's heart burned with excitement as he watched Tang Qingwen meditate on the bed. Although he was with a few girls, and there were 2 girls accompanying him every day. However, this was the first time the 2 sisters had been together. The thought of having the 2 sisters serve him alone made him excited. When the 2 of them returned, Tang Qingwei had also stopped cultivating. Tang Qingyu's face turned red for no reason when she saw Li Lingshan's expression. If she were to serve Li Lingtian with the other sisters, she would be more relaxed. Even if she was shy, she could still accept it. However, she was excited to serve Li Lingtian with her own sister. However, Tang Qingwei still got off the bed and walked to Li Lingshan's side. The 2 sisters took off Li Lingshan's clothes and their own gauze. The 3 of them lay on the bed, their hearts racing. This feeling was extremely exciting. After all, the 2 sisters were serving the same man. Li Lingtian could not help but feel his heart pounding. His hands wandered between the sisters' hands. They were already feeling extremely excited, but after being touched by Li Lingtian, the sisters could not hold it in any longer. She moaned as her delicate body caressed Li Lingshan's. Even before Li Lingtian had started, the sisters could not take the stimulation. That night, as Li Lingtian and the 2 sisters made love with Tang Qingwei, Tang Zimeng watched curiously and was extremely excited. While Li Lingtian and Tang Zimeng were making love, Tang Qingwei watched curiously. It was Li Lingshan's first time realizing that the 2 sisters were telepathic. Furthermore, it was a reaction in this aspect. When Li Lingtian and Tang Qingwei were making love, Tang Zimeng felt as if she was being cultivated by Li Lingtian. Tang Qingwei reached the clouds, and Tang Zimeng also reached the clouds. The 2 sisters did the same. When they were having sex with Tang Zimeng, the 2 sisters moaned the same way. The 3 of them were extremely excited when they discovered this feeling. It was even more comfortable and exciting than usual. They only stopped when the 3 of them fell asleep in satisfaction. In the following period, the sisters served Li Lingtian for a few nights, but not every day. They understood that a married couple must exercise restraint. Even if it was love, there had to be a limit. The more wonderful the thing, the more restrained it was, because this way, it could retain the excitement in the future. Just like before, it was still Shun Mei, and Tang Zimeng, Tang Qingwei, and Huang Fuyuyan, and sometimes Qingling. Time passed day by day. It had been 2 months since Li Lingtian and the others arrived at Spirituality City. It was also time to leave. After all, martial artists had to constantly strengthen themselves in their lives. It was imperative to go to the Black Continent for experience. On this day, Li Lingtian called Shun Mei, and the others into the Divine Dragon Ring before he went into the Array Core alone. His body flashed continuously as he unleashed the 12 Supreme Spiritual Stones. The 12 Supreme Spiritual Stones formed a formation, and with the addition of the Array Core, Li Lingtian was able to reduce his consumption. The Divine Array appeared in front of Li Lingtian. With a flick of his fingers, he cast a series of magic arts. The magic arts struck the Divine Array, and it emitted a golden glow. Thunder and lightning bolts continuously sounded between heaven and earth. Boom! Boom! Hoo-hoo! A shocking thunder exploded and a sharp wind sounded. The entire Spirituality City could feel the changes in the sky, as if it was the end of the world. At this moment, countless arcs of lightning appeared in the sky. The endless arcs of lightning transformed into meteors that continuously shuttled through the sky. Furthermore, fiery red clouds appeared in the sky. The fiery red clouds dyed the sky red, and the entire world turned fiery red. Countless warriors in the city looked at the changes in the sky and found that the place where the changes happened was thousands of miles away from the city. This change was caused by the strong. Countless warriors were flying out of Spirituality City. When they arrived 100 miles away from the Array Core, they looked at Li Lingtian, who was hovering in the air with admiration and envy. As this shocking phenomenon was unleashed by young Master Ling Tian, Li Ling Tian hovered in the air as a golden array diagram shone with a golden radiance. He was also like a god of war floating in the air, giving people the feeling that he was the ruler of the world. Li Ling Tian continued to cast his magic arts, causing the world to rumble incessantly. The 12 supreme-grade spirit stones also emitted a shocking spirit chi light pillar. In an instant, 100 miles around Li Ling Tian became a world of light. World Crossing Formation. Young Noble Ling Tian is using the World Crossing Grand Formation. Young Noble Ling Tian wants to cross worlds? Could it be that he's going to a very distant place? Only an expert like young Noble Ling Tian can cross over. So this is the World Crossing Formation. This is the first time I've seen it. It's so magical and powerful. In an instant, many powerhouses saw Li Lingshan's transboundary formation and were filled with admiration and admiration. A powerhouse who could cross worlds was a true powerhouse. Li Ling Tian turned a deaf ear to the discussions outside. He stared at the void with a sharp gaze as he continued to cast the magic art in his hands. After a quarter of an hour, Li Ling Tian finally stopped his incantation gesture and the colorful light shield in the sky stabilized. Li Ling Tian spoke in a secret voice, and a tall and mighty powerhouse flew up to Li Lingshan's side. "You go in," Li Ling Tian said indifferently. He did not make any movements as the tall powerhouse beside him vanished in a thin air. Rumble. Walala. Explosions continued in the air, and thunder and lightning descended endlessly. 100 miles away from the light shield, there was a sea of people. Countless warriors looked at Li Ling Tian with admiration and respect. Li Ling Tian looked at the light shield in the sky and activated his divine consciousness. He channeled all his true essence, and a silk banner appeared in his hand. The spatial banner was a decent saint artifact. Although it didn't have any offensive or defensive properties, it was still a good support-type treasure. At this time, using the spatial banner was just the right time to display its true use. He looked at the void and waved his hand. A 100-meter wide grid appeared in the void, and the red grid quickly changed. Gradually, the grid expanded to a radius of 1,000 meters. In the grid, a gray hole appeared. The appearance of this hole caused the world to change color. It had a negative impact on countless martial artists, and their hearts began to tremble. However, Li Ling Tian did not hesitate at all. He channeled his vital essence and unleashed the true dragon body barrier. He even activated the limitless feather coat he wore underneath. With a flash, he turned into a stream of light and flew toward the gray hole. His figure was instantly swallowed by the void. The world became even more violent, as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. After Li Ling Tian disappeared, the light shield vanished as well. A massive destruction occurred within 100 miles of the light shield as countless warriors retreated hastily. After a full 2 minutes, the world finally quieted down and everything returned to normal. In the Queen's palace, Shun Yu, Shun Tianzhou, and Queen Li Yingyue were looking at the void with a worried expression. However, they were more happy than happy as they prayed for Li Ling Tian. Chapter 564. Young Girl 1. The Azure Continent, Spirituality City, was in an uproar. The entire Spirit Resonance City was in an uproar because young Noble Ling Tian had crossed over. Even though he didn't know where young Noble Ling Tian was going, he knew that a powerhouse who could cross worlds was a heaven-defying existence. Furthermore, young Noble Ling Tian was a legend and a miracle. He became a saint alchemist at the age of 19, the first saint alchemist in the Azure Continent. He wiped out the House of Storms by himself, shocked the Azure Continent, and returned to the Azure Continent to fight the demons. At the age of 22, he had become a heaven-defying expert at the 3rd level of the martial Emperor realm and refined a peerless great rejuvenation pill. He fought against a martial saint and escaped from the hands of the 9 demon venerables. Naturally, they did not know that Li Lingtian had killed the 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables. Otherwise, their jaws would have dropped in shock. There were also countless shocking things that these martial artists could not know. He was an earth-shattering existence in everything he did, and now he had crossed over. Almost everyone in the Azure continent knew about this. This was young noble Ling Tian. All of a sudden, the deeds of Li Lingxian's 8 generations of ancestors were dug up. From his birth to his rise to his current heaven-defying achievements, Li Lingtian had become a miracle in the Azure continent and even the Serenity Plains. However, Li Lingtian, who was surrounded by the powerful halo, was about to cry to death. The moment he entered the space-time tunnel, he felt the destructive, devouring power. This power was something he had never encountered before. Even if he circulated his true essence and the true dragon body protection, he could not resist this power. He was shocked. The last time he crossed the border from the House of Storms to the Lingyun city, it was very easy and he didn't encounter any danger. However, this time, he encountered an irresistible destructive force. Chi-chi, chi-chi-chi. Threads, threads. In the dusky passageway, Li Lingtian unleashed all sorts of treasures and powerful techniques, but they were not able to withstand his attacks at all. The Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron was still useless. Heavenly Demon Region, Space Pennant, True Dragon Body Protection, Giant Dragon Power, the Will of the Earth. Li Lingxian's expression changed drastically. He had used all the treasures and divine powers he could. However, the destructive power was still destroying him, and he did not know when it would end. The true essence in his body was also rapidly flowing away. What made him feel despair was that his cultivation continued to fall. The only thing he could do now was to hold his spirit. The peak of the third heaven of the Martial Emperor Realm. Third heaven of the Martial Emperor Realm. Peak second heaven Martial Emperor Realm. First heaven. The Martial Emperor Realm had fallen. The 9th level of the Supreme Realm, the 8th level, the 7th level, the 6th level. Li Lingxian's eyes were filled with despair. He was most worried about his death. After his death, Tang Qingwei and the rest would perish in the Divine Dragon Ring forever. After an unknown period of time, Li Lingxian's eyes and consciousness began to fade as his mind turned dark. Finally, he fainted. Xinzhou, the divine martial continent, was the most magical continent. It was so vast that no one knew how big it was. Moreover, the Black Continent was a world of countries. There were endless countries here, and the entire Black Continent was controlled by countless countries. The Boundless Sea was just like its name. It was a boundless sea, describing the vastness of the sea. It was this sea region that nurtured billions of experts. In the depths of the sea, there were powerful sea beasts. The materials and inner cores of these sea beasts were essential cultivation resources for martial artists. Rumble, rumble, crash. Princess, leave quickly. An earth-shattering battle was taking place at the edge of an island in the sea. A middle-aged woman wielded a red caltrip in her hand. The red caltrip emitted a terrifying aura, and the space trembled. Seawater soared into the sky. The woman was obviously a third-level martial emperor, but her opponent was a terrifying sea beast. The sea beast was extremely huge, and its lantern-sized eyes were emitting a cold aura. It was a Tier 5, Level 4 sea dragon beast. A Level 5, Level 4 sea beast was equivalent to a Level 4 martial emperor. Moreover, the geographical position of the sea beast was much stronger than that of a martial artist of the same level. Moreover, the woman in front of him was only a Level 3 martial emperor. Among the warriors, women were much weaker than men. Facing a Level 4 sea beast, the woman's face showed fear. Moreover, they were heavily injured and looked extremely miserable. There were more than 10 martial arts grandmaster corpses floating in the sea. They were obviously killed by sea beasts. The woman retreated as she fought, shouting at the girl on the flying sword with an anxious expression. "Aunt Yun, hurry up. Let's escape together. Come up quickly." The young girl's face was filled with panic, but she did not escape alone. Instead, She called the middle-aged woman to leave together. It was already very rare to see a girl with such a temperament in this world. Hurry up and leave. The middle-aged woman's eyes flashed with gratitude when she saw that the young woman was not leaving. In her moment of distraction, the sea dragon beast's shocking water pillar struck the middle-aged woman, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Its body was also on the verge of collapsing. When the sea dragon beast saw that its opponent was injured, it immediately attacked even more intensely. With a scream, the third-level martial emperor woman was also killed by the sea dragon beast. The middle-aged woman lost her life in an instant. When the young girl saw that Aunt Yin had also been killed, her small face turned pale. Her small mouth also trembled, and her face was filled with helplessness. Completely forgetting that the sea dragon beast was already pouncing over, the level 5, level 4 sea dragon beast unleashed its bestial nature and shot up, attacking the girl. The girl was only a rank 1 martial king. She could not even move her fingers in front of the sea dragon beast's pressure. She watched helplessly as the sea dragon beast pounced towards her, and she was already scared silly. She could clearly feel the foul smell of the sea dragon coming at her. Its huge, bloody mouth was biting towards her. "We're done for," the young girl muttered in her heart. She had already accepted the outcome of death. At this moment, a muffled sound was heard. Bang! Plop! A burst of energy shot out in the air, followed by a plop, stirring up thousands of water pillars. Endless water pillars and icy cold seawater woke the girl up. The girl tried to open her eyes and found that she was still floating above the flying sword, but the flying sword was already swaying. Moreover, that terrifying sea dragon beast was floating on the surface of the sea. Its head had been smashed into pieces, and it couldn't be any more dead. Seeing this, the young girl's face revealed a look of horror. Even his martial royal realm guards were easily killed. More than a dozen martial arts grandmaster guards were also killed. However, this terrifying sea dragon beast was easily killed by someone. He looked around in shock, but he did not find any experts in the air. The more it was like this, the more afraid the girl was. To be able to kill a level 4 tier 5 sea dragon beast, it must be a tier 5 or 6 martial emperor. If there was a super expert, she would be finished. However, a white-robed young man appeared in his line of sight. However, this young man was floating above the sea. The girl looked around and saw no one else. She thought to herself, could it be that he killed the sea dragon beast and injured himself? After thinking for a moment, the young girl used her divine sense and shot the flying sword toward the water surface. She tried to grab it with one hand, but the young man didn't react at all. With this kind of probing, the young girl knew that this young man was injured and unconscious because the aura on his body was faintly discernible and was almost dissipating. Without any hesitation, she summoned a colorful caltrip and wrapped it around the young man. After entangling the young man, he exerted force with one hand, and the young man had already left the water. His entire body was drenched. The girl looked at the middle-aged woman's corpse. The woman's corpse had already been bitten into 2 halves by the sea dragon beast. She hesitated for a moment before waving a hand and burning the woman's corpse. After doing everything, the young girl had a sad expression on her face. She grabbed the young man and rode the flying sword towards the island not far away. Arriving on the island, the young girl quickly found a hidden cave and placed the young man in a dry place to size him up. The young man's face was pale and powerless, but it could not hide his delicate and handsome appearance. What should we do? I can't leave him alone. If not for him, I would have died long ago. But why is his injury so serious? Without a tier 4 or 5 healing pill, it's impossible to wake him up. The young girl spun around anxiously, her face incomparably anxious, because the aura of the young man who saved her was getting weaker and weaker. If this continued, this young man would definitely die. He was able to defeat the Type 5 Sea Dragon Beast because his strength isn't simple. I wonder if he has any pills on him? The young girl's mind spun rapidly as she looked at the young man on the ground. He carefully walked toward the young man, preparing to search for medicinal pills on the young man. However, the moment her jade-like hand touched the storage pouch on the young man's waist, the young man's body moved. Yes. The young man nodded softly and opened his eyes weakly. You woke up, you woke up. The young man suddenly opened his eyes. The young girl was frightened and quickly retreated. However, she realized that the young man did not move at all. It was obvious that he did not have any strength. She was relieved. He stuttered as he asked the young man. After asking, he felt that what he asked was nonsense. Thank you for saving me. Li Lingtian felt guilty and curious when he saw the girl's trembling face. He did not expect such a timid girl to exist. Indeed, this white-robed young man was Li Lingtian who had crossed over. He didn't know what had happened, but he felt that he was still alive. Moreover, he didn't have any strength in his body, let alone any cultivation. No need to thank me. If you hadn't killed the sea dragon beast in the end, I would have died too. If you want to thank me, I should be the one saying it. The young girl gradually relaxed. This young man had saved her first, and now he was thanking her. She was satisfied with the manners of this young man. At least a warrior with such conduct would not be a big, evil person. I saved you. What is this place? Li Lingtian was stunned. He had no idea what was going on. He couldn't even protect himself. So when would he save this girl? However, with his experience and wisdom, he naturally reacted quickly and covered up his words. Something must have happened between them that he didn't know about. He was curious, and more importantly, he wanted to know what this place was. Although the world-crossing formation rarely made mistakes, there were times when space-time would be distorted and the place would be shifted to the opposite direction. Chapter 565, Qingxian Country, Nandu County. Young Master, this is the boundless sea. It belongs to the Nandu County of Qingxian. Your memory must have been damaged. Just now my guard was killed, and I was almost killed by the sea dragon beast. However, a strange attack killed the sea dragon beast. I don't know how it was killed. When the young lady saw that Li Lingtian did not remember that she had saved her, she immediately felt guilty. Hence, she told him everything that had happened. After explaining what had just happened, he continued, Thought it was a super expert who attacked, but I didn't find anyone else. I saw you floating on the sea, and you were right where the sea dragon beast was. Its head was shattered. I see. I don't remember. It must be because of my injuries. Li Lingtian was relieved. At least this place was Qingxian. He would be satisfied even if he was in Xianzhou, let alone Qingxian. According to the girl's description, the sea dragon beast was either too unlucky or the girl had escaped death. At the critical moment, she had just come out of the space-time tunnel. As for the attack that killed the sea dragon beast, it was not difficult to understand. It was likely that the destructive force from the interrealm formation had struck the sea dragon beast and saved the young lady. The young lady was so shocked that she did not know if it was Li Lingtian who had done it. After he finished speaking, his body was extremely weak. Fortunately, his divine sense still existed. It was a trace of divine sense that could be completely ignored in the past. However, this trace of divine sense was a life-saving straw. His clothes were drenched, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, all the meridians in his body were broken, and his dantian was extremely empty. He felt as if he was in the 18th level of hell. Even though he had gone through countless painful tempering, he almost couldn't hold on anymore. Miss, can you help me find someone? My friend came with me. He should be nearby. Li Lingtian quickly thought of a way to send the girl away. Otherwise, Tang Qingwei and the others would be finished once his divine consciousness completely dissipated. All right, wait here. We'll go out and look for it. By the way, Chu Meng, the princess of the Nandu County's king. Chu Meng did not know what to do when she saw Li Lingxian's expression. She heard that Li Lingtian had a friend with him. If she could get his friend here, he would be saved. Moreover, it was really inconvenient for a young girl like her to follow a young man. With that, he walked out of the cave and introduced himself at the entrance. Soon, the young lady left the cave. Li Lingxian's divine consciousness was extremely weak, and it was dissipating. He didn't care if the girl had gone far or not. Suddenly, a destructive pain came from his sea of consciousness. If it wasn't for the fact that he had tempered his body with dragon energy and achieved the heavenly sword physique and the sacred sun physique, such pain would have killed him directly. He activated his divine sense and activated the divine dragon ring. Longda and Xiao Bai appeared in front of Li Lingtian, but it was too late for the others to come out. Li Lingxian's divine consciousness dissipated and the divine dragon ring was shut off. Li Lingtian almost passed away. He was relieved to see Longda and Xiao Bai's appearance, and his eyes were filled with relief. "Brother, what's wrong?" "Young master, how did this happen?" When Xiao Bai and Longda came out and saw Li Lingxian's appearance, they were shocked. With Li Lingxian's strength, he would not be in such a miserable state even if he encountered a martial saint powerhouse. Could it be that he had encountered a super martial saint? However, there was no time to think about it at that moment. He quickly walked forward to check on Li Lingxian's injuries. It would have been fine if he hadn't checked, but after the check, Long Da's face turned pale and he looked extremely ugly. Due to Li Lingxian's broken meridians and the loss of his cultivation base, he was now an ordinary person without any cultivation base. How could he accept such a thing? After all, Li Lingtian was a heaven-defying powerhouse. Without his cultivation base, what was the use of him? There might be a problem with the cross-world array. There's a destructive power in the space-time tunnel. I watched as my cultivation rapidly flowed away. Fortunately, I was able to survive when my cultivation was at its peak. All right, a girl saved me. I sent her away. Later, tell her that you're my friends and found this place. Don't reveal your identities. Li Lingtian closed his eyes after he finished speaking. The moment he closed his eyes, a secret voice reached Little White's ears. He wanted Little White to keep an eye on him. If he was really in danger, he would take the divine dragon ring away and call Tang Qingwei and the others out. Moreover, he was too tired now. He did not have the slightest strength at all, and his consciousness was also very scattered. Big brother, he'll bring you out of here. When the time comes, he'll let Big Sister Mei, and the others help you heal your injuries. Longda, hide your cultivation first. When the time comes, find a place to settle down. Brother needs to heal his injuries. At this moment, Little White no longer had a mischievous expression on its face. Instead, it emitted the aura of a superior. The dragon might of the dragon race was even stronger than Xiao Longness. In the past, she was just a little girl in front of Li Lingtian and had never encountered any powerful enemies. She had never dealt with a single matter alone, but now that she had encountered a problem, she would step forward. Her identity could definitely represent Li Lingtian, because if Li Lingtian fell, she would fall with him. There were no secrets between the two of them, and they could even reach a mutual understanding. All right, Longda didn't hesitate at all. He quickly hid his cultivation base, leaving only the appearance of a martial emperor. Little White was from the Dragon Clan, so no one could see her real cultivation base after she transformed. She only looked like a martial emperor. Although Li Lingxian's cultivation base had vanished, Longda knew that Li Lingtian would not be defeated by such a minor injury. After all, Li Lingxian's identity was too terrifying, and he had countless means to quickly recover his cultivation base. All he needed to do was to protect him during this period. Longda had just concealed his cultivation when he saw a young girl rush in with an extremely flustered look. With their cultivation bases, Xiao Bai and Longda had naturally noticed it long ago. They also roughly knew that this young lady was the one who had saved Li Lingtian. Otherwise, why would he let this girl barge in? That would really be a joke. Chumeng looked at the two people in the cave and was shocked. However, she thought of something and calmed down a little. Are the two of you his friends? Chumeng was a martial king and the princess of Nandu County. She had seen a lot and was very smart. Yes, thank you for saving my brother. I'm his sister. This is my brother's good friend. Xiao Bai noticed the girl's panic and was probably worried about Li Lingxian's injury. He was rather satisfied since this girl cared about Li Lingtian. How are his injuries? Chumeng looked at Little White. She looked exactly like Li Lingtian, but the one standing in front of her was a girl. She was a peerless beauty that even the 9 heavenly maiden could not compare to. Naturally, he believed that this girl was the younger sister of the young man on the ground. My brother's injuries are very serious. He needs to find a place to heal. Xiaobai spoke calmly. It was exactly the same as Li Lingtian, but it was influenced by Li Lingtian. Even though she had never done such things before, she was influenced by Li Lingtian. Whatever Li Lingtian knew, she knew. Hello, I'm the princess of Nandu County. This is Qingxian country. Your brother was injured because he saved me. I can't just ignore him. He'll bring you back to Nandu County. Once we're there, we can treat his injuries. Chu Meng didn't hesitate and voice her thoughts. Although this place was not dangerous for the time being, there were often experts who came here to hunt sea beasts. This island was undoubtedly the best place to rest, so there were many experts coming and going. It was naturally impossible to heal in this place. Moreover, she had to return to Nandu County, so she could bring them back to Nandu County. Another thought was that these two were his friends and sister. Their cultivation levels must be quite good. They could also protect her on the way. All right, let's go. Little White nodded and glanced at Long De, who quickly summoned the spaceship. Little White carried Li Lingtian and flew onto the spaceship. When Chu Meng saw the flying ship, he was extremely surprised. There were many flying ships in Qingxian country and even Nandu County. However, only martial emperors could use flying ships. Only martial emperors could buy flying ships. If they were able to use the flying ship like this, it meant that the two of them might be martial monarch powerhouses. After being slightly surprised, he also rode his sword and arrived on the spaceship. Long De piloted the spaceship, while Chu Meng pointed the way. Little White carried Li Lingtian back to the room in the spaceship. Li Lingtian's clothes were soaked in the seawater and were still wet. Little White hugged him and wet her veil as well. She quickly changed out of the veil in front of Li Lingtian. Even though Li Lingtian was unconscious, it should be awkward and embarrassing for a girl to change her clothes in front of a man. However, Xiaobai was not shy at all. In her eyes, she and Li Lingtian were the same person. It was just that their personalities and genders were different. Besides, Li Lingtian was still unconscious. Before she transformed, she had seen Li Lingtian making love with other girls. It was just that at that time, she didn't know anything because she hadn't transformed yet. After changing out his own clothes, he took out a set of clothes from his storage pouch at Li Lingtian's waist and helped Li Lingtian change out. She was extremely shy as she helped Li Lingtian change his clothes. After all, she was an inexperienced girl, while Li Lingtian was a man. She closed her eyes and nervously changed out of Li Lingtian's clothes. This way, Li Lingtian would not be soaked in his wet clothes. He could feel the spacecraft flying at high speed, but he could not heal Li Lingtian at the moment because his current condition was not suitable for healing. He had to wait until Li Lingtian woke up to repair his meridians. Then, he would ask Shun Mei, and the others to perform dual cultivation to help Li Lingtian recover his cultivation base and heal his injuries. Chapter 566. Settling down Qingxian was a medium-sized country among the 3,000 countries in the Xian continent. Even if it was just a country, it had immense power and vast territory. No one knew how big the Qingxian country was. In the Qingxian country, there were vast seas and mountains. Whether it was the seas or the mountains, they were the places with the most cultivation resources. The overall strength of Qingxian was only below average among the 3,000 kingdoms. However, it was one of the places with the most abundant resources. Because Qingxian had the advantage of terrain, but because of this, Qingxian's forces were in turmoil. Countless kingdoms and kingdoms coveted the resources of Qingxian. Hence, Qingxian was always in a state of turmoil, and war had never stopped. Below Qingxian, there were also endless wars. The 48 commanderies were also at war for resources. Each commandery had its own power, but no matter what the war was, they had to listen to Qingxian's orders. No matter how powerful a commandery was, it was no match for other countries. Nandu County was only one of the 48 counties in Qingxian. It was located at the edge of the boundless sea and occupied endless resources. However, the other commanderies coveted the resources of Nandu Prefecture, and they were constantly fighting with each other. Chu Tanlan, the commandery prince of Nandu Prefecture, was definitely an outstanding and powerful commandery prince. He managed Nandu Prefecture in an orderly manner. Even in the face of the rejection of countless commanderies, he still stood proudly in the boundless sea. However, in recent years, the competition for resources between the various kingdoms and kingdoms had become more and more intense. Naturally, the Qingxian kingdom had become the target of the countless kingdoms and kingdoms. Big brother, you'll use the true dragon Qi to stabilize your mind. When we reach Nandu County and your divine sense recovers a little, they'll let Sister Mei and the others heal you. Inside the spaceship, Li Lingtian woke up feeling weak and powerless. When Little White saw that Li Lingtian had woken up, it was delighted and stopped circulating its true dragon Qi. Both Qi and Li Lingtian cultivated the true dragon's body barrier. Although they could not use their true essence together, they could use the true dragon's Qi to help Li Lingtian stabilize his mind. Along the way, Little White used its true dragon's Qi to stabilize Li Lingxian's injuries. However, this method was almost useless because Li Lingxian's injuries were not caused by external forces, but were destroyed by a mysterious force in the space-time tunnel. The loss of cultivation was also the most critical reason for his injury. He did not know where to start to recover from his injury, so he could only rely on Li Lingtian now. My clothes? Li Lingtian gave a short aha, but he did not even have the strength to nod. However, when he felt that the clothes on his body that were originally wet and uncomfortable were gone and had now become clean clothes, he was instantly puzzled. He did not know who had helped him change. I saw that you were drenched and it wasn't good for your body, so I helped you change. I wasn't peeking. When Little White heard Li Lingtian mention the clothes, it blushed and lowered its head. After all, it was indeed a little embarrassing for a naked girl to help a young man change his clothes, but there was nothing she could do at that time. It's been hard on you. Li Lingtian felt awkward. Although the girl was very close to him, they were still a couple. Little White had no choice but to help him change his clothes. Now that he had lost his cultivation, if he kept soaking in his wet clothes, even if he was not injured, he would still fall sick. It's okay. Aren't you my brother? There is no distinction between us. At this moment, Xiaobai was very open-minded. The two of them looked exactly the same, but their gender and personalities were different. Moreover, the relationship between the two of them was simply incomparable. Naturally, he did not care about these things. He'll go to Nandu County and buy a mansion. I need to recuperate for a period of time and make proper arrangements. When Li Lingtian heard Little White's words and his head was held in Little White's arms, a warm feeling surged in his heart. Before Little White transformed, it was just a battle partner. As his cultivation base soared, he didn't need Little White anymore. However, as time passed, he and Xiaobai had gotten along very well, because Xiaobai had never left him, and in his heart, Xiaobai was like the closest person to him. After all, he had watched Xiaobai grow up with his own eyes, and he had practically brought her up. After Little White transformed, this beautiful and mischievous little girl became his joy. Humans were not plants, and no one could be heartless. As time passed, Little White's position in his heart became more and more important, and this position was irreplaceable. There was another person who was almost the same as Little White, and that was Ge. Brother, I understand. You should rest first. He'll call Longda to make arrangements later. Xiaobai hugged Li Lingxian's head. There was a strange feeling in her arms, but it was not a wild thought. Instead, it was a warm feeling that she hoped the two of them would be like this forever. Girls, regardless of their age, all had maternal love. Li Lingtian was a heaven-defying powerhouse, so they all snuggled up to him like little birds, rarely showing their maternal love. Now that Li Lingtian was injured, she felt extremely upset. If not for her strong will, she would have cried. Yes, I need to rest well. The Divine Dragon Ring can only be opened with true Dragon Qi. This secret must never be leaked. Li Lingtian leaned into Little White's arms as soon as he finished his sentence. He squeezed his head into Little White's arms, as if he was looking for a safe and warm place to sleep. Little White blushed when it saw Li Lingtian like this. However, she understood that Li Lingxian's actions were instinctive. It was a human nature. Li Lingtian was like a child who wanted to find his mother. Otherwise, with his current injuries, he would not have any other thoughts. Gradually, Li Lingtian fell asleep in Little White's arms. This time, Li Lingxian's breathing was much more stable. He was truly sound asleep, just like a very tired person. After an unknown period of time, Little White looked at Li Lingtian, who was in its arms. The entire world felt peaceful, and Li Lingtian was the quietest. With a flick of his divine consciousness, a blanket appeared in his storage pouch before he settled Li Lingtian down. She gently closed the door, and a string of tears fell. His brother was so powerful in the past, but now he was injured like this. When he came to the deck of the spaceship, the tears on his face had already been wiped away. Longda, find a quiet mansion in Nandu County. My brother needs to recuperate for a period of time. Whitey came to the front of the deck and looked at the flying ship. It said calmly, and its body emitted a powerful aura. Yes, I understand. Longda nodded. There were outsiders here, so he naturally couldn't show too much respect. He had enough spirit stones to buy a mansion. However, Little White handed a storage bag to Longda. She had countless spiritual stones on her. Since she was looking for a mansion, she naturally couldn't lack spiritual stones. The most important thing now was to find a mansion and settle down. How far is it to Nandu County City? Little White turned around and looked at Chumeng. The current Little White's way of handling things was exactly the same as Li Lingxian's. If it were not for her shorter stature and the feminine charm on her face, no one would be able to tell who she was from Li Lingtian. At this speed, I still need about half an hour. I am more familiar with the matters of the mansion. Some time ago, the Baiming family rebelled and was severely punished by my father. The Baiming family was originally a spy of the Nanming Kingdom. That mansion is currently empty. You guys can move in first. He'll go and inform my father. Chumeng looked at the distance of the sea and told him the distance to Nandu County. Then she offered to help. Li Lingtian was injured because of her. Now, they needed a place to settle down. If she could not help them, they would be left speechless. There's no need. My brother never owes anyone a favor. Xiao Bai was stunned for a moment. With Li Lingxian's cultivation base and heaven-defying nature, he naturally did not want to owe him a favor when he was in a difficult situation to avoid future troubles. He'll sell that mansion to you for 10 million spirit stones. Chumeng didn't expect Little White to reject her so straightforwardly. She was stunned. However, he understood the logic, but he couldn't just stand by and watch. He thought away. After saying that, he stretched out his hand to Longda, meaning for Longda to give him the spirit stones. Miss, go take care of your brother. They'll handle these things. Longda was worried that Little White would reject him again, so he quickly sent Little White away. This was because he knew that Xiao Bai was worried about Li Lingtian. There were many things that he had not thought of at the moment. Even though he was worried, he calmed himself down. This was the most critical moment for Li Lingtian, and he had to shoulder all the challenges. All right. Whitey turned around and walked into the spaceship without hesitation. She definitely understood Longda's character. As a member of the Dragon Clan, it was impossible for there to be any evil people. This young girl didn't know their identities when she helped them, so she definitely didn't have a motive. When he returned to his room, he kept his eyes on Li Lingtian and paid attention to the changes in Li Lingxian's aura. Finally, half an hour later, the spaceship stopped. Longda found a beast carriage, and Little White carried Li Lingtian into it. Chumeng personally led Longda and the other two to the mansion. The beast carriage sped forward for 20 minutes before it suddenly stopped. A huge mansion appeared in front of them. Whitey scanned the area with its divine sense. The entire mansion occupied a radius of 10 miles and was built against the mountain. The spiritual energy was extremely dense, and the environment was quiet. It was definitely the best place for martial artists to cultivate. However, The mansion was completely silent. There was not a single person in sight. However, this was nothing to Xiao Bai and the others. If there was someone inside, they wouldn't need it. With Li Ling Tian in its arms, Little White moved swiftly into the depths of the mansion. There was an independent courtyard in the depths of the mansion surrounded by man-made lakes. After finding a room, he brought Li Ling Tian inside. Longda was in charge of the matters outside. He was now responsible for the safety of the mansion. If Li Ling Tian had not been injured, he would not have needed to do all these things. However, there was no array formation in this mansion now, so he had to guard it personally. I recommend the new book, Ancient Sage Myriad Ancient King. I welcome everyone to read and save it. I also want to vote for it. The new book needs everyone's support. Only with everyone's support can the new book go further. Chapter 567, Healing with the Universe Jade. I'll go back first. I'll see him again when the time comes. Seeing Little White carrying Li Ling Tian into the room, Chu Meng could not follow. He came outside and greeted Longda with a trace of guilt on his face. No need. Longda waved his hand. Now that he had a place to settle down, he naturally would not let anyone disturb him. Furthermore, Li Ling Tian had many women around him, all of whom were peerless beauties. It was not good for outsiders to see them, lest they attract attention. He did not know what Li Ling Tian was planning to do, but he must not allow anyone to disturb him or reveal his identity. Chu Meng did not mind. She only thought that Longda and Little White were not feeling well after seeing Li Lingshan's condition, which was why they were being rude to her. When Li Ling Tian woke up again, it was 3 days later. In 3 days, his cultivation had not improved at all. He was worse than an ordinary person. It was like a person who was about to die. Because he had no cultivation, his meridians were all broken and his body was weak. If it were an ordinary person, they would not be able to survive at all. Brother, you're awake. Little White's eyes were red as it stared at Li Ling Tian. When it saw Li Ling Tian open his eyes, it quickly greeted him with a sentimental expression. Yes. Li Ling Tian acknowledged his words as he looked around. He soon realized that this was not an inn, but a mansion where he had settled down. Little White opened the divine dragon ring and let Blue Moon and the others out. Now that they had settled down, they could call Tang Qingwei and the others out. Moreover, it was not a good thing to not have any cultivation at this time. Cultivation was a person's second life. Without cultivation, it was a fate worse than death for martial artists. However, this was not the first time Li Ling Tian had experienced such a situation. The last time he went from Green Continent to Azure Continent, his cultivation base had also dropped, but he had quickly recovered in the end. Moreover, he had also obtained endless benefits. He had cultivated some skills that he had not cultivated before to the perfection of martial arts. The current Xianzhou was terrifyingly powerful. Without cultivation, it would definitely not be able to survive. All right, Little White nodded. It extended its consciousness and connected with the divine dragon ring. Previously, Li Ling Tian had mentioned that the divine dragon ring could not be activated without the true dragon's qi. A trace of pure, true dragon qi extended out and wrapped around the divine dragon ring. With a thought, the divine dragon ring opened. His divine sense entered the divine dragon ring and came before Tang Qingwei and the others. She didn't know what to say when she saw how worried Tang Qingwei and the others were. Moreover, she had only entered with her divine sense. Little sister Xiaobai, what happened? Huang Fuyin asked when she sensed White East's divine sense. This was because Little White was the only one who went out at the beginning. Although they wanted to follow them out, the divine dragon ring had been shut off. It was obvious that Li Ling Tian did not do it on purpose, but his divine consciousness was insufficient. Now that White East's divine sense had entered, they felt that something was wrong. Everyone was extremely worried. Let's not talk about it for now. Come out quickly. Whitey quickly withdrew its divine sense. Then, Tang Qingwei and the others appeared in the room at the same time. The first thing he did after coming out was to look around for Li Ling Tian. However, when they saw the weak Li Ling Tian lying on the bed, the girls were heartbroken. They did not know what had happened. Big brother, what's wrong? Husband, how are you? Ling Tian, what happened? Big brother, Ling Tian. Young master. The girls were anxious as they quickly gathered around the bed and sized up Li Lingtian with their divine perception. When they realized that Li Lingshan's meridians were all broken and his cultivation base was gone, they were shocked to death. They could also sense that Li Lingshan's aura was extremely weak. How could they not feel their hearts ache for the once powerful Li Lingtian who had turned out like this? However, they did not dare to upset Li Lingtian at this point in time and forcefully endured the sadness in their hearts. I'm fine. I won't die yet. The power of destruction appeared in the space-time tunnel. My cultivation was exhausted, but fortunately I survived in the end. Li Lingtian briefly explained what had happened. Just a few words had drained all his energy. The girls were heartbroken. Even the calm Huang Fu Yuyin and Tang Qingwei were at a loss. Ying, you guys go out first. Let Blue Moon and the others heal me. Li Lingtian did not hesitate either. Time waits for no one. It was only right for them to be anxious. He didn't want to worry this slim and elegant beauty. The only way was to recover from his injuries. He could think of a way to deal with his cultivation in the future. And Big Sister May, you guys must definitely save Big Brother Ling Tian. I still want to become Big Brother Ling Tian's wife. Xin Yuan Ying nodded obediently. Her face blushed as she whispered to Li Lingtian. As soon as he finished speaking, he left the room. Little White and Ji Yi also left. Only Shun Mei Huang Fu Yuyin, Qing Ling, Tang Qingwei, and Tang Zimeng were left in the room. Watching Whitey and the others leave, Huang Fu Yuyin cast a few restrictions to cover the room. Without hesitation, he sat on the bed and the 5 girls surrounded Li Lingtian. One after another, he cast a series of spells. In an instant, the dual cultivation technique was activated and 5 beams of true essence radiance transformed into colorful light that entered Li Lingshan's body. However, the dual cultivation that had been smooth in the past was now useless. Due to Li Lingshan's broken meridians, he was unable to circulate his quintessential essence. Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. Shun Mei was covered in scarlet blood, but she did not seem to mind at all. Instead, she hugged Li Lingtian at once. Husband, what happened? This won't do. Lingtian's meridians can't circulate his energy. I have to find a way to repair his meridians first. No, I have to repair my meridians. It's better to enter the dragon energy, but Big Brother Lingtian can't withstand such dragon energy right now. Young Master doesn't have any cultivation base now. We are all martial emperors. Even if Young Master's meridians are good, he can't take it for the time being. The 5 girls were extremely worried as they began to discuss ways to help Li Lingtian repair his meridians. However, after a long time, there was no way at all. He could not even use dual cultivation, so he could not think of any other way. Sister Qingwei, ask Little White to come in. Little White should be able to open my husband's divine dragon ring. There's a piece of cosmos jade in the divine dragon ring. I want to use the cosmos jade to dual cultivate with my husband. Shun Mayer suddenly thought of the heaven and earth jade. This heaven and earth jade was given to her by Empress Shun Yu. It was also a treasure for dual cultivation. He had never thought of a solution before, so he did not delve into it. Due to their rapid cultivation in the past, Li Lingtian had no use for the Cosmos Jade and had kept it in the Divine Dragon Ring. Now, he could try using the Cosmos Jade. All right. Tang Qingwei quickly stood up and went to the door. She opened the restriction in the door and saw Little White and the others in the courtyard. Little Sister Xiaobai, come here for a moment. Tang Qingwei shouted when she saw Little White in the courtyard. Sister Qingwei, what's wrong? Xiaobai was not embarrassed at all. Although she knew that Li Lingtian and Tang Qingwei were dual practitioners, she could not be bothered to be shy for Li Lingshan's sake. Dual cultivation won't do either. Lingtian's cultivation is gone, so our true origin can't enter. Go and open the Divine Dragon Ring. There's a piece of Cosmos Jade inside. Try it out with the Cosmos Jade. Tang Qingwei said hurriedly. She then pulled Xiao Bei's hand and walked into the room. Seeing Shun Mei and the others on the bed wearing clothes, Little White couldn't help but be startled. Wasn't dual cultivation supposed to be like that? Why were they all wearing clothes? The girls could not help but blush. They knew what Xiao Bai was thinking, but they did not say anything because Li Lingtian was not in the mood to do so. Little White came before Li Lingtian. With a flick of its divine consciousness, it unleashed its true dragon aura and sent its divine consciousness into the divine dragon ring. She began to search the divine dragon ring. She was shocked to see the wealth in Li Lingshan's divine dragon ring. She knew that Li Lingshan's wealth was astounding, but she did not expect him to have so much. There were mountains of spirit stones, huge piles of weapons and treasures, countless cultivation techniques and skills, jade scrolls, and jade bottles. All of these were piled up like a small mountain. However, Li Lingtian had placed the precious items on a shelf. Every item was grouped together according to their level, making it easy to find them. White E-Spirit Sense searched for the most precious jade slips. 2 minutes later, White East Divine Sense withdrew. At the same time, a jade pendant appeared in front of everyone. Then, Little White handed the jade pendant to Tang Qingwei and left the room. After Little White left, Tang Qingwei gave the jade pendant to Shun Mei. She went to the bed and surrounded Li Lingtian. A stream of quintessential essence stabilized Li Lingtian and waited for Shun Mei to use the Cosmos Jade to save him. Shun Mei didn't hesitate at all. She threw the Universe Jade into the air, and a true Yuan Dynasty Jade pendant wrapped around it. At the same time, she released a wisp of blood essence. The blood essence and the Cosmos Jade came into contact. Immediately, a ray of light appeared. Shun Mei cast a spell with one hand and pressed the other on Li Lingshan's head. Her true essence slowly entered Li Lingshan's body. Li Lingshan's body began to tremble as his face turned red. He looked like he was in extreme pain. Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang reincarnation. After Shun Mei finished casting her spell, she allowed the Cosmos Jade to float in the air as she placed her hands on Li Lingshan's head. Instantly, the true essence circulated between the two of them through the Qianquan Jade. Tang Qingwei and the others were filled with anticipation when they saw this. At the very least, Li Lingtian could not rule out the possibility of using quintessential essence. Gradually, the light from the Heaven and Earth Jade enveloped the two of them. Moreover, the mysterious light emitted by the Universe Jade also entered their bodies. The Cosmos Jade gradually shrank before it vanished into nothingness. The final ray of light vanished and entered Li Lingshan's body. Sister Qingwei, Sister Yin, hurry up. Shun Mei's face was pale as she shouted at Tang Qingwei and the others. As Li Lingshan's body was now activated by the Universe Jade, his quintessential essence could circulate slightly. This was the critical moment for dual cultivation. If he missed the best opportunity, the power of the Universe Jade would be wasted. Chapter 568. Plan for a great plan and fight for the world. I swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One spell after another was quickly executed, and the 5 true essence fused together. Finally, it entered Li Lingshan's body. However, they could only infuse a tiny bit of their true essence into it. As Li Lingtian did not have any cultivation, his powerful true essence and wisdom could not be supplemented. The 5 of them had serious expressions on their faces, but they gradually revealed a trace of gratification. In Li Lingshan's body, the 2 meridians had been opened and repaired, allowing his true essence to slowly circulate. After 7 days, Tang Qingwei and the others walked out of the room. Their faces were obviously thinner and haggard. However, the expressions on the 5 people's faces calmed down. Sister Qingwei, how is my brother? Xiao Bai hurried over. They were more worried outside than inside, because they couldn't see what was going on inside. Xinyuan Yingying and Ji Yi were also extremely worried when they saw Tang Qingwei and the others coming out and asking. All right, Ling Tian's injuries have temporarily recovered. He can heal himself now. His cultivation will recover quickly after a period of time. You want cultivate again. Tang Qingwei quickly explained Li Lingshan's situation when she saw the anxious look on Xiao Bai and the others' faces. She felt much more relaxed after she finished explaining. No matter what, Li Lingshan's life was saved. His injuries were able to heal automatically. After a few days, the five of them continued to circulate their true essence and finally managed to repair a portion of Li Lingshan's meridians. That's great. As long as Brother Ling Tian can heal himself, he can enter the Divine Dragon Ring to cultivate. At that time, his injuries will recover quickly. Xiao Bai and the rest were elated when they received news of Li Ling Tian. To them, they would feel that something was missing if any one of them was missing, let alone Li Ling Tian, who was injured. Sister Yin, you guys go back and rest first. They'll go take care of Big Brother Ling Tian. With Xiao by my side, we can take care of Big Brother Ling Tian too. Xin Yuan Yingying said as she looked at Tang Qingwei and the others. They'd been helping Li Ling Tian heal all this while, and were both mentally and physically exhausted. Even a man would not be able to withstand it, let alone a girl. The only reason they were able to persevere was because of Li Ling Tian. Even if they died, they would not give up on Li Ling Tian. This belief allowed the five of them to persevere. All right then. Tang Zimin and the others nodded. They did not even have the strength to stand now and almost fell to the ground. Xiao, Qing Ping, and the others quickly helped Tang Qingwei and the others back to their rooms. In the past few days, Longda and Xiao Bai had tidied up everything in the courtyard. He had bought 12 maids and servants outside to take care of this mansion. In such a large mansion, even 100 or 200 maids would be too few, let alone 12 maids. However, this place only needed to be cleaned up a little. Furthermore, they were worried that they would disturb Li Lingshan's rest, so they only found 12 of them. On the other hand, Londa had specially gone out to find some decent guards to guard the mansion. This mansion had a total of real entrances. The middle was almost independent. Outsiders could not enter the innermost few courtyards. The servants lived outside. The place where Li Ling Tian and the others lived was the place where the family of the Baiming family's head used to live. Naturally, it was the best place. After Tang Qingwei and the rest returned to their rooms to rest, Little White went to Li Lingshan's room and watched him recuperate in the Genesis luck technique. Li Lingshan's face looked a little haggard, but his complexion had changed. However, Li Ling Tian could only channel his cultivation technique at the moment. He had no cultivation base, and his channeling speed was very slow. Xiao will wait here. Little White turned around and spoke to Little White behind him. It then sat on the chair beside Li Lingshan's bed and waited for Li Ling Tian to finish his cultivation. The two women waited for 3 hours before Li Ling Tian stopped. Little White, take care of this. I'm going to the Dragon Chi of the 3,000 worlds to recuperate. When Li Ling Tian woke up and saw Little White there, he spoke without a second thought. All right, be careful. Xiao Bai nodded. Li Ling Tian always had his own plans. At this time, she naturally did not have any objections. Li Ling Tian used his divine consciousness and vanished, leaving only a ring on the bed. Xiao Bai quickly put away the divine dragon ring and closed her eyes to meditate. She used her divine consciousness to sense the divine dragon ring because she needed to know Li Lingshan's condition at all times. While they were recuperating in the mansion, Chu Ming had already returned to the prefecture. Qingxian had 48 counties, which meant 48 commanderies. Nandu County was equivalent to a country, but it was one level lower than Qingxian. Chu Tianlan, the king of Nandu Commandery, was already an 8th Heaven Martial Emperor. The cultivation of an 8th Heaven Martial Emperor was considered a super expert among the rulers of commanderies. There were countless experts below. These experts had all formed an army. In Nandu Prefecture, as long as one's cultivation reached warrior spirit, they could join the army and become a member of the commandery army. When one reached the rank of Martial King, they would basically be a team leader. When one reached the rank of Martial Grandmaster, they would be a small commander. The higher one's cultivation was, the higher one's official position would be. Apart from the army, there was also a powerful group of elders. The powerhouses in the elder group were all martial monarch realm experts. Nandu County had a total of 3 million soldiers, all of whom were warrior spirits and martial kings. There were also countless martial ancestors and martial emperors. Martial honors were generals, and martial emperors were commanders. However, these troops were only used for the most basic defense. The real battle would be between martial supremes and martial emperors. Over the years, Nandu Prefecture had been constantly harassed by other commanderies. Not only the commanderies under Qing Xian, but also the experts from other countries had come to harass Nandu Prefecture from time to time. Chu Tianlan had been confused by the fight for Nandu Prefecture's resources for the past 2 years. On this day, as soon as he came out of the meeting hall, he saw Princess Chu Meng returning in a sorry state. Chu Meng was his treasure. Other than Chu Meng, he had a few sisters and brothers. In the royal family, there was no relationship between brothers and sisters. There was only competition and assassination. Menger, what's wrong? Chu Tianlan looked at Chu Meng, who didn't have a single guard by her side, and suddenly, a murderous intent surged in her heart. Father, when I went out to train, I encountered a sea dragon beast. Aunt Yun and the others have all died. When Chu Meng mentioned Aunt Yun, she clearly felt a hint of disappointment on her face. Aunt Yun had brought her up and was almost no different from her mother. Now, she had seen Aunt Yun die in order to save her. Sea dragon beast. There's no sea dragon beast in Nandu County. How did you get it back? Chu Tianlan's heart was filled with killing intent. As the ruler of a commandery, nothing could be hidden from his eyes. Someone must have done something in secret, but he didn't want Chu Meng to see anything. He was curious about how Chu Meng had returned safely. Even Aunt Yun had fallen as a rank 3 martial emperor. Chu Meng was only a martial king. He was indeed curious about how she had returned safely. At the most critical moment, a person appeared and saved me. He was also seriously injured and almost died. Chu Meng recounted everything that had happened that day, without missing a single detail. After she finished speaking, she looked at Chu Tianlan. Yes, you did a good job on this matter. Don't tell anyone. In the future, don't disturb them so easily. Nandu County has been in some trouble recently. Countless experts have quietly entered Nandu County. Our Nandu County is in danger. This time, perhaps our Nandu Prefecture will disappear from this world. This Nandu Prefecture will belong to someone else. Chu Tianlan pondered for a long time. From Chu Meng's description, she could not find any reason to say that Li Lingtian was a spy. After all, it happened too suddenly and he was severely injured. If they had any schemes, they would definitely be able to scheme against the Chu clan. Moreover, in the face of a true expert in a great battle, schemes were useless. Meng knows. Chu Meng nodded and returned to her palace. Although Nandu County was a county, it was no different from a big family. However, this family had to listen to the orders of other countries. If they were attacked, Nandu Prefecture would be merged by other commanderies and their resources would be fought for. Similarly, there were countless experts in the commandery. Experts also had families, and they all wanted to compete for the throne of the commandery. This was a world where the strong were respected. There was naturally no such thing as rebellion. It could only be said that the throne was a symbol of the power of the strong. As the days passed, Li Lingxian's injuries had completely recovered. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 also began to gather information from the outside to relay some news to Li Lingtian. Gradually, Li Lingtian gained a certain understanding of the place. Nandu Prefecture was one of the 48 commanderies under Qing Xian. It was a very important commandery, and its resources occupied half of Qing Xian's world. In the past, it was relatively quiet. Only some experts came to the sea and mountain ranges to hunt demonic beasts and sea beasts in search of medicinal herbs. However, in the past few years, for some reason, the surrounding countries had surrounded Qing Xian. The 48 commanderies below them were also fighting each other. It was as if they were about to leave Qing Xian. Such a situation posed a huge threat to Qing Xian. Li Lingtian had already made up his mind after learning about this. I have a rough understanding of the situation in Qingxian. The situation is not that good. My cultivation base can only recover by 1 realm per day. During this period of time, we should try our best to gain a foothold in Nandu Prefecture. After that, we can stabilize Nandu Prefecture and slowly resolve the crisis in Qingxian. After that, we will use Qingxian to unify the 36 kingdoms and compete with the kingdoms to establish our own dynasty. However, during this period of time, we have to understand the surrounding countries of Qingxian and secretly recruit some experts. Let Ming Luo and Yunhao do this. Sky Yao and Longda are responsible for safety. They'll try my best to recover my cultivation during this period of time and use our original strengths to build a powerful army. On this day, Li Lingtian gathered Tang Qingwei and the rest to discuss the next step. He didn't plan to start from the Qingxian kingdom. Instead, he planned to start from the commanderies below and slowly develop a stronger force. The world of a country and the world of a sect had their own benefits. A world war between countries would affect countless low-level martial artists, but it could be easily managed. P.S. Friends, today's monthly votes are doubled. Falling Flowers will not compete for the rankings. My friend's work, my grave-robbing life, needs monthly votes. Everyone help out. Thank you. Chapter 569, Planning the World. I think countless experts have come to Nandu County. It's not that simple. Huang Fuyin waited for Li Lingtian to finish his sentence. They had been handling some matters during this period of time, so the information they received was more direct, and they could glean some information. Li Lingxian's arrangements were definitely stable, but there were some things that he had to consider. It was often the smallest detail that could cause a shocking change. Tell me. Li Lingtian nodded. He was not worried about these women because they were all extremely intelligent and had many things to consider. It was impossible for him to be more thoughtful than them. There was another problem. The things he considered and the steps he took were all steady and magnanimous. He displayed the manly demeanor to the extreme, but he lacked some detail. It just so happened that Huang Fuyin and the others were all peerless beauties. They were also extremely meticulous. Girls were naturally meticulous, so they naturally considered things very carefully. Ever since he cultivated the 5 elements, will of the way, and the 9 heaven stars, he understood one thing. This world was about balance. When things reached an extreme, they would reverse. The balance of yin and yang, the matching of men and women, the fusion of grandeur and detail. Even if it was not perfect, there would not be any mistakes in the basic principles of sacrifice. In this world, there must be something strange about the abnormal situation. Although the wars in the Xian continent have been going on for countless years, they rarely involve the Qingxian kingdom. Qingxian is currently being looked down upon by the other kingdoms. There must be something that we don't know about. More importantly, Lord Nandun's experts are increasing. Something must be happening in Nandu Prefecture. Nandu Prefecture has become the center of the war. A slight change will cause a huge impact. Although Huang Fuyin didn't know about Nandu Prefecture from her experience, there were definitely some secrets that outsiders couldn't know. In her mind, she should have infiltrated the Nandu Commandery. The people in Nandu Commandery must know some secrets, which was why she reminded Li Lingtian. Sister Yin is right. The resources of Nandu Prefecture are indeed powerful, but it's not to the extent that experts from other countries and kingdoms would compete for them. After all, if the other countries want to merge with Qingxian, it would be too far for them to do so. Hence, they would not want to merge with Qingxian for this. Tang Qingwei agreed with Huang Fuyin. They were both intelligent and good at thinking. Naturally, she had many things on her mind. Now that Li Lingtian was faced with a huge decision, as his woman, she naturally had to give him advice. What about you guys? Li Lingtian immediately became alert after hearing Huang Fuyin and Tang Qingyu's conversation. He understood many things. Although he had thought a lot, he had always been the only one who had his own thoughts. Now that he had Tang Qingwei and the others by his side to remind him, he would make fewer mistakes in his decisions. He He looked at Huang Fu Yuyin and Tang Qinwei with a gentle gaze and nodded in satisfaction. Then he asked Tang Ziming and the others, Sister Yuyin and Sister Qinwei are right. Yeah, although we didn't think much of it, we also felt that this matter wasn't that simple. Let's attack Nandu County first. By the way, aren't Ming Luo and the others outside? Let one of them go out and enter Nandu Commandery to see what's going on. Tang Zimeng and the rest agreed with Huang Fu Yuyin after Li Lingtian asked. Even though they wanted Li Lingtian to be the man who looked down on the world and controlled everything, they had to be wary of any plots or schemes to prevent Li Lingtian from falling for them. Moreover, they had just arrived and had yet to gain a foothold. They could not act rashly. You guys reminded me. This is a good thing. However, we could develop our forces on the surface while developing our forces in the dark. This is a two-pronged approach. Li Lingtian nodded with a smile on his face. After that, he spoke of his plans again. This time, his plan was to recover his cultivation while refining pills. He would use heaven-defying pills to control all factions. In the past few days, his cultivation had already recovered to Tier 9 warrior. The speed of his recovery was extremely fast. He had also discovered a secret, which was that the rapid consumption would be followed by a rapid recovery. Naturally, refining pills was one of the fastest ways for him to expend energy. He had never been afraid of anyone in alchemy. Now he was destined to develop in this place, so he wanted to establish his own power. In the Qing Xin country, martial emperors were already the strongest experts. They had never seen a martial saint before. However, Li Lingtian knew that there were definitely martial saints in each country. Otherwise, each country would not be a country. It was just that those experts hid themselves and were rarely seen. Moreover, in the Black Continent, the hierarchy of national forces was very strict. Commanderies had to have at least a first Heaven Martial Emperor expert. Each country had to have a 9th Heaven Martial Emperor expert, and each kingdom had to have a Martial Saint expert. As for empires, they had countless experts. In fact, the power level of this country was just a base number. A real commandery had countless Martial Emperor realm experts. Otherwise, it would not be able to withstand the attacks of countless enemies. One country had to govern dozens of commanderies. One could imagine how powerful they were. Li Lingtian was well aware of these basic things. He also understood that the more powerful a country's powerhouse was, the deeper they would hide. Big Brother Lingtian's plan is indeed not bad. He's steady and magnanimous. He's definitely a trump card to win people's hearts. No matter where he goes, they're the most low-level martial artists. Other low-level martial artists often gather together. The power of unity is enough to shake the foundation of a country. No matter how powerful a country is, the weakest is still the low-level martial artists. Without low-level martial artists, there will be no popularity, Tang Ziming said with a smile. She was in full agreement with Li Lingtian's plan to use pills to recruit warriors. This way, no one would dare to offend Li Lingtian so easily. In this way, Li Lingtian would be able to gain a foothold. Even the experts of other countries did not dare to easily provoke alchemists. With my husband's recovery speed, I believe that he'll be able to recover to the peak of the 3rd Heaven Martial Emperor realm in 2 months. That piece of heaven and earth jade has brought heaven-defying benefits to the 5 of us. When we dual cultivate again, our cultivation speed will be even faster. Now, we can already share our cultivation and true essence. Shun Mayer smiled charmingly as she watched Li Lingtian's cultivation base recover rapidly. She was overjoyed. Fortunately, he had the Cosmos Jade this time. Otherwise, Li Lingtian's cultivation base would not have recovered in such a short time. 2 months' time, to a martial artist, was simply just the time of a blink of an eye. The Cosmos Jade is indeed heaven-defying. My 5 elements perfection has become even purer. It's a pity that I didn't find any extreme ice. Otherwise, I could have reached the 4th heaven of the heavenly Tao. Li Lingtian's face was also full of smiles. Every time his cultivation base fell, he would recover quickly. Moreover, he had gained many benefits from it. The benefits were unimaginable. It was also an incomprehensible benefit. Such a thing had never happened in this world. With young master's cultivation, as long as he recovers to the martial arts grandmaster realm, ordinary experts are no match for young master at all. Qingling behaved naturally in front of Li Lingtian because Huang Fuyin and the rest treated her well like sisters and did not treat her as a maid. Li Lingtian was elated to see Huang Fuyin and the others like this. He did not treat Qingling as a maid. As time passed, feelings would grow. Besides, people were not plants and could not be heartless. In the past, he treated Qingling as a maid and let her serve him. However, after being together for a long time, he had changed a lot. Qingling's position in his heart was getting higher and higher. Do you think we don't exist? What's with the dual cultivation nowadays? Little White, NG, he looked at Shun, Mei, and the others, their faces flushed. For a young girl, these topics were a little too serious. G.E., Xiaobai, and Xianyuan Yingying were all looking at Li Lingtian and the others. Huang Fuyin, Tang Qingwei, Qingling, Shun Mei, and Tang Ziming were all Li Lingshan's wives. It was normal for them to speak amongst themselves. However, the three of them were a little shy in front of him. All right. Is there anything else that the three of you don't know? Right, little sister Yingying, didn't you say that you wanted to become Big Brother Ling Tian's wife? If you have forgotten, I haven't forgotten. Tang Ziming laughed sweetly. Then, she looked at Xianyuan Yingying. Thinking of Xianyuan Yingying, she started to tease her. I did say that, but not now. We'll talk about it after Big Brother Ling Tian has settled down. Xianyuan Yingying's face turned red. She was worried about Li Lingtian that day, so she said that. However, she never regretted saying that because she liked Li Lingtian. From a friend to a lover, she could only become Li Lingshan's wife if she wanted to cultivate. Besides, she was extremely happy to be with Li Lingtian. Naturally, she would be delighted if this continued for the rest of her life. Ming. When Li Lingtian saw Tang Ziming and the others change the topic, he glared at her. How would he talk about these things? He didn't care about these things now. He was thinking about how to deal with the matters in Xinzhou. Although he had just arrived in Xinzhou, he had to have a plan. Everything depends on man. Success or failure depends on heaven. All right, I won't talk about this anymore. That's about it. I'm a little tired. I'm going back to rest. You should discuss it with Sister and Sister Yuyan. Tang Ziming said coquettishly. Since the matter had been discussed, she naturally did not want to delay her sleep. During this period of time, he was very tired, both physically and mentally. After saying that, he pulled Qingling and walked out. The other girls also left, leaving behind Huang Fuyin and Tang Qingwei. Naturally, the two of them knew what was going on. Tang Ziming and the rest wanted to give Li Lingtian and the other two a chance to be alone. After all, everyone had been exhausted and depressed during this period of time. Now that Li Lingshan's injuries were healed, his mood naturally improved as well. He was going to return to his normal and happy life. Chapter 570, Growing Power 1. Chapter 570, Growing Power 1. Nandu County was originally calm on the surface, but the sky was no longer calm. This was because a pill shop had appeared in Nandu County. To a county city as large as Nandu County, it was nothing. There were more than 10,000 pill shops in the Nandu County city. The appearance of a pill shop was like an extra ant in a group of ants. However, the elixir store that had just appeared sold extremely precious elixirs. Pills from the 1st to the 5th grade were all peerless pills. What was the concept of peerless pills? It was a quality that had never been heard of in Xinzhou. A peerless pill was many times stronger than a pill of the same grade. Moreover, it was countless times more miraculous than the level of medicinal pills. Often, peerless medicinal pills brought endless benefits to martial artists. They had not expected that the legendary peerless medicinal pill in this world had already appeared. Moreover, someone was selling it. Such a matter immediately spread among countless martial artists. Did you know that a peerless pill has appeared in North City? Supreme grade pills? Are you kidding me? There's no such thing as a supreme grade pill in this world. It's just a fantasy of pill refiners. Even if a supreme grade pill appears, we won't be able to get it. No one will take out a supreme grade pill to sell. In a place where martial artists gathered, two martial artists were drinking tea and chatting. The former was a middle-aged rank 3 martial arts grandmaster, while the latter was also a martial arts grandmaster, but he had already reached rank 7. Their words immediately aroused the curiosity of countless nosy martial artists in the tea house. They all listened attentively. In this world, gossip spread the fastest. No matter what news it was, it spread throughout the entire city in less than a moment, as if it had wings. Brother Ling, you probably don't know. What do you think this is? The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster had a smug look on his face. It was as if he had seen the shocked expression of the expert surnamed Ling. He was extremely pleased because when he saw the peerless medicinal pill, he was also extremely shocked. As he spoke, he took out a jade bottle with one hand and poured out 2 pills. The pill was suspended in the air by the Zhen Yuan, and immediately a fragrant smell spread out. The entire tea house was filled with a faint fragrance, which made people's spirits rise. The pill was light purple and crystal clear. It emitted a faint spiritual qi, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell how magical this pill was at a glance. The appearance of the pill attracted everyone's attention. They stared at the pill in a daze. Gradually, their eyes became fiery, revealing greed and even more shock. A peerless purple jade pill. It really is a peerless medicinal pill. The Tier 7 martial arts grandmaster, who was addressed as Brother Ling, exclaimed. He was a martial arts grandmaster powerhouse, so he had naturally used a lot of pills. Although the medicinal pills he used in the past were also 4th grade, they were all low-grade medicinal pills. Compared to this purple jade pill, the quality was completely different. At a glance, he could tell that this purple jade pill was of peerless quality because there was no impurity in this pill. It even carried a mysterious aura. This mysterious aura was a unique, mysterious effect. At this moment, how could he not be shocked? A peerless purple jade pill. There really are peerless pills in this world. Tier 4. Pills are all of peerless quality. Tier 1, 2, and 3 pills should also be of peerless quality. Just what kind of pill refiner can refine such a pill? What a miraculous, peerless medicinal pill. Brother Qin, where did you buy your peerless medicinal pill? Yeah, where did you buy it? Let's go buy some too. The power of a peerless medicinal pill is incomparably magical. You must not miss it. In the tea house, countless warriors stared greedily at the peerless purple jade pill in the air. They were all incomparably excited. Supreme grade pills were a shock to every cultivator's heart and mind. They were a shock to their imaginations. In this world, supreme grade pills were legends. They could only exist in legends. It was impossible for them to appear in front of the world. But now, this peerless medicinal pill had really appeared. It was like an iron tree blossoming. The impossible had become possible. They were shocked and asked about the source of the pills because it was unrealistic to fight for these 2 pills here. Since someone had bought a peerless medicinal pill, it meant that this medicinal pill shop definitely still existed. You could just go and buy it when the time came. Hee, this peerless medicinal pill is not cheap. The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster chuckled and kept the pill. As he spoke, his eyes swept across the other martial artists. Seeing the shock of these martial artists, his heart was incomparably happy. Isn't Brother Qin speaking nonsense? Since it's a peerless grade pill, it definitely won't be cheap. That's right. Even if it's 100 times more expensive than ordinary pills, we still have to buy some to break through the bottleneck. Brother Qin, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me, where is it? That's right. If the medicinal pills are sold out, we won't be happy for nothing if we go. Some of the ancient martial art practitioners started to get anxious when they saw the middle-aged Wu Zong's unhurried manner. Pills are indeed not cheap, but I have good news for you. That's a peerless pill. You can buy it with spirit stones for the first 10 days, but there's a limit to how many you can buy. After 10 days, you won't need spirit stones. Instead, you'll need medicinal herbs and natural treasures. As for other methods, You can go and find out for yourself. All right, you have to queue up for 10 days. Every day, you'll have 300 chances to buy pills. After the middle-aged Wu Zong finished speaking, he laughed out loud, and the two of them opened tea house. In the tea house, countless warriors were silent for a moment. After a short period of silence, they finally exploded with endless power. In an instant, the tea house was empty. Chapter 571 Chu Tianlan's Plan 1 Chapter 571 Chu Tianlan's Plan 1 It wasn't just one place, but the entire county city. The entire county city was talking about the North City's Divine Pill Pavilion. Without a doubt, the peerless medicinal pills of the Divine Pill Pavilion had become the most sensational matter in the county city. The Li residents in the North City had now become the Divine Pill Pavilion. The pills that came out of the Divine Pill Pavilion were all peerless pills. Although the price of peerless pills was several times higher than ordinary pills, the number of martial artists who bought pills was several times higher than usual. Father, the person who saved me that day, seemed to be an alchemy saint. In the prefecture, Chu Meng walked up to Chu Tianlan with a surprised look on her face. She was as excited as if she had just found a treasure. She had told the rumors outside. She had never expected that the person who saved her was actually in existence like a saint alchemist. How could she not be shocked now? Pill Saint Master, 3 saint alchemists of Xianzhou. Could it be that Nandu County is here? Chu Tianlan's face was filled with shock. What kind of existence were the 3 saint alchemists of the Xian continent? They had actually come to his Nandu County. What kind of information was this? Father, isn't he one of the 3 saint alchemists? He's even stronger than a saint alchemist. Look at this. Chu Meng took out the jade bottle and handed it to Chu Tianlan. The excitement on her face did not disappear from the beginning. What kind of existence was a peerless medicinal pill? It had never been seen in legends, but it had appeared in Nandu County. Moreover, it was the young man who had saved her. If he's not one of the 3 saint alchemists, how do you know he's a saint alchemist? A peerless purple jade pill. Chu Tianlan glanced at Chu Meng. He was a martial emperor and had been the king of a commandery for hundreds of years. He was an old fox. Naturally, he did not believe in such things. He thought that his precious daughter had been deceived. What kind of existence was a saint alchemist? If he could believe it casually, there were a lot of saint alchemists in this world. However, when he saw the medicinal pills in the jade bottle, he was instantly shocked. His eyeballs almost fell to the ground. This was because the quality of the pill in the jade bottle was even better than that of a top-grade pill. This quality already had no impurities. It was a peerless pill. Coupled with the mysterious aura emitted from the surface, this pill was 100% peerless. He did not expect a peerless medicinal pill to appear in this world. It really exceeded his imagination. That's right. Just 2 days ago, when you were in seclusion, there were rumors that a peerless pill had appeared. I didn't believe it, so I went to inquire about it personally. I didn't think that this pill would actually come from the young man who saved me. In this world, other than a saint alchemist, there's no one else who can refine a supreme grade pill. Even a saint alchemist doesn't have the ability to refine a supreme grade pill, right? Otherwise, no one in the Black Continent can refine a peerless pill. Chu Meng voiced her speculation. Coupled with the rumors that Li Lingtian was a holy alchemist, it seemed that he was indeed a holy alchemist. He is indeed powerful. I didn't expect that there would really be an alchemist in this world who could refine a peerless medicinal pill. This alchemy technique has already surpassed the scope of a saint alchemist. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to refine a supreme grade pill. To be able to sell a supreme grade pill, he must have an easy time refining a supreme grade pill. They'll send someone to follow this matter. If they don't target Nandu County, it might be a turning point for Nandu County. Chu Tianlan looked at the pill in shock, while listening to Chu Meng's thoughts and opinions. In the end, she decided that the other party's background was a little mysterious, and she could not come into contact with him easily. However, he couldn't offend them. Even if he offended a country, he couldn't offend a saint alchemist. This saint alchemist was definitely not inferior to the three saint alchemists of the Xian continent. One had to know that the status of the three saint alchemists was something that even the three great emperors did not dare to provoke easily. They even had to be polite to the saint alchemists. A saint alchemist had heaven-defying benefits for an empire. Popularity, resources, and status were all closely linked to the fate of the empire. Each of the three empires had a saint alchemist. Pill saint masters were known as the empire's exclusive pill masters, and their pills rarely leaked out. Therefore, the empire controlled countless powerful pills, which also controlled the fate of countless kingdoms and countries. The empire could take out top-notch pills and reward meritorious officials. This way, the empire would be as stable as a rock. Now, a saint alchemist who could refine peerless pills had appeared in Nandu County. What did this represent? It represented destruction and hope. They would either destroy Nandu Prefecture or even Qingxian, or push Nandu Prefecture and Qingxian to the level of a kingdom. Those who understood could naturally see the crux of it. Understand. Chu Meng nodded, but she couldn't help but be shocked. He looked so young, but he could actually refine a peerless pill. No wonder his cultivation was so strong at such a young age. He also thought that with such alchemy skills, he naturally did not have to worry about injuries. Even if he was injured, he would recover very quickly. All right, you're familiar with him. You can go out with him, but you can't make others dislike him. A person like him isn't someone we can offend. Sigh. Nandu Prefecture is already at the cusp of the storm. This way, the future of Nandu Prefecture is uncertain. It will either be destroyed or reborn. Alchemy Saint. Chu Tianlan sighed after he finished speaking. Even though he was the ruler of the country and a martial emperor powerhouse who controlled 1 million troops and had countless resources, he knew very well that a saint alchemist was definitely a godlike existence in front of him. He could be completely ignored in front of a saint alchemist. He walked step by step into the palace. Nandu County was in turmoil now, and the army was constantly mobilized to defend the border and the county city to prevent it from being attacked by other counties. After returning to the secret chamber under the palace, he made a hand gesture. Silk! A faint sound appeared in the air, and an old man in gray appeared in front of him. The old man had a respectful expression on his face. Go to Qingxian Kingdom and pay a visit to His Majesty the King. Give this to the king personally. No matter what happens, you have to hand it over to the king. Xianan Iron Wind Cavalry. This is the king's secret signal. If the other party can take it, give this to the king. Ask him to send someone over. Chu Tianlan said lightly, but his expression was extremely serious. Even if he was the ruler of the commandery, he couldn't bear the responsibility. If something went wrong, not only the entire commandery, but even Qingxian would be destroyed. This subordinate will definitely handle this matter well. The gray-robed elder took the jade slip. The jade slip strangely disappeared into his palm and slowly entered his bloodline. One could imagine how important this communication was. If he kept the jade slip in his bloodline, no one would know the secret even if something happened. Hurry up and come back. Chu Tianlan instructed again as she walked towards the front of the secret chamber. This subordinate will send the news to Qingxian within 10 days. The gray-robed old man disappeared in a strange manner after he spoke. His body movement was extremely strange. If Li Lingtian were to see such a body movement, he would be shocked because it was capable of ignoring the existence of space. Just like the space silk banner and the thunderclap wings, they came and went without a trace. When they came and went, there would not even be a fluctuation in space. The county city was in an uproar, but Li Lingtian and the rest remained calm in the mansion. To them, the commotion at the Divine Pill Pavilion was within their expectations. However, he had sold quite a number of medicinal pills this time and obtained countless spirit stones. This was because he was currently plundering wealth, including experts, to establish his own faction. In the past, peerless medicinal pills were only a few hundred to 1,000 spirit stones. However, his medicinal pills were now several times more expensive than before. A Peerless Vitality Pill costs 1,000 Spirit Stones each. A Peerless Spirit Binding Pill costs 5,000 Spirit Stones each. A Peerless Void Spirit Pill costs 10,000 Spirit Stones each. A Peerless Violet Jade Pill costs 100,000 Spirit Stones each. And a Peerless Azure Yang Pill costs 1,000,000 Spirit Stones each. As for the Cleansing Dust Pill, it costs 10,000,000 Spirit Stones each. However, outsiders were not qualified to buy this pill. Only the internal members of the Divine Pill Pavilion could use it. There was also the Grade 7 Great Cyclic Pellet, which was also a peerless existence. Similarly, the Grade 7 Great Cyclic Pellet could only be used by the higher-ups of the Divine Pill Pavilion. These things were naturally leaked out secretly. This way, some experts naturally knew what was going on. This was the establishment of a force. Even so, no one dared to stop it despite knowing that it was to rope in experts. No one could stop them because martial artists could not lack medicinal pills. It was very difficult for a martial honor or martial emperor to increase their cultivation without a Grade 6 medicinal pill. A Grade 6 medicinal pill was already very rare, let alone a Grade 7 medicinal pill. Moreover, it was a Grade 7 Great Rejuvenating Pill. It was a peerless pill. Not to mention a martial emperor, even a martial saint would not be able to resist this temptation. In other words, this alchemy saint had already grasped the lifeblood of countless super powerhouses. Yes, I got 300 million lower spiritual stones today. Not bad, Tang Ziming said happily. Seeing that she had earned so many spirit stones in one day, she was naturally extremely happy. These few days, I believe that husband will have used up more than half of the pills on him. However, after these few days, we will gather some experts. At that time, we will be able to establish a force. Shun Mei, and the others had never been short of spirit stones, so spirit stones were just a number to them. Yes, after these few days, we won't be exchanging pills for spirit stones. We'll just collect some experts. I believe that the other experts are also eyeing our Divine Pill Pavilion covetously. I hope they won't seek death so easily. Otherwise, if something happens, it won't look good for everyone. Although Li Lingtian said that, he did not show it on his face. It was as if he was welcoming trouble. This way, Li Lingtian would not have to find an excuse to kill the powerhouses who came. As long as there were no martial saints here, no one could threaten them. Moreover, even if a martial saint came, they might not be able to do anything to them. Chapter 572, The Country Ruler's Visit. Chapter 572, The Country Ruler's Visit You, Dat, Dbai, Xanvel. There were still 3 powerful martial saints here. The 3 martial saints were all at the second firmament of the martial saint realm. The heavenly demon monarch was at the peak of the second firmament. He also had another high-grade saint artifact in his hand. This saint artifact was not much different from his heaven-startling hammer, but it had endless magical uses and was even more domineering than the heaven-startling hammer. Li Lingtian had personally refined it for him, and it contained the Ice Frost Flame. Normally, opponents would be strength type when they saw a heavenly demon king. They wouldn't expect a heavenly demon king's treasure to contain terrifying, destructive, icy flames. It was an extremely sinister method. Martial Saint Ming Luo and Martial Saint Yun Hao were also second heaven martial saints. Although they knew that Li Lingtian's cultivation had dropped due to his injuries, they dared not show any disrespect or disloyalty. They were already numb to the sight of Li Lingtian's cultivation base recovering by 1 realm every day. All right, Ming Ming, when I'm concocting pills tomorrow, you follow Qing Ling and help. Qing Wei and Yu Yin, you guys handle the other matters. Mei and Ying Ying, you guys just focus on your cultivation. During this period of time, let's not leave this place. When my cultivation recovers to Wu Zong, I can rest assured. Li Lingtian made some arrangements and saw that it was already late at night. It was time for cultivation. With his current cultivation, he could only set up some simple arrays in the mansion to resist the attacks of experts below the martial emperor realm. Only when one's cultivation had reached the martial arts grandmaster level could one cast a powerful divine array diagram and create a powerful array. At that time, even a martial emperor powerhouse would be killed. All right, we'll be busy for a while. We'll go back first. Huang Fuyin and the rest left after Li Lingtian made the necessary arrangements. Qing Ling and Tang Ziming were left behind because they were accompanying Li Lingtian today and could help him refine pills tomorrow. In the county capital, all the warriors basically knew about the existence of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Some experts also had their own plans. In the Black Continent, one had to either join a country or be an itinerant cultivator. Now that a sacred alchemy master had appeared, they would naturally find an opportunity to follow him. Even a fool understood the benefits of following a saint alchemist. Alchemy's saint masters had medicinal pills and status. No one dared to provoke them. There were still people who did not curry favor with such a powerful existence. At present, countless powerhouses were looking for an opportunity to approach Li Lingtian, but they had no chance to do so. Furthermore, some of the mysterious powerhouses from the outside were caught off guard by Li Lingtian's sudden appearance. They would not have put any ordinary martial honors or martial emperors in their eyes. However, the person before them was an existence that surpassed a holy alchemist. No one dared to provoke him without knowing his background. In the entire county city, the topic revolved around the saint alchemist, the peerless medicinal pill, and the divine pill pavilion. Half a month had passed. During this time, the county city had already adapted to the existence of the divine pill pavilion. However, the medicinal pills in the divine pill pavilion could not be traded with spirit stones. They could only be traded with precious medicinal herbs. The other option was to join the divine pill pavilion and become a guard of the divine pill pavilion. In the Xian continent, it was a world of countries. There were families, but there could not be sections. Most powerful families had guards. This was very normal and allowed by the country. It was normal for a saint alchemist like Li Lingtian to have a guard. However, this guard had to be approved by the country. However, the Divine Pill Pavilion hadn't been approved by Nandu Commandery for a long time. It seemed that they had been delaying the time. However, Li Lingtian did not mind. After all, his appearance was too sudden. Coupled with the current situation in Nandu County, it would be difficult to get the Commandery's king to approve the establishment of a guard force. Although the guards could not be established, there were experts who joined them. It was just that they could not be officially established. Those who could join the Divine Pill Pavilion had to be martial royal realm experts. Those below the martial royal realm were not allowed unless they were heaven-defying talents, had a skill, or were talented in alchemy. In the Divine Pill Pavilion, there were already 300 martial monarchs, 40 martial honors, and even 3 martial emperor powerhouses. These people had all gone through countless tests before staying. Although Li Lingtian had to give them a portion of the elixirs, these people could contribute greatly to the Divine Pill Pavilion. On this day, Li Lingtian's cultivation base had just broken through after refining the pill. Now that his cultivation had reached Tier 6 Warrior Ascendant, he could recover 1 realm per day at an incredible speed. Li Lingtian could clearly feel that his true essence was purer and stronger than his previous Tier 9 Warrior Ascendant. All kinds of improvements were much stronger than before. They were not several times stronger, but between the two, they were 2 times stronger. He's already a rank 6 martial arts grandmaster. At this rate, I believe he won't be far from the martial emperor realm. Li Lingtian took a bath at the back of the courtyard while Tang Zimeng and Qing Ling helped him change into his clothes. Li Lingtian walked out in a good mood and felt refreshed. During this period, Tang Zimeng and Qing Ling were the ones who accompanied Li Lingtian to refine pills. At night, the 5 girls took turns to accompany Li Lingtian as usual. You're now a 6th rank martial arts grandmaster. You look much stronger than when you were in Moonrise City. Qing Ling was by Li Lingtian's side when he was a martial arts grandmaster. Although the timing was not right, Qing Ling could feel that Li Lingtian's strength was much stronger than before. Yes, indeed. I feel that my current cultivation of a rank 6 martial arts grandmaster is equivalent to my previous cultivation of a rank 9 martial arts grandmaster. On the other hand, I've recovered to the peak of the third heaven martial emperor realm. I should be equivalent to the fourth heaven martial emperor realm now, Li Lingtian said conservatively. He was not exaggerating. It should be known that the peak perfection of the third heaven martial emperor realm was only a thin line away from the fourth heaven martial emperor realm. However, this thin line was a world of difference. When Big Brother Ling Tian recovers to the martial emperor realm, it'll be the time for him to dominate Qingxian. Tang Ziming said happily as she held Li Lingshan's arm. Her proud chest rubbed against Li Lingshan's arm, trapping his arm between her breasts, causing Li Lingtian to feel hot. Although they had been husband and wife for a long time, this feeling had always existed. No matter when, a few girls could give him a strong temptation and satisfaction. Well, the Xian continent is a world of nations. They'll build a powerful empire. When the time comes, they'll let you guys try being an empress. It's fun. We'll go back when we're done. Li Lingtian laughed, as well, with an evil look on his face. He felt a surge of hot blood in his heart. A man should be able to gallop on the battlefield and conquer the world. This was a man's nature. Although his goal was to live a carefree life, he was also a hot-blooded man. Even though he was obsessed with power, he still found this kind of thing fun. This is really fun. By the way, there won't be many emperors and empresses when the time comes. Qingling was also excited. She was just a young girl, and naturally, she was interested in playing. Since Li Lingtian had said such a thing, there should be hope for that day to come. Of course, you are all my wives. This world is filled with concubines and empress. I will make you all empress, Li Lingtian said earnestly. Although it was just a matter of status, and the girls were not stingy or jealous, Li Lingtian wanted to be fair and would not favor anyone. He wouldn't make anyone sad because they were equally important to him. Tang Ziming and Qingling were naturally elated to hear Li Lingshan's words. Tang Ziming was Li Lingshan's fiancée and should be a little jealous. However, she was not jealous at all. She only wanted Li Lingtian to be happy, and she was already satisfied with having these sisters. Young master, there's someone outside requesting an audience. He's already waiting in the hall. He seems to be from Nandu Commandery. At that moment, Li Lingtian and the other two had just come out. They were laughing and laughing happily. However, Xiao Xiao quickly walked over and bowed to Li Lingtian before explaining what had happened outside. Tang Qingwei and the others wouldn't do the reception. After all, they were women and didn't want to show their faces. Let's go, we'll go together. Li Lingtian nodded and walked forward. Qingling and Tang Ziming quickly went forward to hold Li Lingshan's arm. Naturally, they would not miss out on fun things, especially Tang Ziming. The group of four headed to the living room. Xiao Xiao explained the appearance and cultivation base of the person on the way, so as to give Li Lingtian some information so that he would not be rude. In the hall, Longda stood beside the main seat, but he did not sit down. He did not even sit on the other seats. Apart from Longda, there were four other people present. One was a middle-aged martial artist who wore an exquisite crown on his head, symbolizing the crown of the country's ruler. His entire body emitted the aura of a superior. Beside him was a young girl around 17 or 18 years old. Longda recognized this young girl. She was the old Chu Meng. Longda paid special attention to the other two. One of them was a 9th-level martial emperor realm expert, and the other was a 7th-level martial emperor realm expert. Both of them were old men with calm expressions. There was a strange and mysterious aura around them. The four of them arrived together, but the middle-aged man with the crown on his head was extremely respectful to the two old men. After General Long led the four to the living room, he instructed the maidservant to serve them tea while he waited for Li Lingshan's arrival. Time slowly passed. The four of them did not show any signs of impatience, and their expressions remained calm. Although Longda knew how powerful Li Lingtian was, he was still proud of himself. He knew that the middle-aged man beside Chu Meng was the king of Nandu County. Even a king was waiting patiently for him. It was obvious how much they respected Li Lingtian. For a saint alchemist to have such a heaven-defying status, it was a testament to the wonders of humanity. Similarly, he was amazed by Li Lingshan's pills. At that moment, sweet laughter could be heard from outside the living room. Li Lingshan's voice could be heard from time to time. When Longda heard these voices, he was instantly relieved. He knew that Li Lingtian and the others had arrived. Chapter 573. The Martial Emperor's Shock 1. Chapter 573. The Martial Emperor's Shock 1. Dat Dibai Exanvel. Om Li Lingtian led Tang Ziming and the other two girls to the living room. He finally understood who the guests were. However, she didn't have any intention of rushing over. She wouldn't even put the king of the kingdom in her eyes, let alone a mere ruler. Not only was the journey relaxed, but it was also filled with laughter. Soon, they arrived at the door of the living room. When they arrived, they had already sensed 3 powerful auras. Although he did not reveal this aura, he could sense that it was a martial emperor powerhouse. Moreover, it was the very powerful kind. However, this might only apply to other powerhouses. In front of Li Lingtian, there was no martial emperor powerhouse who could be considered powerful. Not to mention a martial emperor. Even a martial saint powerhouse might not be his match. Now, he was a rank 6 martial arts grandmaster. Even if he was not a match for a martial supreme, he could leave safely. Moreover, Londa had 3 martial saints in this place. They could easily crush a martial monarch realm expert with a finger. Tang Ziming and the other 2 girls walked into the living room. Although they did not smile or speak, there was no awkwardness on their faces, nor was there any restraint or fear. With their knowledge, they did not take these people seriously at all. In their hearts, there was no one to be afraid of where Li Lingtian was. Anyone could be suppressed by Li Lingtian. Haha, sorry to have made everyone wait for so long. It's really too powerful. He'll apologize here first. After Li Lingtian walked into the living room, his gaze swept across the 4 of them before he walked naturally to the main seat and sat down without any pretense. This action stunned the 3 experts. This was too impolite. Although he was the host, it was only right for him to sit at the main seat. However, he had to be polite. However, this young man did not show any courtesy at all, which made them stunned. However, they were all super experts. Naturally, they did not show any of it on their faces. They immediately calmed down. The other party was a saint alchemist, so they naturally had the dignity of a saint alchemist. If they were polite to them, they would not look like a saint alchemist. Sir, you are too polite. We came here rashly and have disturbed you. We hope that you can forgive us. Chu Tianlan also cupped his fists and saluted politely. He did not dare to assume the stance of a country ruler. If he was really so blind, he would not be able to sit still as the country ruler of Nandu Prefecture. He did not address Li Lingtian as a holy alchemist, but addressed him as Your Excellency, because he was afraid of losing face. If the other party was not a holy alchemist, where would he put his dignity as the country's ruler? Country ruler is too polite. May I know why country ruler has come this time? Li Lingtian was too lazy to waste his breath on Chu Tianlan. A person like Chu Tianlan was always tactful and roundabout. If you did not mention it, he would not say anything for a day. Although he didn't like such people, that was because of their status and position. I've heard that you have refined a peerless pill. I wonder if that's true. Sorry for being so rude. Let me introduce you, Alchemy Saint. These are the 2 elders from Qing Xian country, His Excellency Xianyuan Dao and His Excellency Ping Qinglan. I came here specifically for the matter of Alchemy Saint Master. Please don't take offense. Chu Tianlan had changed the way he addressed Li Lingtian this time. Since Li Lingtian was direct, he could not beat around the bush. If he did not get it, he would be asking for trouble. Following that, he introduced the 2 elders. They were the core figures of Qing Xian and had come for Li Lingtian. I am Xianyuan Dao from Qing Xian country. Greetings, Pill Saint. I am Ping Qinglan. Greetings, Alchemy Saint. The 2 martial emperor powerhouses stood up and greeted him first. Although the young man in front of them was only a martial arts grandmaster, they did not dare to underestimate him. After all, The other party was a saint alchemist with an extraordinary status. Not to mention a mere martial emperor. Even a martial saint powerhouse would not dare to offend him easily. He also had a strange feeling that this young martial arts grandmaster gave him. It was as if this young man in front of him was a heaven-defying, supreme expert. In front of this young man, he was just an ant. Furthermore, he had come for Qing Xian this time, so he naturally did not dare to mess things up. Even the Empire had to treat a saint alchemist with respect. One could imagine the status of a saint alchemist. Moreover, the saint alchemist in front of him was a saint alchemist who refined peerless pills. If they could stay in the Qing Xian kingdom, not to mention the fact that they would have a heaven-defying advantage in the kingdom, even in the entire Xian continent, the Qing Xian kingdom would be famous. If a saint alchemist who could refine peerless pills appeared in the commandery, the other kingdoms and even empires would send people to rope him in. It was too late to curry favor with them. After all, the Xian continent had 3 empires, 36 kingdoms, and 3,000 countries. Qing Xian did not have any advantage at all. Xian Yuan Dao, Ping Qinglan. That's right. Speak. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't like to beat around the bush. Li Lingtian nodded as he had a plan in mind. Chu Tianlan must have invited these two over during this period of time. Moreover, these two were very important members of the Qing Xian kingdom. Otherwise, they would not have been sent here by the king. I have been entrusted by the king to make it inconvenient for you to stay here. I wonder if you're interested in going to Qing Xian. If you are there, no one would dare to offend you. Xian Yuan Dao stood up to speak, but Li Lingtian remained seated with his back against the throne, looking pleased with himself. It was like a master listening to his subordinates report on something. The entire scene looked very strange, but the few of them were not unhappy at all. They did not dare to be unhappy at this time. Tang Ziming and Qing Ling snuggled up to Li Lingtian's left and right. If one did not know, they would definitely think that Li Lingtian was an ignorant and incompetent rich kid. I'm fine here. Go back and tell Xian Yuan Bailing that after I settle some matters, I will go to Qing Xian. Tell him to lock up his army so that he doesn't know what happened when Qing Xian disappears. Li Lingtian did not reply immediately after hearing Xian Yuan Dao's words. Instead, he opened his mouth to eat the fruit that Qing Ling had fed him before speaking at a moderate pace. His tone was so loud that it was frightening. Chu Tianlan and her daughter were instantly shocked. Xian Yuan Bailing was the king of 48 commanderies. He was a supreme existence in Qing Xian. There were many experts below. Chu Tianlan was just an ant in front of the Xian Yuan mausoleum. However, Li Lingtian's tone was filled with a lecturing tone. What kind of concept was this? Even a saint alchemist wouldn't teach a king a lesson like this. Xian Yuan Dao and Ping Qinglan were shocked as well. They had never expected Li Lingtian to be so arrogant. However, as the other party was a sacred alchemist, they held their breaths. If the other party was here to test them, and they showed a little displeasure, it would not be a waste of their previous efforts. Understood. I will definitely inform His Majesty. Xian Yuan Dao and Ping Qinglan nodded and replied. They didn't know what to say. Do you recognize this? Li Lingtian looked at the duo and decided not to waste any more time. With a wave of his hand, a token flew out and arrived in front of Xian Yuan Dao. Chu Ming, Chu Tianlan, and the rest were puzzled as they did not know what Li Lingtian was up to. Not only did he avoid the topic, he even threw out a token. However, when they saw Xian Yuan Dao's expression, the father and daughter, as well as Ping Qinglan, were shocked. Xian Yuan Dao took the token and revealed a puzzled expression. Then he looked at the token. However, the moment he looked at the token, his expression changed drastically and his hands trembled. A 9th-level martial emperor was like a hot potato in his hand. His eyes were filled with shock and fear, followed by excitement. He forcefully circulated his cultivation technique and calmed his mind. He carefully looked at the token, and his eyes revealed an excited light. In his line of sight, the word Xian Yuan appeared on the token. Moreover, there was a mysterious 5-element halo around the word Xian Yuan. The halo did not emit any light, but it represented a kind of identity. In the Xian Yuan family, there are 5 identities. The 5 identities represented the 5 elements. Elite disciples were one of the 5 elements, and they were given tokens according to the attributes of the master. The outer sect elders had 2 types of 5 elements, which were also determined by the attributes of the master. The elders and protectors of the inner sect had 3 types of 5 elements, which were also determined by the attributes of the master. Xinyuan Bailing was only the 3rd type. The 4th and 5th types could only be possessed by people like the Grand Elder and the family head. However, the token in front of him was actually at the peak of the 5 elements. This represented the Grand Elder, but the young man in front of him was clearly not the Grand Elder. He flipped the token over and saw the 2 words Ling Tian engraved on the back of Li Ling Tian. This was the name of the owner of the token. His divine sense touched the token, and Xinyuan Dao's entire body trembled. It wasn't triggered by the restriction inside the token, but it was trembling with excitement. This token represented the identity of the young master of the Xinyuan family. In other words, this young man was the young master of the Xinyuan family. The other 3 people saw his expression and changes, and they were all puzzled and shocked. To be able to make a 9th firmament martial emperor like this, he wondered what this token represented. Your subordinate Xinyuan Dao greets the young master. Young master has crossed the border. We have failed to welcome you. We hope that young master will punish us. At this moment, Xinyuan Dao could no longer stand steadily. He knelt down and did not dare to raise his head. He lay on the ground with an extremely respectful expression. Chu Meng, Chu Tianlan, and Ping Qinglan were completely stunned. Their minds were blank. What kind of concept was it to be able to make a 9th level martial emperor kneel? However, Ping Qinglan was the first to react. Although his surname was Ping and not Xinyuan, his status in Qingxian was very high. He was extremely loyal to Qingxian and was one of the few people that the king absolutely trusted. He quickly knelt down and did not dare to say anything else. At this moment, he had lost his direction. Chapter 574, The Secret of Nandu County. Chapter 574, The Secret of Nandu County U, Dat, Dbai, Xanvel. Well, no matter how stupid Chu Tianlan and Chu Meng were, they understood everything. The young saint alchemist before him was clearly the super expert behind Qingxian. Naturally, Qingxian would not be so simple. During this period of time, Qingxian was in a crisis, and they must have asked for reinforcements. This young man must be someone from the upper echelons of Qingxian. Moreover, it was a very important person. Young master, this meant that this person was definitely a supreme existence in the family. There were many things that were difficult to understand at the moment, but they did not dare to be powerless. They also knelt down respectfully. For a moment, the entire living room was silent. There was no sound at all. Get up. Li Ling Tian broke the silence in the living room. The pressure in the air immediately dissipated, causing the few of them to relax as if they had vented their anger. I didn't expect young master to come to Nandu County. Does young master want to return to Qingxian with me? Xinyuan Dao stood up, and Li Ling Tian waved his hand to signal him to sit down. He dared not resist and could only return to his seat. He spoke with extreme respect and did not dare to be negligent. He was extremely excited. He did not expect that this saint alchemist who refined a peerless medicinal pill was actually the young master of a Xinyuan family. This matter was easy to handle. No matter what, the young lord would not help the other kingdoms. At that time, Qingxian might become as powerful as a kingdom. I crossed over and came here. Something unexpected happened, so I can't leave Nandu County for the time being. Moreover, the matter of Qingxian country has to start from here. Sigh, Xinyuan Bailing, that fellow, can't let me be at ease. I only came here for a stroll, but I didn't expect Qingxian country to be like this. Tell him to mind his own business and ignore me. Even if the sky falls, I will still hold it up. After this seat has settled the matter here, I will naturally go to Qingxian. This seat would like to see what the so-called kingdom of Qingxian looks like. It is actually so arrogant. All right, I have to thank Miss Chu for saving me that day. Otherwise, I would have to sleep in the sea for a few days. Li Lingtian said calmly. There were some things that he did not explain, but Xin Yuan Dao and the others naturally understood what was going on. Even if they were unclear about some things, they did not dare to ask. At the end of his sentence, he looked at Chu Meng. At this moment, Chu Meng was completely stunned. That day, it was young master who saved Chu Meng first. Chu Meng should have let young master take action. Chu Meng was stunned. Chu Tianlan, who was beside her, quickly pushed Chu Meng when she saw this. She was also very happy. Chu Meng was a little familiar with this young master. It would be much easier for her to do things in the future. They could be considered acquaintances. He was still in shock. He had never thought that this young man was actually the young master of the Qing Xian kingdom. He didn't even take the Xianyuan mausoleum seriously. To treat crossing worlds as a common occurrence, wasn't this a little too terrifying? Even if he was a martial monarch realm expert, he could not easily cross realms. A martial monarch realm expert could not cross realms at all. Even if Chu Meng was talking, she didn't know what she was saying. She had never expected that the young man who had saved her was a saint alchemist and the young lord. The young lord who did not even put the king of Qing Xian in his eyes. I didn't save you that day. You were just lucky. The light of space-time that I used to cross over just now killed the sea dragon beast. I've also suffered some injuries. Chu Tianlan, it's best if you pretend that you don't know about my presence here. Lord Nandun, hee, you're in trouble, aren't you? Tell me some things about Nandu County. I need all the information here. Xin Yuan Dao, when you go back, you should know what to say. There are some things that cannot be passed down to the 6 ears. Gather all the troops and forces together and listen to my arrangements. You guys can go back. Li Lingtian waved his hand and a storage pouch flew out. He then signaled for Xin Yuan Dao and the other two to leave. This subordinate will take his leave first and wait for the arrival of the young master in the Qing Xian kingdom. Xin Yuan Dao and Ping Qinglan bowed and left with their storage bags. Their faces were filled with respect. Chu Tianlan and her daughter were left alone in the living room. Naturally, Chu Tianlan understood what Li Lingtian wanted to do. Li Lingtian respectfully recounted some of the events in Nandu County. It was just as Li Lingtian had guessed. Young master is indeed resourceful. You saw the situation of Nandu County the moment you came out. In front of young master, I don't dare to hide anything. Nandu Prefecture is the place with the richest resources in Qingxian. In the entire area of 100 million miles, among the countless countries, our Nandu Prefecture has the best resources. Because Nandu County has an ancient spirit herb garden and a bottomless abyss in the boundless ocean. These two places are places where countless marine race and human race experts compete. To put it bluntly, Nandu County is a place of trouble. The bottomless abyss has countless powerful treasures and underwater resources. There is an endless world under the sea area. It's like another world. The entrance to the bottomless abyss and the spiritual herbal garden are both in Nandu County. In the past, the opening time of the two places was different. There would be a difference of several hundred years. But now, the time difference between the two places is only 1 year. Therefore, the experts from countless countries and commanderies have come here. They not only want the resources here, but also want to occupy this place forever. Chu Tianlan recounted some of the events in Nandu County with a bitter smile on her face. Nandu County was rich in resources. Even without the spiritual herbal gardens and the entrance to the bottomless abyss, this place was definitely a good place for cultivation. However, these two mysterious entrances were both in Nandu County, so they naturally brought endless destruction to Nandu County. As Li Lingtian listened, he enjoyed the service of the three beauties, the fragrant fruits, and the top-quality tea. He was also shocked by what happened in Nandu County. Often, places like this were places where experts and forces competed. They all wanted to control the endless resources in their hands. Naturally, Nandu Prefecture became a battleground for military strategists. In his heart, he also thought so. He had to control Nandu County in his hands. If he couldn't control it, he had to destroy it. Qingxian country was undoubtedly the Xianyuan families. Naturally, they could not allow other kingdoms to take away the resources of Qingxian country. He was fighting for other people's resources. How could he let others fight for his? Two places, which one opens in front. Li Lingtian secretly made up his mind as a smile appeared on his lips. He looked at Chu Tianlan with a sharp gaze. The two places were separated by a year. He could make use of this time gap to obtain the resources in both places. Not only that, but he also had a scheme against other experts. Otherwise, he would be letting himself down. Young master, the bottomless abyss will open first. It will only be open for half a year. In other words, the experts who can successfully come out of the bottomless abyss can enter the spiritual herbal garden. Chu Tianlan's heart skipped a beat when she saw the evil smile on Li Lingxian's face. He still could not understand why a saint alchemist was only at the martial arts grandmaster realm. Moreover, even a ninth firmament martial emperor powerhouse was so respectful. Could it be that he was hiding his cultivation base? Thinking about it, it was somewhat similar. Even though Li Lingxian's aura was heaven-defying, it gave him a feeling of destruction. You go back first. I will send someone to inform you if there is anything. Li Lingtian nodded and waved Chu Tianlan away. He had to use this time to plan and quickly recover some of his cultivation. With that, he tossed the two jade bottles out. Chu Tianlan and Chu Ming each received a bottle and left happily. Tang Ziming and Qing Ling looked at Li Lingtian as they watched the duo leave. Big brother Lingtian, do you think we should do something? Tang Ziming said with a smile as she snuggled into Li Lingxian's arms. Her proud chest pressed against Li Lingxian's body, and the feeling of her firm and full body made Li Lingtian extremely excited. Now, Li Lingtian smiled as he looked at Tang Ziming, Qing Ling, and Xiao Xiao. Big brother Lingtian, what are you thinking? Ming Ming was only talking about Nandu County. What are you thinking about? Were you not satisfied with Sister Mayor last night? Tang Ziming was taken aback as her face flushed red. Although she was Li Lingxian's wife, she was still extremely shy when Li Lingxian's thoughts went astray in broad daylight. However, by the end of her sentence, her small mouth had already moved close to Li Lingxian's ear. Her breath was like orchids, causing Li Lingxian's heart to go wild. Oh, so I was really thinking wrongly. How could I miss out on these matters? Isn't rushing to Nandu County to fight for the Xianyuan family's resources courting death? Li Lingtian replied with a smile. His face was filled with confidence. The aura from his entire body was also emitted. It was the aura of an expert, the aura of a disdainful person. I heard from Chu Tianlan that the bottomless abyss will only open in 2 months. We still have 2 months. In 2 months, Big Brother Ling Tian's cultivation base will have recovered long ago. When the time comes, it'll personally teach those jumping clowns a lesson. Tang Ziming said happily. Even though she was a wife, she was still as fun as a little girl. Since he's a clown, I can't just casually attack him. If I attack him, I won't be on the same level as a clown. Big Dragon. Li Lingtian smiled before he shouted outside. When he arrived, Longda left on his own accord and stood guard outside, not allowing anyone to enter. Young master. After Longda entered, he bowed respectfully and waited for instructions. During this period of time, ask around about some of the foreign experts and figure out their numbers and cultivation levels. All right, go to the county city and look for a material called spiritual space stone. The more the better. Even if the county city doesn't have it, you have to find it in other counties and countries within a month. Li Lingtian began to give instructions. Although there were still 2 months left, he still had to prepare for some matters during these 2 months. With his own cultivation, he was naturally not afraid of ordinary experts. However, when facing countless experts, he was unable to do so. Therefore, no matter what, he had to make arrangements first. The opportunity was reserved for those who were prepared. Chapter 575. Heaven and Earth 5 Elements Formation. Chapter 575. Heaven and Earth 5 Elements Formation. You, deity, Debai, Xanvel, Oem Spirit Spatial Stone. Tang Ziming and Qing Ling looked at Li Lingtian. Even though they did not know much about arrays and refining, they understood the value of the spiritual air stone. They were curious as to why Li Lingtian needed the spiritual air stone. Spiritual spatial stone is a material used to create array formations. It's used for teleportation array formations. The entrance to the bottomless abyss is in our Nandu County. We naturally have to make preparations and control this entrance in our hands. A wicked smile appeared on Li Lingshan's face. He had never been afraid of anyone when it came to array Dao. In the past, he had encountered some spiritual air stones, but the number was small, so he had no use for them. Now that the entrance to the bottomless abyss was right under his nose, he naturally had to use an array to control this entrance. If he wanted to enter, he would have to pay a portion of the money. This subordinate will do it now. Longda bowed respectfully and left. Although he did not need to go personally, he still had to give instructions to his subordinates. Li Lingtian could not afford to delay the things he wanted. He had to find them as soon as possible. Otherwise, what was the point of keeping a group of subordinates? Young master, you want to use this formation to earn spirit stones, right? Qing Ling looked at Li Lingtian and suddenly understood something. If the array was controlled, anyone who wanted to enter would have no choice but to listen to Li Lingshan's request. Although Li Lingtian could not ask for anything else, he could still earn some spiritual stones. Yes, you've been with me for so long. You're still not smart. Li Lingtian nodded and looked at Qing Ling with satisfaction. He had the same thought. That's because young master taught me well. Qing Ling's heart was filled with sweetness when she heard Li Lingshan's praise. All right then, tonight, he'll teach you well. As Li Lingtian spoke, his eyes were filled with ambiguity. He reached out and pinched Qing Ling's perky buttocks, causing her to let out a soft moan. She looked at Li Lingtian shyly with a misty gaze, looking adorable and seductive. Naturally, she understood what Li Lingtian meant when he said he would teach her at night. She was always excited in front of Li Lingtian, and she would be happy even if Li Lingtian were to punish her on the spot. For the next few days, Li Lingtian focused on refining pills to recover his cultivation, cultivating his skills, and nourishing his treasures. He recovered one realm every day. After 8 days, Li Lingtian stopped cultivating. Now that his cultivation had reached rank 5 Martial Emperor, with such cultivation and heaven-defying methods, even a 9th-level Martial Honored Realm expert would not be his match. On this day, Li Lingtian brought along Martial Saint Ming Luo, Heavenly Monster King, and Xiao Bai with Chu Tianlan following behind. The few of them drove the spaceship and quickly flew in the direction of the sea. After flying for a long time, they finally arrived at an island. Young master, the place where the bottomless abyss opened in the past, is within 100 miles of here. I don't know the exact location either. Chu Tianlan bowed beside Li Lingtian. His eyes would occasionally glance at Ming Luo and the Heavenly Monster King. He was afraid, but he did not know what he was afraid of. However, these two people gave him a feeling of extreme danger. Okay, you two guard this place. Li Lingtian nodded before he sat down cross-legged and entered a state of clarity. Gradually, Li Lingshan's aura became ethereal. Then, Li Lingtian waved his hands and cast a series of magic arts. CCCC. Waves of fluctuations appeared in space. The waves in the sky and sea calmed down, but the space trembled. Divine Array Diagram. Sacrifice. Li Lingtian activated his divine consciousness, and a stream of light flashed between his brows. A 3-foot-long and 1-foot-wide brocade map appeared before him. The moment the brocade map appeared, the entire space trembled. At the same time, Li Lingtian stood up and quickly cast a spell with both hands. As Li Lingtian waved his hand, the divine array diagram emitted a mysterious golden light. Chu Tianlan was shocked when she saw Li Lingshan's divine array diagram in magic art. Judging from his technique, he was clearly a superb array master. It was already enough for one person to have a cultivation base that was heaven-defying. However, Li Lingtian was also a super holy array master, and now a powerful array master. How could the other geniuses survive? Li Lingshin's eyes gleamed as his lips curled into a smile. Retract. With a soft shout, Li Lingtian pointed at the air with one hand. The divine array diagram turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Li Lingshin's glabella. Li Lingtian smiled faintly as he looked at the calm waters. Brother, how is it? Have you found the entrance? Xiaobai looked at the smile on Li Lingshin's face, but was unsure if Li Lingtian had found the entrance to the bottomless abyss. Hence it asked. Chu Tianlan was also listening attentively. Although she did not dare to ask Li Lingtian about it, she was extremely curious. Is there anything difficult in this world when your brother makes a move? Li Lingtian smiled and reached out to pinch Little White's little face. This action was extremely natural. Little White allowed Li Lingtian to do as he pleased. In this state, it was very attached to Li Lingtian. Of course, I knew that Big Brother is the most powerful expert in this world. Nothing can stop Big Brother. Xiaobai looked up at Li Lingtian. Although they looked similar, their height and charm were different. Otherwise, they would be a clone of Li Lingtian. Watch carefully. I'm going to make a move. Li Lingtian let go of Little White, and in a flash, he was suspended in the air. As Li Lingtian waved his hands, countless spiritual air stones appeared in front of him. As Li Lingtian waved his hands, countless spiritual air stones spun. Traces of mysterious aura appeared between heaven and earth. No one could understand these auras. Heaven and earth 5 elements formation. After countless incantations, Li Lingshin's eyes sparkled. With a soft shout, the entire space began to tremble. It was at this moment that the spiritual air stone beside Li Lingtian flew into the air. A mysterious starry sky appeared between the sky and the sea. The spirit space was petrified into stars. The twinkling stars seemed to be scattered, but they were moving in a mysterious trajectory. Tens of thousands of stars were moving, shocking Chu Tianlan. Suppress, hurry! After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian shouted softly again. The starry sky in the sky shot toward the bottom of the sea like a meteor. Crash! The seawater trembled continuously, and waves of splashing sounds could be heard. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering explosion followed, and the sea also began to churn. Chu Tianlan and the others on the island also felt a violent tremor. This situation was as if the end of the world had arrived. After a full 10 minutes, the sky and sea quieted down. Li Lingtian was drenched in sweat, and his face was covered in sweat. He looked extremely tired. Brother, are you done? Xiaobai waited for Li Lingtian to return to the island before coming forward to support him. She took out a silk handkerchief to help Li Lingtian wipe his sweat. After looking at Li Lingtian with concern, she realized that Li Lingtian was just too tired and needed a rest. All right, let's go back. I'm a little tired. Li Lingtian nodded. As he watched the sky and sea quieten down, he spoke to Little White. Chu Tianlan was surprised. He handled it so easily. However, he also understood that he could not understand the world of array masters. Since Li Lingtian dared to say that he had succeeded, there would naturally be no problem. Immediately, the flying ship quickly flew into the distance. Li Lingtian and Xiaobai were resting in the spaceship's room. Xiaobai, you can go back. I just need to rest for a while. Call me when you reach the prefecture capital. Li Lingtian was in his room. When he saw that Little White was also in his room, he spoke. Although there was nothing going on between him and Xiaobai, it was still inappropriate for him to sleep with a girl by his side. Then you should rest first. They'll call you when we arrive. Little White nodded and turned to leave the room. It brought Li Lingshin's room with it and cast a simple restriction. Although there were no enemies on the spaceship, she did not want anyone to disturb Li Lingshin's rest. The spacecraft soon entered the county city, and Li Lingtian woke up from his sleep. However, he was still a little tired. He then returned to his residence. As for the other matters, Londa would naturally take care of them. This time, he was a rank 5 martial emperor, so it was a little difficult for him to cast such a heaven-defying array. Fortunately, he succeeded in the end. This formation was called the Heaven and Earth Five Elements Formation, and it was extremely powerful. More importantly, before the bottomless abyss appeared, there was nothing in this place. Even if an array master came, he might not be able to discover it unless he was someone with an array cultivation that was stronger than Li Lingtian. Even if the entrance to the bottomless abyss appeared, one would have to pass through the array formation to enter. In other words, one would have to obtain Li Lingxian's permission to enter. After resting for an entire day, Li Lingxian's spirit was fully restored. However, Shun Mei and Tang Qingwei accompanied him that night. The two women snuggled up to Li Lingtian and fell asleep contentedly. They did not follow Li Lingtian to have sex. As long as they were in Li Lingxian's arms, it was a blissful thing. When he woke up the next day, Li Lingtian looked at the remaining spiritual air stones and nodded in satisfaction. "Husband, is this spirit spatial stone really that magical?" Shunmei knew that Long had found these stones a few days ago. She had searched the entire county city and finally found them. Similarly, Long Da's search for the spiritual air stone did not stop. As Li Lingtian had used this formation more than once, the more the merrier. Of course, this array relies on the spiritual air stone. After the array appears, if you want to enter the entrance, you have to listen to us. When the time comes, let's not talk about anything else. I believe that these experts won't be unwilling to take out some spirit stones. As Li Lingtian spoke with a smile, Tang Qingwei and Shun Mei helped him put on his clothes while laughing happily. Although their proud breasts were restrained by the tube top, they were still trembling with their laughter. Chapter 576, Unexpected Stimulation 1. Chapter 576, Unexpected Stimulation 1. Dat, D-by, Xanvel. Seeing this, Li Lingxian's throat let out a grunt. Shun Mei and Tang Qingwei immediately understood what was going on, and they laughed even harder. They were even happier because Li Lingxian's actions showed that they were charming. "Husband, can you be more promising?" Shun Mei smiled happily as she spoke to Li Lingtian in a coquettish voice. Tang Qingwei nodded after she finished speaking. "It's all because you're too beautiful. Can you blame me for this?" As Li Lingtian spoke, a smile appeared on his lips as his gaze swept across the two women. Tang Qingwei and Shun Mei did not dodge at all. Instead, they allowed Li Lingtian to stare at them. Soon, the three of them walked out. Seeing that the other girls were cultivating, Li Lingtian and the other two quickly washed up and started cultivating. At noon, Li Lingtian had finished refining pills and was playing in the garden with Xianyuan, Yingying, and the others when Xiao Xiao entered. "Young master, Longda has sent news that there is an underground auction in Nandu County, and there is spiritual chilling ice there." Xiao Xiao approached Li Lingtian and relayed the news from Longda to him. During this period of time, Longda had basically been commanding his subordinates to search for natural treasures and inquire about the origins of some experts. The Li Residence's army was also established. With Li Lingxian's status, Chu Tianlan would not say a word, even if he wanted the entire commandery's army. Moreover, he was eager to hand the army over to Li Lingtian. However, Li Lingtian had established his own guard army. The warriors who joined the guard army must be powerhouses above martial arts grandmaster. One could imagine the strength of such an army. Spirit cold ice. Li Lingxian's face was filled with astonishment before he broke into an excited smile. He had been searching for so long, but he had not expected to be discovered by accident. This was luck. He had been in the third heaven for a long time. He had the infinite sacred flame, but he didn't have the heaven and earth strange ice. If he wanted to break through, he had to reach the perfection of martial arts, and he also needed the two extreme forms of ice and fire. If he could obtain the spiritual chilling ice, he would have a chance to break through the third layer to the fourth layer. The power of the third level was already heaven-defying. He wondered how powerful the fourth level would be. Yes, this auction is an underground auction. Those who enter need to be introduced by acquaintances. There are some rare treasures that are not properly obtained. This spirit freezing ice is one of them. Londa got the news from Chu Tianlon. I wonder if young master wants to go. If you do, Chu Tianlon can think of a way. Xiao Xiao looked at Li Ling Tian and waited for his reply. Yes, of course I have to go. Go tell Londa that I need 3 spots. Li Ling Tian pondered for a moment. It was impossible for him to give up on the spirit-chilling ice. Even if he could not purchase it with spiritual stones, he would have other means to obtain it. With his personality, he would definitely bring Tang Qingwei and the others along. However, it was obviously unrealistic to go to such an underground auction house too many times, so 3 spots were about enough. Of the 3 spots, he naturally brought the 2 girls along. As for safety, Marshal Saint Ming Luo and Heavenly Demon King were enough. They didn't need to enter the auction house. They could just wait outside. This was because fights were strictly prohibited in the auction house. It was useless to bring Marshal Saint Ming Luo in. All right, I'll tell Londa. After Xiao Xiao finished speaking, she left with a smile. Li Ling Tian looked at Xiao Xiao with a smile on his face. This maid had been following him since he was young, and she was still following him. He couldn't mistreat Xiao Xiao in the future. He already had several wives, so he didn't need Xiao Xiao anymore. With a few wives to take care of him, he didn't have to worry about anything. He just had to deal with the matters outside. Xiao Xiao following him was just for her to broaden her horizons. Ling Tian, is there an auction? After Xiao Xiao left, he returned to the garden. Tang Qingwei and the others could naturally hear Li Lingshan's words, so they asked, "All right, who's coming with me?" Li Ling Tian glanced at the girls. There were only 3 spots this time. Apart from him, he could bring 2 more people. However, there were a total of 11 girls, and he did not know who to bring. Let's bring Ying Ying along. We can also bring Xiao Xiao or Qingping along. Ying Ying has never been to the auction house, so she should be the most suitable one. As for Xiao Xiao and the other 2, you can do as you see fit. Huang Fuyin and the others exchanged glances. They naturally understood that they couldn't all follow. In fact, they all wanted to go with Li Ling Tian. However, when they thought of how many people there were, it would not be good if Li Ling Tian put himself in a difficult position. Since they had already been there, it was only natural for them not to go. Xin Yuan and Ying Ying had to go. Although it was just for fun, it could create opportunities for them. Although the 3 maids were only maids, they had grown up with them and were like sisters. Since they were their maids, they were also Li Lingshan's maids. When a young lady got married, the maid would naturally give her a dowry. This was also the etiquette of this world. If Li Ling Tian ignored them, they would be alone for the rest of their lives. Naturally, they could not bear to see that happen. Yes, Ying Ying, follow Ling Tian and see how domineering your big brother Ling Tian is. Tang Qingwei smiled as well. In front of Li Ling Tian and his friends, she was definitely not an icy beauty, but a gentle little woman. This was also her personality. She knew how to live. If she kept being cold, Li Ling Tian would not be able to stand it, and neither would the other sisters. However, her cold demeanor when she was outside was as gentle as water when she was at home. This made Li Ling Tian even more enticed. Really, big brother Ling Tian has a lot of spirit stones. If I see something beautiful this time, he'll buy it all. If we don't use the spirit stones ruthlessly, how can we show my big brother Ling Tian strength? Xin Yuan Ying Ying was extremely happy. She was also grateful that these sisters took care of her. All the girls burst into laughter when she finished her sentence. They did not expect Xin Yuan Ying Ying to have such a reason. However, they were not afraid because Li Lingshan's wealth was astounding. A few spiritual stones was nothing to him. Ying Ying, take a rest first. He'll call you later. Meng Meng, call Qingping over. When the time comes, bring Qingping along and let them broaden their horizons. After Li Ling Tian finished speaking, he went to the pavilion in the garden and laid down on the stool to sleep. He enjoyed the birds chirping and the fragrance of the flowers as he listened to the crisp and sweet laughter. The entire garden was like a fairyland. As soon as he lay down, Shunmei came to his side and rested Li Lingshan's head on her jade-like legs so that Li Ling Tian could sleep better. Her slender and round legs carried a hint of a girl's body fragrance, and she was extremely intoxicated. Shun Mayer hugged Li Lingshan's head as she watched him sleep quietly. At this moment, the man before her was the quietest. He had a handsome face, and even when he was sleeping, he gave off a manly and serene feeling. He was a powerful and heaven-defying genius who could topple all the girls in the world. He was the man that she, Shun Mei, loved. Waking up to rule the world, drunk on the knees of a beauty. This was the most carefree life. Even the gods would be envious. This sleep lasted for 4 hours before Li Lingtian woke up. No matter what auction it was, it could only be held at night, so he had to rest well during the day so that he would be energetic at night. Yes, just right. After Li Lingtian woke up, he looked at the sky and nodded in satisfaction. Standing up, he saw that Shun Mei had been hugging his head for 4 hours. Even a man wouldn't be able to stand it, let alone a delicate beauty. His legs would definitely be stiff. Mayer was about to call out to husband when husband woke up first. After Shun Mei let go of Li Lingtian, she spoke in a sweet voice. Her appearance was indescribably adorable. Chapter 577. Qingping 1. Chapter 577. Qingping 1 U Dat D by Xanvel. When the two of them left the garden and arrived at the front hall, seeing that Xianyuan, Yingying, and Qingping were already waiting for them, Li Lingtian and Li Lingtian walked in with smiles on their faces. Big brother Lingtian, you still said you wanted to wake me up? What time is it already, and you're still sleeping? Xianyuan Yingying said coquettishly as soon as she saw Li Lingtian enter. She tugged at Li Lingshan's sleeve unwillingly. I overslept. I'm not late now. Li Lingtian replied with a smile. He and Shun Mayer knew that they did not oversleep initially. However, Shun Mayer had spent quite some time helping Li Lingtian. Shun Mayer's face could not help but turn red. Xianyuan Yingying had been with Li Lingshan's wife for a long time, so she could not hide from her gaze. She immediately noticed something. Her beautiful eyes stared at Shun Mayer, and a sly smile appeared on her face. Sister Mayer, you've done something bad. This girl knew that Shun Mayer was shy, but she insisted on saying it, making Shun Mayer even more shy. Li Lingtian looked at Shun Mayer's expression and his heart stirred. Go, go, go. What bad things are you doing? Besides, we're husband and wife. It's normal for us to do things. How can you say that it's a bad thing? Li Lingtian extended his hand and tapped Xianyuan Yingying's forehead as he stared at her. Then he smiled and said it. He couldn't escape Xianyuan Yingying's gaze, so he didn't say anything. Young master. Qingping served a cup of fragrant tea to Li Lingtian as she called out in a sweet voice. Li Lingtian nodded in satisfaction at her well-behaved appearance before he sat down on the chair. Lingtian, you're going to bring a guard with you today, right? Although Nandu County doesn't have any experts, it's not safe during this period of time. Tang Qingwei said after Li Lingtian sat down. The others were all there. They nodded in agreement when they heard Tang Qingyu's words. They were extremely concerned about Li Lingshan's safety. They were not concerned about it other times, but now that Li Lingshan's cultivation base had fallen, he was in danger all too often. I will bring Ming Luo and Tian Yao. Longda and Yun Hao will protect you in the mansion. Li Lingshan's heart was filled with warmth. In Nandu County City, no one dared to fight easily. However, this auction was held outside the city. This was because underground auctions were not allowed in the city. After all, these treasures were not from a clean source, and they were worried that they would cause trouble for the county city. Moreover, after opening an underground auction, one could fight for treasures after leaving the auction. This was also one of the cruel keys. Countless experts who didn't have many spirit stones also participated. This was because after participating, they didn't get what they wanted, so they would directly fight. That was also why Li Lingtian brought Ming Luo, and the heavenly demon along the heavenly demon strength had already reached the peak of the second heavenly layer of the martial saint realm. It only needed a supreme heavenly demon pill to achieve a breakthrough. However, Li Lingtian did not dare to refine a supreme, heavenly demon pill with his current cultivation. Otherwise, it would affect the recovery of his cultivation base. Naturally, the heavenly monster king dared not ask Li Lingtian to refine the supreme, heavenly monster pill. If it affected Li Lingshan's cultivation base, it would not be worth it. As long as Li Lingshan's cultivation base was restored to the third firmament martial emperor realm, he would be able to refine the supreme heavenly monster pill. He was not in a hurry to do so in a few days. Yes, that's good. With a heavenly demon monarch's cultivation, he can even resist a fourth firmament martial saint. Although Ming Luo is only at the second heaven, she can definitely sweep through Nandu County. She can also protect Qingping and Yingying. Shun Mayer nodded. She was extremely happy with Li Lingshan's arrangement. To them, Li Lingshan's safety was more important than their own safety. They would rather be injured than to see Li Lingtian get hurt. That's right. After my cultivation recovers, it'll raise their cultivation by 1 realm. That way, we'll be able to relax a little. Li Lingtian looked at the sky before he stood up. It was just in time to head to the auction house, or he would be late. Tang Qingwei and Huang Fuyin stood up as well and helped Li Lingtian tidy his clothes. It was a wife's duty and pride to keep their man neat and tidy whenever he went out. Even though Li Lingshan's clothes were not in a mess, his actions were extremely heartwarming. Subsequently, the girls escorted Li Lingtian to the front yard before stopping. Li Lingtian led Xianyuan Yingying and Qingping outside. Xianyuan Yingying naturally held Li Lingshan's arm, looking extremely warm. On the other hand, Qingping was much more restrained. She had been following behind Li Lingtian and the other man at an unhurried pace. When Li Lingtian saw this, he stopped and turned around to hold Qingping's hand. Immediately, he felt Qingping's small hand tremble, and his body seemed to have been electrocuted. She subconsciously struggled for a moment, but in the end, there was no movement at all. Her small face was flushed. Her heart was filled with sweetness. As the lattice maid, it was only natural for her to marry him off. Li Lingtian was a genius who could charm any girl in the world. She was also extremely envious of being with the young miss, but she understood her status. With Li Lingshan's excellence and status, she naturally did not stand a chance. She could only watch silently. Now, her mind went blank as she did not expect Li Lingtian to hold her hand. Her entire body trembled as if she had been electrocuted. She had never come into contact with a man before, let alone been held by a man. Naturally, she had such a reaction. Her entire body was extremely numb. Let's go. Li Lingtian smiled when he saw Qingping's expression. He understood what Huang Fuyin and the others meant. If the 3 maids followed them, they would naturally not be able to get married in the future. He naturally would not let them suffer. Yes. Qingping's mind was completely blank as Li Lingtian held her hand. Excitement, happiness, and sweetness assaulted her heart. He had never thought that such a day would come. However, when this day arrived, he felt a little uncomfortable. It had come too suddenly. She didn't know how she came to the auction house. Only after she entered the auction house did she know. As she sat in her seat, she could not help but steal a glance at Li Lingtian. Her heart was thumping nonstop. In the past, she admired Li Lingtian and never thought that she would have the chance to get close to him. She did not expect Li Lingtian to take notice of her. After all, Li Lingshan's identity was too heaven-defying. The distance between them was like that between a god and an ant. Li Lingtian nodded from time to time when he saw Li Lingtian and Xianyuan Yingying chattering nonstop. Although he was envious, he was already satisfied. At that moment, Li Lingtian happened to be looking at Qingping when she was peeking at him. Qingping immediately lowered her head in panic, her heart racing. Qingping, if you see something you like later, buy it and buy some for them. Naturally, Li Lingtian knew that Qingping was peeking at him. He was only pretending not to know so that Qingping would not feel uncomfortable. He was also extremely moved by this little girl's appearance. Although this little girl was not as beautiful as Tang Zimeng and the others, she was still a 1 in a million beauty. Yes, Qingping will remember. Qing Ping replied softly, but her heart was still trembling. This feeling was mixed with fear, anticipation, and excitement. Qing Ping, your big brother Ling Tian's servant girl. Is there a need to be so shy? I've decided. Tonight, you'll serve big brother Ling Tian. Xianyuan Yingying also doted on Qingping when she saw her. This cute and shy little girl was indeed cute. Li Ling Tian was rendered speechless when he heard Xianyuan Yingying's words. What did she mean by she could decide? Who was going to serve him? Was Xianyuan Yingying the one deciding? Qingping became even more shy when she heard Xianyuan Yingying's words. How could a girl tolerate such words? Yingying. Li Ling Tian glared at Xianyuan Yingying as he spoke in a low voice. At this moment, there were hundreds of powerhouses in the auction house. Naturally, he could not speak carelessly. In fact, even if they spoke very softly, many super experts could hear them. However, Xianyuan Yingying obediently stopped teasing Qingping after Li Ling Tian stopped her. Qingping was slightly relieved, but she was a little disappointed. Li Ling Tian scanned the auction hall with his divine consciousness and noticed that there were many powerhouses present. Although most of them were martial emperors and martial venerables, there were also quite a number of martial emperors and even a few ninth-level martial emperors. Seeing these powerhouses, Li Ling Tian felt much more relaxed about tonight's competition. He wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to compete for the treasure. He just didn't want to waste spirit stones. If he met a powerful competitor, even if he won the competition, he would still waste a lot of spirit stones. In his heart, he had never worried about his wealth. His spirit stones and wealth were simply something that 5 people could compare to. If he ran out of spirit stones, he could just sell some of the treasures in his divine dragon ring or refine some peerless pills. Then, spirit stones would come rolling in. Time slowly passed, and the auction began. Xianyuan Yingying and Qingping were extremely excited because it was their first time in such a place. Welcome to our auction house. I am Dugajan. Greetings to all of you. At this moment, a middle-aged powerhouse walked out of the auction house. He was at the second heaven of the martial emperor realm. After all, the underground auction was not as luxurious as other official auction houses. It was only temporary. However, the items in this auction house were definitely not fake. Otherwise, no one would come to the underground auction house to trade. Dugujan saluted the thousands of warriors with a greedy smile on his face. He didn't look like an expert at all, but more like a businessman. Although this is an underground auction hall and isn't suitable for normal auctions, the items and treasures here are hard to find anywhere else. Similarly, the highest bidder wins here. We can't fight in the auction hall. Dugujan emphasized the rules of the underground auction house. He didn't hide anything and directly spoke about the situation of the underground auction house. However, this wasn't important. The important thing was that martial artists needed powerful and precious treasures and items, regardless of the situation of the auction house. However, this statement resonated with all the martial artists, and they also accepted the existence of the underground auction house. This was because the people in the underground auction house were direct and did not have the slightest bit of falsehood. I recommend the new book, Ancient Sage Myriad Ancient King. I welcome everyone to read and save it. I also want to vote for it. The new book needs everyone's support. Only with everyone's support can the new book go further. Chapter 578, Teasing Wu Zun. Chapter 578, Teasing Wu Zunyu, Dat, Dbai, Xn Vel. Oh, I'm alright, I won't be long-winded. Now, the auction officially begins. The first item is a high-grade heaven artifact. It's a heaven weapon of the wood attribute. It can increase the life force of a wood martial spirit expert. When a wood martial spirit expert uses this upper-grade heaven weapon, his strength will increase by 10%. It's the green melon sword. Dugujan took out a brocade box. An exquisite short sword slowly floated in the brocade box. The short sword exuded a strong wood elemental aura. Li Ling Tian could feel the power of a superior grade celestial weapon, even though he was sitting in the middle. Indeed, this green melon sword was a high-grade celestial artifact, and a very precious one at that. Li Lingtian was not surprised by the verdant melon sword, but he had come to the right place. Since the first item was already a superior-grade celestial artifact, there should be more valuable items after that. Even though his target was the spirit-freezing ice, he would not let go of the other treasures that he had encountered. The starting bid for the green melon sword is 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Each increment is to million. De Goujon looked at the countless wood martial soul experts below, and his eyes flashed with a bright light. He was obviously very interested in this cyan sword. Even though the majority of wood element cultivators were women, the auction house was basically filled with men. There were very few female cultivators. Li Lingtian scanned the room when he entered and found that there were only a dozen female cultivators. The azure melon sword was a very good treasure. For some martial emperors and martial supremes, it was already very difficult to obtain a heaven artifact. After all, a saint artifact was rare and could only be found by chance. No matter where they were, heaven artifacts were basically the treasures of martial emperors and martial venerables. Even martial emperors used heaven artifacts. The powerhouses who used saint weapons were basically all heaven-defying martial emperor and martial saint powerhouses. Heaven artifacts were good, but this price was also a price. The base price was 2 million, and each increment was 10 million. Thus, this base price alone was hard for many martial emperors to bear. No million low-grade spirit stones. 120 million low-grade spirit stones. However, there were still quite a number of wood elemental experts who started to compete for it. Heaven artifacts were hard to come by, and high-grade heaven artifacts were even rarer. Generally speaking, the competition for attributed treasures was not that intense. After all, treasures with attributes were only suitable for warriors with the corresponding attributes. If a water martial spirit expert used a fire attribute treasure, it would be simply courting death. Not only was he unable to unleash his powerful might, but he was also restraining himself. He was unable to even unleash his own might, and he would often be driven into chi deviation. Big brother Ling Tian, I want to try something so fun, okay? Xin Yuan Yingying looked at the fierce competition below, and her curiosity was immediately aroused. Although she cultivated the wood element, she could not use such a heaven artifact at all. She merely thought that the competition was fun. As she spoke, she looked at Li Lingtian with a questioning expression. Although Xin Yuan Yingying was mischievous and lively, she would only be like this when it came to unimportant matters. However, she would never be like this when it came to real matters. Now, that it was a matter of spiritual stones, it was naturally up to Li Lingtian. It's fun, then let's give it a try. Your big brother Ling Tian doesn't lack spirit stones. Li Lingtian was extremely satisfied when he saw Xin Yuan Yingying's expression. This little girl knew her place. Another Supreme Realm expert increased the price to 430 million spiritual stones. 440 million spirit stones. This voice came from Qing Ping. Instantly, all the martial artists quieted down. What the F***CK was going on? The two girls were together and clearly had a good relationship. The competition between the two of them was no joke. 450 million. 460 million. 470 million. 480 million. For a moment, Xin Yuan Yingying, Qing Ping, and the other two Supreme Realm experts kept increasing the price. Everyone increased the price again and again. 700 million low-grade spirit stones. The second-level Supreme Realm expert's face revealed a sinister expression as the price continued to rise. When Qing Ping called out 690 million, he did not hesitate to call out 700 million. However, the second-level martial honored realm expert's face was filled with black lines. Big brother Ling Tian, it's not fun anymore. I'm not playing anymore. Young master, I'm not playing anymore. Xin Yuan Yingying and Qing Ping said it at the same time, making all the warriors feel uncomfortable. He had thought that the two girls would keep bidding, but he never expected them to stop bidding at the same time. They actually said that it was no longer fun. The second-level Supreme Realm expert who had shouted 700 million had an ashen face and looked extremely ugly. 700 million spirit stones far exceeded the price of a high-grade celestial artifact. Moreover, to a revered martial artist, 700 million spirit stones was like drawing his blood. It was almost all of his wealth. How could these warriors compete with Li Lingtian in spiritual stones? Li Lingtian had more than 4 trillion spiritual stones in his divine dragon ring, along with countless weapons and treasures, jade slips, cultivation techniques, materials, and herbs. All of this added up to a shocking number. With his status as a saint alchemist, the peerless pills he refined could shake the entire divine martial continent. Not to mention a warrior, even a super sect or super kingdom might not dare to compare their wealth to him. Kiki. Hee. It's too fun, big brother Ling Tian. I still want to play later. That's right, young master. Wait a moment. We still have to continue. The two girls completely ignored the middle-aged powerhouse who was at the second Heaven Martial Honored Realm. Instead, they acted coquettishly beside Li Lingtian. All the warriors were speechless and felt depressed. If they met these two little girls during the competition, they would be finished. However, to be honest, one of these two little girls was a peerless beauty, a unique beauty in the world, and the other was also a 1 in 10,000 existence. If he could get his hands on that peerless beauty, it would be worth it even if he lost a few decades of his life. They had never thought that there would be such a stunning beauty in this world. Instantly, countless experts revealed greedy looks in their eyes. If you want to play, then play. Li Lingtian looked at the two girls and realized that they were obviously trying to draw hatred for him. However, he did not care at all. A mere martial honor or martial emperor was not worthy of being his opponent at all. Moreover, as long as the people around him liked it, he would find a way to get his hands on the entire divine martial continent, let alone the spiritual stones. A mere spirit stone was nothing. He had brought the two girls along to play this time, so he naturally wouldn't let them down. 700 million spirit stones going once. Is there anyone else who wishes to raise the bid? Dugu Zhan was elated when he saw the two girls beside Li Lingtian. If the two girls continued like this, the price would increase. However, he was a little worried that other martial artists would be afraid of the two girls and not dare to compete. 700 million spirit stones going twice. 700 million spirit stones going thrice. Congratulations to number 480 for obtaining the Green Melon Sword. Dugu Zhan knew that no one else would raise the price, but the rules still had to be followed. When a hammer was knocked down, he asked a maid beside him to bring the brocade box to the second-level Martial Honored Realm expert. At this moment, the second-level Supreme Realm expert had already hated Xianyuan Yingying and the other two women to the bone. 700 million spirit stones were gone, just like that. Although he had obtained a heaven artifact, this heaven artifact was too expensive. Chapter 579, Mysterious Item. Chapter 579, Mysterious Item U, DAT, D, by, Xanvel. On the first item ended just like that. Then, the second item appeared. It was also a heaven artifact, but it was much more powerful than the Green Melon Sword. Now, let's begin the auction for the second item. The originally lively auction hall gradually quieted down after Dugu Zhan's words. In the auction house, everyone knew that the later the item was, the more precious it would be. The first item was already a saint artifact, and it was a high-grade saint artifact at that. The second item naturally wouldn't be any worse. This item is also a weapon, high-grade celestial artifact. However, this item has no restrictions on its attributes. It's an offensive treasure. Dugu Zhan had a faint smile on his face, but he didn't take out the item. This was just to spoil the taste and keep people guessing. The more curious the experts were, the more intense the competition would be. These were the usual methods of the auctioneer, But the other martial artists knew this, but they still followed the other party's trap. A heaven artifact without any attributes. It's an attack-type treasure. Its power is shocking. Sky-breaking shuttle, a high-grade celestial weapon. It can ignore the defense of any treasure of the same grade. At this point, Dugujan no longer kept them in suspense. He understood that no matter what, there was a limit to it. If it caused the strong to be disgusted, then the gains would not make up for the losses. He opened a brocade box. Inside the brocade box lay a 1-foot-long shuttle-shaped treasure. It had a golden light on it and gave off an indestructible feeling. A terrifying destructive aura was also emitted from the auction house, causing some martial artists with lower cultivation to circulate their cultivation methods to resist the terrifying aura of the sky-breaking shuttle. Sky-breaking shuttle. High-grade celestial artifacts can ignore the defense of treasures of the same grade. A high-grade celestial artifact without any attributes is indeed not simple. If there was such a treasure, it would be a good treasure to destroy a high-grade celestial artifact. In an instant, countless voices of discussion rang out. Dugujan didn't stop them. Instead, he looked at the discussions of the martial artists below. The more martial artists talked about this treasure, the more attention the treasure would receive. When the time came, the competition would be even more intense. Li Lingtian smiled faintly as he watched the martial artist discussion in the auction house. Normally, he would not auction off the treasures in the auction house unless the girl beside him liked it. He did not need the treasures in the auction house. He only needed some heaven-defying materials. I believe that all of you know the power of the sky-breaking shuttle better than me. The starting price of the sky-breaking shuttle is also 100 million, and each increment is also 10 million. Dugujan seized the opportunity and began to speak again. He stated the starting price and the increase in the price of the heaven-breaking shuttle. In the auction house, the starting price did not have to be very high. It mainly depended on the intensity of the competition or how much the expert needed, and more importantly, the number of spirit stones in the expert's hands. By the time he said the base price and the increase, the other experts could not wait any longer. The previous item was a high-grade heaven weapon. However, the green melon sword could only be used by a strong warrior with a wood-type martial soul. However, this sky-breaking shuttle could be used by any warrior. 150 million spirit stones. 180 million spirit stones. 230 million spirit stones. The intensity of the competition surprised Li Lingtian. However, he immediately realized that he didn't even want the celestial artifact. He didn't need it. Even if it was given to him for free, he wouldn't want it. He wouldn't even accept a saint artifact, let alone a heaven artifact. This was because he had countless treasures in his hands. He didn't even want the saint weapons. He only had the supreme saint weapons, the Sky Universe Sword and the Heavenly Fault Sword. As for the rest, he would use divine weapons. With his cultivation and strength, a saint artifact was no longer of much use. However, the powerhouses before him were different. They were not as terrifying as Li Lingtian and were still relying on the power of the treasure. 930 million low-grade spiritual stones. 940 million low-grade spirit stones. Finally, the price reached 900 million, but the competition was relatively weak at this time. After all, it was 900 million, not 90,000. Even if these people were martial emperors, martial supremes, or even martial sovereigns, it was still a little difficult to get 900 million spiritual stones. As the saying goes, a man with money is a man, but a man without money is also in trouble. Although it was rare for experts to encounter this sentence, they would only truly understand the true meaning of this sentence when they encountered a real need for sky-high spirit stones. Big Brother Lingtian, do you think this price is proportional to the heaven-breaking shuttle? Xinyuan Yingying was curious as she watched so many experts compete for a treasure. She had no idea what was going on in the past. After following Li Lingtian, she had seen many things, but she had no idea about the price and value of the treasure. However, the moment she opened her mouth, it caused countless experts to misunderstand. They thought that this peerless beauty wanted to participate in the battle, which immediately made countless martial artists subconsciously feel afraid. What are you looking at? That treasure is so ugly. Even if you give it to me, I won't take it. Xianyuan Yingying saw that many warriors were looking at her. She immediately pouted and said fiercely, thinking that she was very fierce. However, she did not know that not only was she not fierce, but she was even cuter. When all the martial artists saw Xianyuan Yingying's expression, they immediately felt amused. Their hostility towards Xianyuan Yingying also decreased a lot. After all, this girl was very direct and was an unparalleled beauty. However, Xianyuan Yingying's words made more martial artists pause and almost vomit blood. What did he mean by ugly to death? This was clearly a powerful treasure, but he still said it was ugly. After hearing Xianyuan Yingying's words, those experts who were competing for the sky-breaking shuttle felt relieved. At least they wouldn't be disturbed by this girl. Everyone has different bottom lines and needs. For those who need it, even if this weapon costs 100 billion, there will still be people fighting to buy it. For those who don't need it, even if it costs 100 spirit stones, they won't necessarily buy it. The price is worth it, and the people have their needs. Their true meaning is not the same. The price and value are often not proportional, but in the eyes of the people who need it, it is proportional. Then let me tell you, although this heaven artifact is powerful, I don't need it. However, if you give me a good medicinal herb, it'll choose the medicinal herb over the heaven artifact. Li Lingtian spoke calmly. Although his voice was not loud, it was not soft either. At least, the powerhouses nearby could hear him. Initially, they felt disdain when they heard Li Lingshan's comments. However, Li Lingshan's words were reasonable, and no one dared to object. I see. Big Brother Ling Tian is right. Take me as an example. If there's a beautiful treasure, I'd naturally want it, but this sky-breaking shuttle is really ugly. I wouldn't want it even if you gave it to me. Xianyuan Yingying's expression was as if she had seen it before. Moreover, the expression on her small face was extremely serious. In the eyes of outsiders, she didn't look pretentious at all. This was what Xianyuan Yingying meant. Qingping listened attentively from aside. Li Lingtian was usually happy when he was joking, but he was serious when he was doing things. The three of them discussed happily. The second item was successfully auctioned off at a price of 3 billion. 3 billion for a high-grade heaven artifact. How should he put it? Those who thought it was worth it would think it was worth it. Those who thought it wasn't worth it would think it was a heaven-defying price. The third item was a peerless grade fire attribute heavenly weapon. Even if it was only a fire attribute heavenly weapon, its price was still shocking. A peerless fire-type heaven artifact, sold for 2 billion low-grade spirit stones. Li Lingtian was satisfied with a fire-type peerless heavenly weapon, but that was all. The girls around him were all extremely talented geniuses. They were all proud daughters of heaven that were 1 in a billion. Similarly, they had all 5 elements, but he had no intention of buying these treasures because they all had saint artifacts. The third item has been successfully auctioned. Now, let's begin the auction for the fourth item. The fourth item might be of great interest to all of you. Even I don't know what this item is. Please help me to appraise it. Those who recognize this item, we will auction it according to this price. Dugujan's face revealed a look of anticipation. No one had recognized this item until now. Not only him, but all the warriors in the auction house were curious. It was the first time they had heard of an item being auctioned in the auction house. Li Lingshan's face was filled with curiosity as a smile appeared on his lips. He had participated in many auctions, and his knowledge was vast. He had a certain understanding of demons, humans, demons, and dragons. It could be said that he knew almost everything. Sir Dugu, what is this thing? Yeah, take it out for us to see. Let's have a look. We also want to see what it is. There are also things that Sir Dugu doesn't recognize. It's really hard to imagine. Brother Dugu, your master is a martial saint. Don't you know him? For a moment, countless experts were extremely curious. Those who knew about this auction house were even more shocked because they knew the person behind this auction house. A treasure that even a martial saint powerhouse did not recognize was really not simple. Sirs, you flatter me. Dugajan didn't say anything. Instead, an old man in his 50s walked out from the small door behind him. The old man emitted a powerful aura. This aura immediately made all the experts feel oppressed. A martial monarch and a martial supremacy were suppressed by this aura. Even a martial emperor was slightly suppressed. This was something that the old man had done unintentionally. If he really made a move, all the powerhouses present would be crushed to death by the old man's pressure. A martial saint. Countless martial artists exclaimed in their hearts, but none of them dared to speak. He could only look at the old man in shock and understand the identity of this old man. This old man was Dugujan's master, a martial saint. Only a martial saint would have such a martial saint's pressure and aura. Li Lingtian was the only one who did not move. Even though he was suppressed by the aura, he was not shocked at all. In the past, not to mention the pressure of a martial saint, he had even killed a martial saint. However, he was even more curious. What was this item that even a martial saint expert did not recognize? His eyes were also looking at the old man in front of him, waiting for the old man to take out that mysterious item. Chapter 580, Fighting Against Each Other. Chapter 580, Fighting Against Each Other You, Dat, Dbai, Exanvel. Oim. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he had already arrived at the front of the stage. Dugujan respectfully bowed to the old man and took a step back to show his respect. The old man ignored Dugujan and opened a jade box in his hand. The jade box was about a foot in size and exuded an ancient aura. Everyone could only see the jade box and not the things inside, because this jade box had isolated all cultivators' soul consciousness. If one wanted to see what was inside, they had to break that mysterious restriction. However, in front of this old man, who would have the guts to act rashly. There are two sets of items in this jade box. Two identical items, but I've found many appraisers who couldn't recognize them. So, if you know them, tell me their origin and value, and this item will be auctioned according to its value. Similarly, you can also use items to exchange for it. The old man spoke indifferently. His eyes were like torches as he looked at all the martial artists in the auction hall. There was a faint disappointment in his eyes because there were only martial emperor powerhouses here. There was not even a single martial saint. However, it was a last resort. He wanted to try anyway. After the old man finished speaking, he slowly opened a restriction on the jade box without waiting for the other warriors to speak. Li Lingtian had been staring at the old man. However, when he saw the old man's appearance, his heart trembled. He secretly opened his divine soul eyes and looked at the old man. Suddenly, a strange feeling appeared in his heart. There seemed to be something wrong with this old man, but he did not know what the problem was. Because this old man was a martial saint expert, he did not dare to look at the old man seriously with his divine soul eyes in case he was discovered. He only felt that there was something wrong with this old man. He did not know what exactly was wrong. If one used the eye of the divine soul to observe carefully, they would definitely be able to see what the old man was thinking. However, the moment Li Lingtian saw the jade box's restriction activated, he felt as if his heart had been struck by a heavy blow. The restriction on the jade box was activated, and a dark blue crystal that was half a foot long and wide appeared in his sight. This crystal had no regular shape. This was because this crystal had not been carved or polished. It was a raw stone. It was rare to encounter a dark blue crystal. Moreover, this crystal had a mysterious flowing light flashing inside. It was indescribably mysterious. More importantly, there was a mysterious aura within the dark blue crystal. The aura carried spirituality and would waver from time to time. If it was not for Li Lingtian's divine soul vision, he would not have noticed it. Pill tribulation lightning essence. Li Lingtian exclaimed in his heart. His expression changed drastically before it turned into one of excitement. As a doctor and a super pill saint master, as well as an ancient pill master, he naturally recognized this pill tribulation thunder essence. This pill tribulation thunder essence was useless to ordinary pill masters, but to level 6 and above pill masters, it was a heaven-defying treasure. The name of this pill tribulation lightning essence explained its use. It gathered heavenly lightning and lightning tribulation to form a pill tribulation. As long as it was a 6th grade medicinal pill, 1/10 of the pill tribulation would descend. It would be a lie to say that such an existence was not heaven-defying. The drastic change in his expression attracted the attention of Qingping and Xianyuan Yingying. The elder in front also noticed the change in Li Lingtian. This was because Li Lingtian could not calm himself down in time after seeing the elixir tribulation thunder essence. A sudden change betrayed him. This kind of thing had never happened before. However, this time, he was betrayed by a pill tribulation lightning essence. This was the only time. This was also because of the pill tribulation lightning essence's heaven-defying nature. In the past, even if he obtained a divine artifact and obtained heaven-defying benefits, he would not be so shocked. However, now that such an expression had appeared, he couldn't hide it anymore. He wanted to obtain this pill tribulation lightning essence, and not only that, he also wanted to obtain the other one. No matter the price, he had to obtain this pill tribulation lightning essence. Do you know the origin of this item? The old man waited for a long time, but no one in the auction house knew what the item was. The old man's gaze was directed at Li Lingtian. When he spoke, he sounded polite, but his tone was domineering. He displayed the might of a martial saint to the extreme. If it was in front of other martial artists, no one would have such a feeling because they had already adapted to the arrogance of a high-level expert to a low-level martial artist. However, Li Lingtian was not used to this feeling. To dare to be so domineering in front of him, that was courting death. However, now was not the time to touch him. After obtaining the pill tribulation lightning essence, he would slowly deal with him. I have a little bit of knowledge about this item. Li Lingtian replied calmly with a faint smile on his face. Others might not know what Li Lingtian was thinking, but Qingping could tell that his young master's smile was filled with killing intent. All the warriors were shocked when Li Lingtian mentioned it. They were surprised that a martial royal realm powerhouse would know about an item that even a martial saint powerhouse did not know about. I wonder if you can tell me what this is and its specific use. The old man's aura surged. It was obvious that he was threatening Li Lingtian with his shocking dignity. The warrior knew the origin of the item, so he naturally wanted to know what it was. However, he was worried that Li Lingtian was lying, so he used his powerful aura to force Li Lingtian to speak the truth. However, he had found the wrong person. The more Li Lingtian thought about it, the more murderous he felt. He was certain that this warrior sage powerhouse was about to fall, and he wanted him to regret his bad luck. The crystal in Senior's hand is a tribulation lightning essence. Li Lingtian did not reveal anything on his face, but he respectfully told her the origin of the elixir tribulation thunder essence. He didn't need to say anything more. These martial artists were all smart people, so they naturally broke it with one point. Even if he didn't know what the pill tribulation lightning essence was used for, he knew what it was used for just by hearing its name. Pill tribulation lightning essence. Pill tribulation lightning essence. Could it be a crystal to attract the pill tribulation? I didn't expect such a powerful existence to exist in this world. All of a sudden, everyone was shocked. The old man was even more shocked. However, his eyes revealed a trace of disappointment because this thing was no longer useful to him. Li Lingtian had been paying attention to the changes in the old man's expression, but he did not notice anything wrong with him. The more Li Lingtian thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. This was because the old man was too good at hiding himself. If it was not for his divine soul's eye, he would not have noticed the old man's abnormality. At the same time, Li Lingtian felt a tinge of fear toward the old man. He could sense that the old man was not a simple person and should not be provoked so easily. In fact, his initial decision to kill the old man had gradually changed. Now, however, he decided to let it go. Because it was better to avoid trouble, and at this critical moment, no trouble could happen. Pill tribulation lightning essence. Could it be that when refining tier 6 and above medicinal pills, the crystal stone that attracts pill tribulation? What makes you so sure that this is the pill tribulation thunder essence? The old man glared at Li Lingtian and waited for Li Lingtian's reply. If Li Lingtian were to spout nonsense, he might just kill him. Haha, didn't you say that as long as this item is recognized, it can be auctioned off at a certain price? I wonder if your words count. Li Lingtian's eyes flashed sharply as well. Even a clay man had some rustic air to it. It was always so domineering in front of him. Did it think that he was easy to bully? Instantly, his entire heart turned cold, and his aura erupted as he stared coldly at the old man. Not only did he not answer the old man's question, but he also asked the old man a question. It was obvious that he did not believe the old man. The atmosphere in the entire auction hall was extremely strange. All the martial artists felt a wave of oppression. Haha, are you doubting my promise? The old man also laughed loudly, but no one could tell that this old man was really laughing. It was a laugh of extreme anger. The two of them immediately began to fight each other. For a moment, two powerful pressures collided in the air. Li Lingtian's gaze turned even colder as he circulated his true essence and secretly activated several heaven-defying defenses. If his opponent dared to attack him, he would be able to use his treasures to block the elder's attack. At the same time, he cast a spell. As long as the old man made a move, Heavenly Demon King and Ming Luo would arrive immediately. Hee, are you doubting my judgment? Li Lingtian stood up and unleashed his aura to the maximum. Two strange auras hovered in the air but did not collide. Both of them were wary. While speaking, Li Lingtian did not back down and asked the old man the same question. This kind of question was originally very normal, but at this moment, it became abnormal. This was because the aura and tone of the two people did not give in at all. They were fighting each other. Moreover, it was a martial emperor fighting a martial saint. No matter what, this aura was not good. Oh, you're doubting my promise. That's your fault. I doubt your words. It's only right. I can take it that you're deliberately looking for trouble, okay? The old man showed no intention of backing down when he saw Li Lingtian stand up. A martial emperor was confronting a martial saint like this. The old man felt that something was amiss. He believed that Li Lingtian was deliberately looking for trouble and that he had a powerful backer behind him. However, he was a martial saint, and he had lost face in front of so many juniors. His tone sounded polite, but it was actually very sharp. Ha, laughable, extremely laughable. It's my fault for doubting your promise. It's only right that you doubt my judgment. Ridiculous. You said that this lord is deliberately looking for trouble. Where do you start from? Li Lingtian laughed out loud. He laughed maniacally and brazenly, completely ignoring the numerous powerhouses present and even the warrior sage. All of a sudden, all the powerhouses were dumbfounded. He didn't expect a martial emperor to dare to cause trouble in front of a martial saint. What kind of concept was this? Had this world gone crazy? Chapter 581, Step by Step. Chapter 581, Step by Step you, DAT, deep by, XNVEL. Is there a need to say that? I'm a martial saint, so will keep my word. You're just a martial emperor, so your words will naturally be doubted by others. The old man's face was filled with disdain as he glared coldly at Li Lingtian. If it were any other place, he would have torn Li Lingtian apart long ago. However, this was his auction house. He could not break his own rules, or he would be the butt of others' accusations in the future. The reason was simple. The strong were respected. Whatever a martial saint said was true. No one believed the truth of a martial emperor. All the warriors looked at the old man with admiration. When they looked at Li Lingtian, they were filled with disdain because a martial emperor who went against a martial saint was a fool. However, when they saw the two girls beside Li Lingtian, they revealed greedy looks. Ha ha! Is a martial saint that amazing? Does no one believe my words? Then I want to see if more people believe what I say or what you say. Do you dare to bet? Li Lingtian laughed out loud. The two girls beside him were smiling as well. They did not feel threatened at all. Instead, they found it amusing. This situation puzzled all the martial artists. However, everyone's faces were filled with curiosity after Li Lingtian said that. He did not know what this martial monarch powerhouse was thinking. He actually wanted to compete with a martial saint powerhouse in terms of popularity. This was simply courting death. Ignorant. I'm a martial saint. Why would one bet with a martial emperor like you? Do you think you're qualified? Why do you have to gamble with me? What treasure can you take out to gamble with me? The old man's disdain intensified. Li Lingshan's words were an insult to a martial saint like him. However, at this moment, he had to pretend to be high and mighty to show off the prestige of a martial saint. I will use a pill to bet on the pill tribulation lightning essence in your hand. Do you think this peerless grade great cyclic pellet can be used to bet on the pill tribulation thunder essence in your hand? Li Lingtian did not say anything. He reached out with one hand and opened the divine dragon ring. A jade bottle came out. The jade bottle was placed in his hand. He used his divine sense to open the lid of the jade bottle. A medicinal pill appeared in the air, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. However, there were countless patterns on the surface of the medicinal pill, and there were also many array formations sealed on it. At a glance, it was obvious that it was a magical and precious medicinal pill. With the appearance of the medicinal pill, the aura in the air became clear. All the martial artists could not help but look at the medicinal pill. A mysterious charm attracted everyone's gaze. Instantly, all the martial artists revealed greedy expressions. You want to exchange a medicinal pill for the pill tribulation lightning essence. Are you kidding me? A medicinal pill is like exchanging for the pill tribulation lightning essence. What a whimsical idea. Even if it's a tier 7 medicinal pill, it's impossible to exchange it for the pill tribulation lightning essence. He must be crazy. Although they saw the magic of the medicinal pill, most people did not recognize it. Moreover, there was a seal on the medicinal pill. No one knew the magic and power of this medicinal pill at all, nor did they know the grade and name of this medicinal pill. It was obviously impossible to exchange a medicinal pill for the pill tribulation lightning essence. Did this seat say to use this medicinal pill to exchange for the pill tribulation lightning essence? Li Lingshan's expression was calm as he spoke indifferently with a smile on his lips. These so-called experts had followed his plan step by step. When he thought of this, he really felt sad for these experts. Didn't you say that you would use this medicinal pill to bet on the pill tribulation lightning essence? Can your medicinal pill be compared to the pill tribulation lightning essence? One of the warriors said. It was obvious that he was helping the old martial saint and wanted to curry favor with the martial saint. What you said earlier was right. This seat is using medicinal pills to gamble against the pill tribulation thunder essence. You are wrong at the end. Whether my medicinal pill can be compared to the pill tribulation thunder essence is not up to you to decide. Li Lingtian replied indifferently with a calm expression on his face. He did not bother to argue with the warrior because there was no need to. However, he immediately looked at the old man with a bright light in his eyes. He did not treat the old man as a martial saint at all. Tell me what your pill is. Let's see if it's worth betting with me. The old man felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. Tier 7 medicinal pill. Tier 7 great recovery pill. Grade 7 mutated great rejuvenating pill. A level 7 mutated peerless great recovery pill. A peerless great recovery pill that has experienced the pill tribulation. Li Lingtian looked at the rest of the warriors and the contemptuous smiles on their faces. When he looked at these martial artists, the corners of his mouth revealed a smile. In this world, the one who had the last laugh was the winner. As he laughed, he spoke the name of the pill very slowly. He watched as the disdainful smiles of the cultivators gradually changed. From disdainful smiles to disdain, then to surprise, and finally to terror, until finally they became horrified as if they had seen a ghost. The expression on the old man's face slowly changed. In the end, it turned into shock, followed by shock and excitement. A peerless, great cyclic pellet, and a mutated one at that. You must be joking. A peerless, great cyclic pellet is impossible in this world. Even if it's a mutated, great cyclic pellet, it can't be a peerless pill. You say a medicinal pill is peerless. So, is it peerless? You say it's mutated. So is it mutated? Countless warriors realized that Li Lingtian was obviously boasting. No one believed him at all, because such a thing had been impossible in the divine martial continent for countless years. Even legends had never been heard of. Can we make a bet now? Li Lingtian ignored these warriors because facts speak louder than words. It was rare for him to argue with trash. A giant dragon could fight against ants. If it really is the peerless grade, mutated great recovery pill you mentioned, I will use this pill, Tribulation Thunder Essence, to bet with you. I also want to prove whether this pill, Tribulation Thunder Essence, is real or not. I want to see if more people believe what you say or what the martial saint says. The old man felt that something was wrong. Others might not know, but he realized that the young man in front of him was leading them step by step. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. He really did not want to go back on his word in front of all the martial artists. At the same time, he had not lost this matter yet, so he could make a bet. All right then, I'll let you know where you went wrong. This pill Tribulation Lightning Essence, what I said is true. If I say he is a pill Tribulation Lightning Essence, then he is a pill Tribulation Lightning Essence. What I said is the truth. And I said that this pill is a peerless grade, mutated great recovery pill. It is a peerless grade, mutated great recovery pill. Because this is all I need. Watch carefully, ignorant and self-righteous experts. Li Lingtian had a smile on his face. This smile was the same as the one he had at the beginning. He was observing the changes in the warrior's expressions. This smile made the old man feel afraid because this young man's schemes were too terrifying. Following his words, all the martial artists' expressions changed, and their faces became furious. How could they not be angry after being lectured by a martial emperor? However, they followed Li Lingtian's finger from behind. Li Lingtian was pointing at a badge on his chest. It was a very small badge. If one did not pay attention, one would not know what badge it was and would think it was a family badge. Many warriors did not see the badge on Li Lingtian's chest, but a few martial emperor powerhouses did. The old man also saw it clearly. Immediately, the expressions of the martial emperors and the old man changed. The martial emperor's expressions were extremely ugly. Alchemy Saint Badge. Alchemy Saint Badge. You're a Saint Alchemist. It really is a Saint Alchemist badge. It's you, Alchemy Saint. So that's how it is. Why is it a Saint Alchemist? All of a sudden, when they heard the words of the few martial monarch realm experts and the old man, they all cried out in surprise, and the expressions on their faces changed. Li Lingtian looked at the warriors with a hint of disdain on his lips. This disdain was returned to the warriors who had looked down on him. Now, he was returning the favor. So, it's you, Alchemy Saint. I'm sorry for my rudeness. The expression on the old man's face began to change. In the end, he forced himself to calm down. There was a trace of a smile on his face. No matter how one looked at it, this smile was so fake. He laughed bitterly in his heart. Why didn't he pay attention to this youth badge? However, he still had to go against this alchemy saint. He was a martial saint and had a high status. However, in front of alchemy saint, he did not dare to offend him. The three great saint alchemists of the Xian continent were existences that even the great emperor would not dare to offend. He had to be polite at all times. He was a martial saint, and in front of the great emperor, he was not even a dog. Ignorant and self-righteous experts. Do you think anyone will believe what I say? Li Lingtian's eyes were cold as he swept his gaze across everyone before he spoke indifferently. At this moment, the expressions of all the martial artists kept changing. At the beginning, they were still mocking this young man. They did not expect this young man to be a saint alchemist. They had never expected such a thing to happen. This slap was too eking loud. Moreover, He had to lower his head and endure it. What the F asterisk CK was going on? I said before that this is the pill tribulation lightning essence. It is the pill tribulation lightning essence. Tv said before that this pill is a peerless mutated great cyclic pill. It is the peerless mutated great cyclic pill. Li Lingtian did not press the issue. Instead, his gaze fell on the pills. With a wave of his hands, he cast a series of spells. When the last spell landed, the seal on the pill completely disappeared. Immediately, the entire auction hall was in an uproar. A shocking medicinal power erupted, accompanied by waves of thunder. The pill automatically spun and flew. Moreover, it had its own spirituality. A fantastic scene appeared in the eyes of every warrior. This scene was an illusion of the warriors. Everyone had a different illusion. However, this illusion was real, making every martial artist intoxicated. Yes, seal. Li Lingtian shouted softly. With a grab of his hand, he sealed the pill with a seal. After the medicinal pills were taken back, all the martial artists woke up. The expressions on their faces were shocked, but they were also shocked and excited. Whatever others thought, he would not do it. Then, all the martial artists understood one thing. Experts had their own personalities and often did not play by the rules. It was even more so for this sane alchemist. If he did what they wanted, he would not be a sane alchemist. Thank you, alchemy saint. Please continue. In missing an item, please forgive me. The old man was furious in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. He originally wanted to throw out a brick to attract jade. Moreover, he wouldn't offend a sacred alchemist, so he could also obtain a medicinal pill. At the same time, he also returned a favor to the alchemy saint. Logically speaking, since he had given away such a precious treasure, the other party should return the favor and give him the pill. However, the other party did not have such intentions at all. At this moment, he also understood that this sacred pill master was not to be provoked. He could only thank them and then speak to the other martial artists. This treasure was given to me by you, so I naturally won't let you suffer a loss. At that moment, Li Lingtian spoke. When Li Lingtian said that, all the warriors were shocked. They thought that Li Lingtian was about to give the elixir to the old man. The old man also thought so, and an excited smile appeared on his face. Thank you, alchemy saint. The old man was thrilled to hear Li Lingtian's words. He would be able to break through to the first heaven if he could obtain the peerless grade, mutated, great rejuvenating pill. In his heart, he was secretly despising Li Lingtian. After playing tricks, he still gave away the pills. His face was seen through. However, Li Lingtian's next sentence left everyone dumbstruck. Even the elder was stunned and was on the verge of exploding. This pill is a peerless grade, mutated, great recovery pill. You have already lost. Give me the pill tribulation lightning essence. Originally, the pill tribulation lightning essence was used for auction, but now that it's been taken away by this seat will auction this medicinal pill. It's of the same grade as the pill tribulation lightning essence. Li Lingtian said calmly with a righteous expression on his face. As he finished speaking, he raised his hand, and the jade bottle flew out of his hand towards Dugajan. Everyone knew that the jade bottle contained a peerless, mutated, great rejuvenating pill. However, it was not for the old man, but for Li Lingtian, helping Li Lingtian in the auction for nothing. And the auction house had to owe Li Lingtian a favor. Was this not infuriating? At this moment, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned around and left the auction house. Before he left, he said something to Dugajan, but no one heard him. Seeing this situation, all the martial artists were stunned. This was what it meant to be powerful. He didn't even need to make a move, and he was already able to injure a martial saint. What the F asterisk CK was going on? They looked at Li Lingtian in fear. They dared not provoke this young man. Even if they were to go against a martial saint, They could not go against this young saint alchemist who was a martial emperor. Your Excellency, alchemy saint, what do you think the base price of the pill tribulation thunder essence is? This way, we can also raise the bid. Dugujan returned to the auction host's seat. At this time, his face was no longer as calm as before. However, as a martial emperor powerhouse who often hosted auctions, he quickly regained his calm. She asked Li Lingtian with a smile on her face. It was obvious that she was forcing a smile. The pill tribulation thunder essence is a priceless treasure. However, this is only for alchemists of tier 6 and above. It's useless for ordinary martial artists. The starting price should be around 1 billion. Li Lingtian replied calmly. Since the other party was only asking for the price of the elixir tribulation thunder essence, he would naturally not reveal the price of the elixir. Even if the other party asked for the price of the medicinal pill, he would not say it. All right then. The base price for this peerless grade great cyclic pellet is 1 billion. Each increment is 100 million. Dugujan waited for Li Lingtian to finish speaking before he announced the base price and the bid. Although he appeared calm on the surface, a glint of surprise flashed across his eyes. It was obvious that he was shocked by this price, but the other party wanted a base price of 1 billion, so he had no choice. This was because if the pill could not be auctioned off, the other party could only take it back and pay the auction house some handling fees. After saying the price, all the martial artists in the auction house had greedy looks in their eyes, but there was also a look of fear. Although the medicinal pill was very good, so many things had happened because of this medicinal pill just now. It even involved a martial saint powerhouse. They all felt a trace of fear. However, this medicinal pill was truly rare in trillions of years. If he missed it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Dugujan saw that the martial artists below did not dare to compete, and his face revealed a satisfied expression. After waiting for a long time, no one increased the bid. Your Excellency, alchemy saint, it seems that this medicinal pill is going to be unsold. I bid 1 billion spirit stones. Do you want to raise the price again? Dugujan's face revealed a smile. This was because he had obtained this pill so easily. If others didn't raise the price, even if he was the host of the auction, he could still raise the price. However, he couldn't raise the price maliciously. If he raised the price maliciously, he would be asking for a favor. Then he'll pay 2 billion low-grade spirit stones. Just as the warriors in the auction house were feeling sorry for Li Lingtian, Xinyuan Yingying, who was standing beside Li Lingtian, raised the bid to 2 billion. Li Lingtian was the one who secretly instructed them to do so. He didn't lack spirit stones, but he couldn't give up a peerless grade great cyclic pellet so easily. Miss is with His Excellency Alchemy Saint. Could it be that she can also compete? Dugujan had never expected that the person beside Li Lingtian would bid and compete with him. Was this not intentional? Since you're the auctioneer, you're also bidding for it. This pill is a peerless grade, mutated, great rejuvenating pill. Apart from my big brother Ling Tian, no one else in the divine martial continent can refine it. Naturally, I want to obtain this pill. Xianyuan Yingying usually didn't communicate with outsiders. However, when she spoke, she carried the aura of a superior and had a charm that made people dare not look at her directly. All right, it'll pay 3 billion low-grade spirit stones. Dugujan's expression froze. The other party's words were completely reasonable, and he had no way to refute them. At the same time, he felt a wave of shock in his heart. He actually did not dare to look at such a little girl directly. It was as if he had encountered a heaven-defying mighty figure. For this medicinal pill, he had to go all out. His master had instructed him to obtain this peerless grade, mutated great recovery pill no matter the price. Chapter 583, Auction of the Great Cyclic Pellet. Chapter 583, Auction of the Great Cyclic Pellet is novel. C.M. for billion low-grade spirit stones. Xianyuan Yingying's small face was calm. She did not treat the spiritual stones as spiritual stones at all. It was as if they were stones on the roadside. After raising the price, she ignored Dugujan and spoke to Li Lingtian while Qing Ping chimed in. 5 billion low-grade spirit stones. Dugujan's expression changed as a bitter smile appeared on his face. It was obvious that the other party would not let it go so easily, so he did not pay attention for a moment. If he wanted to get the medicinal pill, he could only raise the price. If he did not raise the price, the medicinal pill would be taken back by the other party. I don't want to play anymore. 10 billion, final price. Xianyuan Yingying revealed a lazy expression, like a lazy cat that had just woken up. However, her price stunned all the martial artists in the auction hall. 10 billion. 10 billion. Top-grade mutated great cyclic pellet. 10 billion. 10 billion. This is too terrifying. There was a brief silence in the auction house. Soon after, all the martial artists exclaimed. One medicinal pill actually reached 10 billion. What kind of concept was this? No matter how miraculous a peerless pill was, it should not have increased the price to 10 billion. This was 10 billion, not Lu low-grade spirit stones. Dugujan's expression twisted. Although the other party said that he would not increase the bid, it was 10 billion. He could not make a decision. 1 billion. After a moment, it was time to hit the gavel. He could only add 100 million, or he would make a mistake. As the host of an auction house, he naturally understood this point. The host could compete, but he could not compete maliciously. Similarly, he could not delay time. After 10 billion, adding 100 million didn't feel anything at all. However, all the martial artists were still surprised. After all, Dugujan was planning to use 1 billion to compete for this medicinal pill. In other words, this medicinal pill was worth 1 billion. Xianyuan Yingying and the rest did not raise the bid. The price of 1 billion was beyond Li Lingxian's expectations. Initially, Li Lingtian had asked Xianyuan Yingying to raise the bid to 5 billion, as this pill was already heaven-defying. However, Xianyuan Yingying felt that it was fun, so she bid 10 billion. In any case, if the other party did not raise the price after shouting 10 billion, they would be the owners of the pill. Even if the pill was worth 10 billion, this price would still belong to them. The auction house would only get 1/10 of the processing fee. They would just have to pay another 1 billion yuan after collecting the pills. The fourth item had actually caused so much trouble. This time, all the martial artists were surprised. It was originally a good auction, but they did not expect such a thing to actually happen. The Pill Tribulation Thunder Essence and the Peerless Grade Great Cyclic Pellet had appeared, provoking a Martial Saint and a Super Pill Saint. It was even auctioned at a shocking price. This was something that no one had expected. When the fourth item came to an end, Li Lingtian took out the Peerless Grade Mutated Great Rejuvenating Pill, but he received 9 billion 10 million spiritual stones. Furthermore, he had won the Pill Tribulation Thunder Essence. In other words, he had lost a piece of Pill Tribulation Thunder Essence and 9 billion spirit stones. This wealth was almost the income of the auction house for decades. Not only did he lose his wealth, but he also lost his face. All the martial artists understood the reason for all of this. That was that the martial artists were blind and provoked a saint alchemist who was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. This also gave them a bloody lesson. They didn't dare to easily deal with any low-level martial artist. Perhaps a low-level martial artist was a hidden expert or a super background figure. The fifth item, start now. The fifth item is a low-grade saint artifact. Dugujan was no longer in the mood to host the auction. However, when the other warriors heard that the fifth item was a saint artifact, they all became excited. He concealed the negative emotions he had just brought and placed all his emotions on the holy artifact. What was a saint artifact? Saint weapons were heaven-defying treasures. Even low-grade saint weapons could ignore peerless heaven weapons. Between experts of the same cultivation level, one used a peerless heaven artifact, while the other used a low-grade saint artifact. The person who used the low-grade saint artifact would definitely kill the person who used the heaven artifact. A saint artifact that could only be found by chance and not sought after it had actually appeared in the auction house. How could this not shock and delight people? Instantly, all the martial venerables and martial emperors were extremely excited. The martial emperors could only watch the show. Low-grade saint weapon, Heavenly Thunder Mirror. I don't need to say much about its power. The base price is 1 billion, and each increment is 100 million. Dugajan took out a light purple mirror. On the surface of the mirror, there were traces of thunder. A shocking pressure burst out, causing countless martial emperors to hurriedly use their cultivation techniques to resist the shocking pressure. Fortunately, the treasure's own pressure was powerful, but no one was controlling it. Otherwise, a martial royal realm expert would be crushed to death in front of this pressure. Seeing such a heaven-defying treasure, the competition was extremely intense. In the end, this treasure was obtained by an 8th-level martial emperor at 8 billion. Although the price was not as high as the recover pill, the competition was fierce. After all, these powerhouses were not like Li Lingtian or the martial saint powerhouses behind Dugajan. After the 5th item was auctioned, it was time for free trading. After Dugajan made his announcement, he left the auction hall. The other martial artists also entered another hall. The interior of the hall was well decorated, and it was specially for martial artists to freely trade. Some martial emperors and martial supremacies came for free trade. At the trading place, Xianyuan, Yingying, and Qingping were extremely excited. This place was like a wet market, completely different from a market for martial artists. Yingying, Qingping, buy whatever you see that's pretty or you like. Also, bring some gifts back for your sister and the others. Li Lingtian glanced at the two girls beside him and smiled. Xianyuan Yingying held Li Lingxin's arm naturally, while Qingping held his hand shyly. She lowered her head and did not dare to look at Li Lingtian. Yes. Then he'll buy it along the way. Anyway, I earned that 9 billion. Qingping nodded, but Xianyuan Yingying was extremely happy. She was naturally very happy to buy things. Besides, she already thought that she had earned those spirit stones. Then, the three of them strolled around the trading center and bought some strange items. They didn't know what they were used for, but they just thought they looked good. Countless warriors saw Li Lingtian and the other two and could tell that the two girls were here to buy something. They all introduced their items to Xianyuan, Yingying, and Qingping, and they all took out some strange or beautiful items. After walking for an hour, the three of them walked around. Although he bought a lot of things, he didn't use many spirit stones. In total, he only used 200 million spirit stones. However, Li Lingtian spent 2 billion spiritual stones to purchase some precious herbs and materials. After strolling around enough, the three of them returned to the auction house first and sat down in their seats to talk. Big Brother Ling Tian, do you think that pill tribulation lightning essence is really that useful? Xianyuan Yingying had been with Li Lingtian for a long time. Naturally, she understood Li Lingxin's intentions. He was scheming against the pill tribulation thunder essence in every possible way. Naturally, it was heaven-defying. With Li Lingxin's identity and wealth, there was no need for such a thing. He would only scheme in such a manner if he really needed it. This also meant that the elixir tribulation thunder essence was very precious. It was so precious that even Li Lingtian had his eyes on it. Yes, to other warriors, this pill, tribulation thunder essence, is useless. However, for alchemists above tier 6, it's indeed a heaven-defying treasure. It has a 10% chance of attracting a pill tribulation. In this case, there's also a 10% chance of causing the pill to mutate. A mutated medicinal pill is completely different from a medicinal pill of the same rank. Even a tier 6 mutated medicinal pill is more powerful and magical than a tier 7 ordinary medicinal pill. Li Lingtian did not have any qualms. Since he had already offended someone, there was no need to hide it. He also understood that he had offended that martial saint this time. Moreover, it was a deep hatred. It would be very difficult to resolve it. So it's that good. I didn't expect that even though so many people don't know, young master would know. Qingping was shocked when she heard Li Lingtian mention the power of the elixir tribulation thunder essence. After some time, he understood the power of a mutated pill. Only the warrior who used the pill would know how powerful the pill refined by a heaven-defying divine alchemist like Li Ling Tian with a pill tribulation thunder essence was. I can refine more mutated supreme-grade medicinal pills in the future. Li Ling Tian chuckled. He was not the least bit worried that the old man would plot against him. If it was in the open, he wouldn't be worried at all. However, in this world, in front of true strength, all schemes and plots were like paper. They could be broken with a single poke. However, Li Ling Tian had already sent a mysterious voice transmission at that moment. He instructed Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the Heavenly Demon King to wait at the nearest peak so that they could be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. With his current cultivation, it would definitely be disadvantageous if he was targeted by a Martial Saint. If he was at the third heaven of the Martial Emperor realm, he would not be afraid of a first heaven of the Martial Saint realm. As time passed, some martial artists had already begun to return. Most of the martial artists had ugly expressions on their faces, but some martial artists had happy expressions on their faces. This was because to come to this place, not only did one need to pay an entrance fee, but one also needed to be introduced by an acquaintance. He came here once for free trade. He wanted to get what he wanted at a free trade place. If he got it, he wouldn't have come in vain. If he didn't get it, he would definitely be disappointed. An hour later, all the martial artists had returned. At this moment, De Goujon also came out. His expression was calm, and there wasn't the slightest change. However, Li Ling Tian noticed that De Goujon was glancing at him intentionally or unintentionally when he came out. Li Ling Tian could feel it even without using his eyes. Even though his cultivation had fallen, his divine sense was now even stronger. Even the second or third sky of the martial saint realm might not be able to compare to the consciousness of a martial royal realm expert. This was also because the soul was powerful. After De Goujon came out, the entire auction hall quieted down. Because there were still 5 more items to be auctioned, the later the items were, the more precious they were. Although most martial artists couldn't afford them, they still wanted to see them. Chapter 584, 100 billion. Chapter 584, 100 billion. Is novel. C.M. The pill formula for the 6th item to be auctioned. This pill formula is a grade 7 dark cloud pill. The base price is 1 billion, and each increment is 100 million. De Goujon took out a jade slip and spoke unhurriedly. Although all the cultivators were surprised, they were not moved at all. After all, a pill formula was still a pill formula. Only super sane alchemists could use it. Even if they had spirit stones, they would not buy a jade slip pill formula. All the warriors turned to look at Li Ling Tian because he was the only holy alchemist here. However, Li Ling Tian did not seem to mind at all. Instead, he was talking to the 2 girls. Li Ling Tian did not say anything, and the pill formula naturally went unsold. Next was the 7th item. The 7th item was a middle-grade saint artifact. The price of a saint intermediate tier artifact was more than double that of a saint inferior tier artifact. It had actually reached 20 billion. The 8th item was also a saint intermediate tier artifact. However, this saint intermediate tier artifact did not have any attributes. Such a treasure was naturally countless times more powerful than a single attribute treasure, and there were many more experts competing for it. However, Li Ling Tian was not tempted at all. The 9th item is a precious material. I believe everyone knows about the spirit-chilling ice. De Goujon's expression also became horrified. When he heard about the spirit-cold ice, he felt as if he had been struck by the spirit-cold ice. At the same time, countless warriors in the auction house also revealed terrified expressions. Spirit-cold ice. Isn't that one of the most mysterious ice in the world? That's right. Even a martial saint would die if he touched this spirit-freezing ice. There really is such terrifying ice. Most of the martial artists knew how terrifying the spiritual chilling ice was, but no one had ever seen it before. Not to mention them, even in the divine martial continent, no one had ever seen this before. After all, this was the legendary ice. This ice wasn't a weapon treasure, but it was even more powerful and terrifying than a weapon treasure. Li Lingtian had experienced it himself. He had the ice soul, martial soul, and the flaming sacred body. Having seen countless ice and flames, he naturally knew how terrifying the spirit freezing ice was. Otherwise, the 9 heavens of ice and fire wouldn't be so freakish and terrifying. It's the spirit-chilling ice. This spiritual frost ice came from the distant frozen snow region. The martial saint who obtained this spiritual frost ice was also harmed by it. Although the spiritual frost ice is terrifying, once it is refined, its power will be enough to make even a martial saint feel fear. The base price of the spirit-chilling ice is 2 billion. Each increment is 2 million. Jean spoke slowly and finally told him the base price and the bid. Immediately, the experts who were competing for the first place increased their bids fiercely. The intensity of the bidding was even more intense than the bidding for Saint Intermediate Tier artifacts. 1 billion. 2 billion. 3 billion. In less than a moment, the price had already reached 30 billion. This price had already reached the limit of a martial emperor powerhouse. The people who competed went from the original supreme martial emperor to the martial emperor. In the end, they became super powerhouses at the 8th or 9th level of the martial emperor realm. After reaching 30 billion, countless martial emperor powerhouses could only let go because not many people could afford 30 billion. Moreover, there were not many powerhouses who cultivated ice-type martial souls. At the very least, fire element experts would not compete for ice element treasures. In the end, there were only 7 9th level martial emperors and 3 8th level martial emperors competing for the spirit freezing ice. 10 super martial emperors were competing for one piece of spirit freezing ice. Li Lingtian looked at the jade box in front of Jean and felt a trace of cold air. This trace of cold air was also a part of the seal that had been left out. Just this trace of spiritual coldness alone was enough to terrify countless martial emperors and martial supremes. Li Lingtian was excited when he saw the spirit-chilling ice. However, no one was aware of Li Lingtian's excitement, because a saint alchemist like Li Lingtian would have both wood and fire elements, even if he had 2 martial souls. That was the only way he could become a saint alchemist master. 60 billion low-grade spirit stones. Li Lingtian looked at the situation and did not want to wait any longer. He immediately called out a bid of 60 billion. When this 60 billion was shouted out, it immediately stunned all the martial artists. After all, it had doubled in an instant, and it was the bid of Sacred Alchemist. However, for the sake of the spirit-chilling ice, the other 3 level 8 and 4 level 9 martial emperors had given up. However, there were still 3 level 9 martial emperors who were still competing for it. After all, this was the spirit freezing ice. Controlling the spirit freezing ice would allow one's strength to soar. 61 billion. 62 billion. 63 billion. 100 billion. Since the 3 9th level martial emperors did not give up, Li Lingtian did not waste any time and immediately raised the bid to 100 billion. This 100 billion was already an astronomical figure. What was 100 billion? It was just like how the super rich in his previous life had to spend all their assets in front of 100 billion. It was the same for these martial emperor experts. Although there were super families or commanderies behind them, 100 billion was enough to knock them out. To Li Lingtian, 100 billion was insignificant. 100 billion. 100 billion. 100 billion. Your Excellency Alchemy Saint is indeed domineering. Only a saint alchemist can have such a method. Who else can be stronger than you, Alchemy Saint? Shock, shock, and shock. All the martial artists in the auction hall stood up. 100 billion was something that even martial emperors and martial supremes had never seen before. This number was definitely the strongest he had ever seen in his life. The 3 9th level martial monarch realm powerhouses were numb. They couldn't afford 100 billion at all. Even if they sold their backers, they wouldn't have 100 billion. They shook their heads speechlessly when they saw Li Lingshan's relaxed expression. The spirit-chilling ice was heaven-defying, but the price was too heaven-defying. 100 billion spirit stones. Anyone else? 100 billion low-grade spirit stones going once. 100 billion low-grade spirit stones going twice. 100 billion low-grade spirit stones going thrice. Congratulations to number 320 for obtaining the spiritual ice. Dugajan looked at the shocked faces of all the martial artists and then looked at the three martial monarch realm experts. He knew that no one would raise the price anymore. After a while, he asked the other martial artists. The final 3 times the hammer struck down. The final winner of this spirit-chilling ice was an alchemy saint. However, all the warriors were curious. They didn't know what use this spirit-cold ice had. Could it be used for alchemy? Dugajan instructed a servant to bring a jade box on a brocade tray to Li Lingtian and the other 2. "Sir, this is the spirit-chilling ice that you auctioned off. Please take a look and accept it." The maid presented the jade box to Li Lingtian and bowed. Li Lingtian did not say anything either. He closed his eyes slightly and moved his divine perception slightly. He slowly approached the jade box of the spirit freezing ice with his divine perception and began to sense the spirit freezing ice. Gradually, Li Lingshan's expression changed. After a full 5 minutes, Li Lingtian opened his eyes with a satisfied look on his face. All the warriors were staring at Li Lingtian without any impatience. They were waiting for Li Lingtian to examine the spirit-chilling ice. One had to know that this spirit-freezing ice was bought by someone else for 100 billion. Naturally, he had to know if it was true or not. That's right, it's spirit-cold ice. It's spirit-cold ice that's over 1,000,000 years old. Li Lingtian nodded. With a tap of his hand, he cast a series of magic arts. Instantly, countless seals appeared and sealed the jade box. He stretched out his hand, and the space fluctuated slightly. The jade box disappeared. Finally, Li Lingtian took out a storage pouch and quickly counted the 100 billion lower spiritual stones before handing the storage pouch to the maid. The maid was also a martial king, and her divine sense was not weak either. She quickly counted the items in the storage bag. After 2 minutes, she finally nodded respectfully. 100 billion low-grade spirit stones. Not bad. Thank you, Pill Saint. The maidservant held the storage pouch and spoke. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, but all the warriors could hear her clearly. This way both sides felt at ease. Even ghosts would be afraid to receive the money personally. Therefore, when the spirit stones were traded, the quantity had to be counted well. Otherwise, it would be difficult to say if there was a small amount. Li Lingtian was extremely satisfied with the 100 billion yuan he spent on the spirit-chilling ice. However, he was overjoyed because this spirit-freezing ice was over 1,000,000 years old and was considered the best in the ice domain. Even in the legendary icebound snow region, this spirit-freezing ice was probably the best. Moreover, others didn't know that this spirit-freezing ice wasn't limited to this. This spirit-freezing ice was Ling Han's ice heart. Now, let's begin the auction for the 10th item. The 10th item is a Supreme Saint weapon. Supreme Saint Weapon Butterfly Shadow. After Dugajan put away the spirit stones, he began to auction the 10th item. The 10th item was a peerless saint artifact, the Butterfly Shadow. It was a treasure used by girls. The Butterfly Shadow came and went without a trace, killing people within 100 miles without a trace. Dugajan explained the Butterfly Shadow's power to Li Lingtian, and he was extremely satisfied. He already had the 9 heavens 10 earths divine needles. This 9 heavens 10 earths divine needles had also just been controlled by his wife. It was an existence that was like a divine artifact. Similarly, killing people within 100 miles was invisible, and breaking through a martial artist's defense was even more invincible. He had already given this set of 9 heavens 10 earths divine needles to his wife. In his opinion, it was better for girls to use these treasures. As a man, he disdained using such small treasures. Big brother Ling Tian, I saw that big sister Mei has the 9 heavens 10 earthly divine needles. This set of treasures is perfect for Big Sister Yuan. Why don't you buy it for Big Sister Yuan? Xian Yuan Ying whispered softly into Li Lingshan's ear. Her breath was like orchids, tickling Li Lingtian. Not bad, this is a good idea. Yu Yin just happens to have the metal element, so this treasure is the best. Upon hearing Xian Yuan Ying's words, Li Lingtian was reminded of Huangfu Yuyan. This treasure was also a metal-type treasure that could be used to attack and kill. It was perfect for Huangfu Yuyan. Anyway, he didn't lack spirit stones. Even if he didn't have spirit stones, he had to find a way to get this butterfly shadow. Chapter 585, Supreme Saint Weapon Butterfly Shadow. Chapter 585, Supreme Saint Weapon Butterfly Shadow. Is novel. See? Then he'll compete then. Alright, Qingping, let's see who can compete for it. If you lose, you have to promise the other party one thing. Xian Yuan Ying looked at Qingping, who was standing on Li Lingshan's other side, and spoke in a coquettish voice. Li Lingtian was speechless. So this little girl still wanted to play. On the surface, she said that she was helping Yu Yin buy treasures, but she wanted to satisfy herself first. She was really speechless at this girl. Butterfly Shadow is a kind of hidden weapon. It is a treasure that can break the defense of experts and assassinate them. The starting price is 10 billion, and each increase is 1 billion. After Dugajan showed the Butterfly Shadow, everyone saw it. This Butterfly Shadow was no different from a girl's jewelry. There were 36 butterflies, and the butterflies were lifelike and exquisite. However, it emitted a magical aura that gave people a feeling of death. The 36 butterflies were all connected. It was obvious that they were a set of treasures. Countless martial artists were extremely excited, but even more were disappointed. Although the treasure was good, this treasure was too much. In this auction house, 90% of the martial artists could not even take out the base price, let alone increase the bid to compete. 11 billion low-grade spirit stones. Xian Yuan Ying was the first to speak. Since the two of them had made a bet, she naturally had to speak first. However, after she opened her mouth, many people who wanted to join in the fun did not dare to open their mouths, lest they provoke the sacred alchemy master. 12 billion. However, there were still super experts who came to compete. The people who competed were the few super martial sovereigns who had failed in the competition for the spiritual chilling ice. However, there was hope for them to compete for this peerless saint weapon, the Butterfly Shadow. Since Li Lingtian had already offered 100 billion, no matter how wealthy he was, he could not possibly compete for this peerless sacred artifact. 13 billion. Unexpectedly, Qingping did not back down after the martial emperor raised the bid. She directly raised the bid. For a moment, the atmosphere in the auction hall was strange. The two girls were competing, but there was no disharmony at all. Immediately, all the martial artists knew that the two girls were having fun. 14 billion, 15 billion, 16 billion. The price soared rapidly. Xian Yuan Ying and Qingping also had a pattern. When the other experts competed for a round, the two of them increased the price one after another. With the other experts joining in, there were only 8 people competing in the auction house. Li Lingshan's side occupied 2 people. The atmosphere was strangely stifling. The competition between the 8 of them was like a huge battlefield. Moreover, the 2 girls had the upper hand in this battlefield. In front of them, spirit stones were no longer spirit stones. They were just numbers. Indeed, Li Lingshan's spiritual stones were a figure. With 4 trillion spiritual stones, there was no need to worry about such a small amount of competition. 93 billion. In the end, the price stopped at 93 billion. This voice was extremely pleasant to the ears. Naturally, Xian Yuan Ying was the one who shouted. When the bid reached 93 billion, no one else made a sound. As time passed, Xian Yuan Ying's small face revealed a proud expression. She pouted at Qingping as if she was declaring victory. Qingping, you have to promise me one thing. Xian Yuan Ying said happily, looking very proud. However, when the other martial artists heard her words, they almost spat out blood. The two little girls made a bet and actually opened the battlefield to the auction house. They used the spirit stones of the Saint Alchemist to suppress all the competitors. What kind of world was this? How could two girls not count spirit stones? 93 billion spirit stones going once. Anyone else? 93 billion going twice. 93 billion going thrice. Congratulations to number 320 for obtaining the peerless saint artifact, Shadow Butterfly. De Goujon's expression changed as well. Li Lingtian had already taken out nearly 200 billion spiritual stones. This amount of wealth was truly terrifying. The last item landed in Li Lingtian's hands. The maid then brought Butterfly Shadow to Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian inspected it once to confirm that the treasure's level and power were genuine. He then handed the 93 billion lower spiritual stones to the maid. Today's auction could be considered to have ended successfully. Although there were unforeseen circumstances along the way, it did not affect the mood of these martial artists. Moreover, they had seen a saint alchemist and a martial saint, as well as a peerless grade mutated great cyclic pill. There was also a shocking price. Today's auction ends here. Welcome back next time. After De Goujon kept the spirit stones, he also announced the end of today's auction. All the warriors began to leave the auction house. Li Lingtian left with Qingping and Xianyuan Yingying. However, when he left, he had his divine sense cover the surroundings. As long as there was any threat, he would react. After all, his current cultivation was only at the 5th level of the Martial Emperor realm. If his cultivation had recovered to the 3rd sky of the Martial Emperor realm, he would not have to fear a 1st sky of the Martial Saint realm. However, tonight's harvest was not bad. After all, he had obtained the Pill Tribulation Thunder Essence, the Spirit Cold Ice, and a peerless saint weapon. Although he had spent a lot of spirit stones, it was worth it. After a short while, Li Lingtian left the auction house with Xianyuan Yingying and her daughter. The Heavenly Monster King and Martial Saint Ming Luo came to Li Lingtian's side immediately and protected him from the front and back. The two of them had concealed their cultivation, so no one knew their true cultivation. They only thought that they were powerhouses at the 3rd or 4th heaven of the Martial Emperor realm. A 3rd or 4th heaven Martial Monarch realm expert was considered a pretty good powerhouse in this place. However, it was nothing compared to a powerhouse above the 4th heaven. Yingying, I heard that the unmatched sea is not bad. It's filled with stars at night. You can enjoy the peaceful beauty of the starry sky. Do you want to go and take a look? After Li Lingtian left the auction house, he did not intend to head back immediately. Instead, he asked Xianyuan Yingying if she wanted to go stargazing. This left some powerhouses speechless. Of course, it's great to follow big brother Lingtian to look at the stars. Xianyuan Yingying was taken aback. She immediately understood what Li Lingtian was trying to do and quickly cooperated. However, it was not a bad idea to watch the stars alone with Li Lingtian. Although Qingping and the Heavenly Demon King were around, it didn't affect her being with brother Lingtian. All right, let's go to the unmatched sea to admire the starry sky. It's been a long time since we've done this. The night sky of the peerless sea is the most tranquil, and the starry sky is also the most beautiful. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he pulled Xianyuan Yingying and Qingping along. Their bodies flashed and they flew in the air. They were like a perfect couple. The Heavenly Monster King and Martial Saint Ming Luo were less than 100 meters apart on both sides. This way, they could protect Li Lingtian and the other two at the first opportunity and not interrupt their romantic moment. Not long after the three of them flew, bursts of explosions came from behind them. Needless to say, there were experts fighting. In such an underground auction, even if one obtained a treasure, it would be very dangerous. After all, such an auction house was not in the city. There were no restrictions, and it would not be subject to the rules of the city. Furthermore, there was more than one battle behind him. Li Lingtian was no longer in the mood to care about these battles. Right now, he was completely admiring the night sky. With a beautiful girl accompanying him, he was in a great mood. He did not need to pay attention to the situation around him at all. With two martial saints protecting him, he naturally did not need to worry. The unmatched sea was an entrance to the sea area thousands of miles away from Nandu County City. It was also the edge of the sea area. The scenery was wonderful. Countless geniuses and geniuses liked to go there to enjoy the scenery and recite poems. However, the sea breeze was strong at night. No one would go to that place to enjoy the scenery. However, for Li Lingtian, the place was a good environment. Since he wanted to die, he would die on the side so as not to affect others. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The night breeze was slightly chilly, but the two girls' cultivation was not bad. Even if Yingying's cultivation had not broken through, she was still equivalent to a martial arts grandmaster. It was nothing to resist the cool night wind. However, the two girls were snuggling up to Li Lingtian. This was Qingping's happiest moment. In the past, she had always fantasized about following Li Lingtian. It would be worth it to be a maidservant by his side forever. She never expected that Li Lingtian would accept her one day. She did not expect Li Lingtian to pull her along and give her a chance. She also understood that these young misses were deliberately giving her a chance. She was extremely grateful to Huangfu Yuyin and the others. If the young ladies did not agree, she would be alone for the rest of her life because she would not be separated from the young ladies. This was loyalty. Now that young master could let her stay by his side, even if he didn't accept her, he would be satisfied. A distance of 1,000 miles was only half an hour for a warrior to fly. Qingping had always wanted to fly like this, but she realized that the distance of 1,000 miles was very short. Looking at the boundless sea and the roaring waves, the three of them were extremely excited. There was also the dazzling starry sky, which was filled with twinkling stars. What a beautiful starry sky! Xianyuan Yingying and Qingping were extremely happy. Even though they knew that there were more experts coming, it couldn't affect their mood because there were two super experts by their side. Following that, Xianyuan Yingying hooked her arm around Li Lingtian's arm, and Qingping tried to do the same. They were overjoyed when they realized that Li Lingtian did not object. The two beauties held each other's arms and looked at the stars in the starry sky. Their moods were extremely good. After some time, a faint smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. The sound of air being torn apart rang out as more than 10 figures flashed over in the pitch-black night sky. The old man who was the leader of the auction house, Dugujan, and the rest were all martial emperor powerhouses. There were a total of 13 martial emperor powerhouses and one martial saint powerhouse. It was indeed a waste of talent to use such a lineup to deal with a martial emperor saint alchemist. However, the old man was unwilling to underestimate Li Lingtian. After all, Li Lingtian was a holy alchemist, so he must have some experts by his side. They had decided to bring out their strongest lineup to kill Li Lingtian and obtain his elixirs and wealth, as well as the two beautiful girls by his side. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.